it now, they're all screwed. Fuck you. You know, like, I mean, wouldn't a benevolent God be going, okay, just don't screw up again? Or, you know, like, here's your little punishment, not like just kill everyone. Like, that doesn't really sound like a benevolent God to me. You know, that's the only problem that I have with it. Obviously, I believe there's a creator, but I can't find it in myself to believe in that creator, the one that sits there and tells people to kill this person, do that, do this bad thing, do that bad thing. That I can't get down with that at all.
Yeah, well said. And when you said like the unnecessary suffering, like you said what I wanted to say better than me. So yeah, well said, bro. Exactly that. Yeah. There's no need for that kind of suffering. There's absolutely no need for that kind of suffering.
Well,
in
then
my opinion.
Then why do you think it's in the creation then?
That's a good question. That goes to what is that creator? That's where that question leads, Gio.
Yeah, and then let me ask you this. If there's one creator, then wouldn't everything be part of it and it part of everything? Because there is only one creator. Thus, all the creation is from that one being or entity or source of consciousness.
If we elevate ourselves to that standard where we believe we're part of the creator is part of us, the creator loves us, blah, blah, blah. But how about if we're just like insects to the creator? We're just pets. Just doesn't really care about us. Could we entertain that aspect?
What would be his?
You're adding like a persona, as it were, to God, like that God likes or doesn't like things. Like you're adding all that. Those seem like a lot of human characteristics. I mean, something that created all of everything would, by its very nature, have to transcend every single thing it created. It would transcend all insects, all animals, nature, the oceans, the land, the sky, the heavens, the sun. I mean, it just every single language that's ever been spoken, everything that's contained within all of the entire what we would call the human race, and every other animal and creature and being that has existed on this plane and all other planes combined. Like it would be beyond any language, or I would say even beyond any type of human judgment, or beyond any of those levels, because it would have then created the entire system of what's right and wrong. So how could it judge what it created? The creationary things are just judging themselves, as how I see it, going through their own part of it. But yeah, when it breaks down to that level of a creator, then that means that everything that it created is it, and we are it. It is us. We're just in a different like modality of it.
Well, I'd say you're taking some liberties there. Maybe some religious ideas that we're somehow created for the creator, where the creator cares for us and this and that. But I don't necessarily agree with that, because I see the complete opposite. I see a creator that doesn't necessarily care for us, lets us suffer, lets us die, lets us do all kinds of crazy things, wars. There's wars being fought right now. And I just don't see any specialty or any special care for us. I think we take care of our livestock better than this so-called creator takes care of us. I think whatever it is, just put us there and at least just left us here. There's no special taken care of. At least I don't see it anyway.
You've never had experiences that you feel like things work out in your favor? You haven't had things where it seems like there's an intelligence that's guiding some series of events, like meeting the right people, having the, certain experiences, certain times in your life where there's been synchronicities? You haven't experienced any of that, where there's like a meaningful correspondence between events in your life and your, higher kind of prospects and spirit and kind of, emotional spiritual journey, that there's like synchronistic events that support that hero's journey, essentially, and putting it in that light?
Oh, absolutely. I've experienced stuff like that. I've even experienced a supernatural event. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm not arguing that. I'm just arguing the benevolence and the creator, the high esteem that we put upon ourselves, that somehow the creator cares for us, loves us, and I just don't see that. Yeah, there's some synchronicity events and there's some stuff. Oh, you just miss getting hit by a bus and you say, thank God. Oh, well, yeah, but that's hardly any. I don't know. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. I just don't see it.
What if that saves you from being tortured later? You just never know, innit?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
here's the other thing with it as well. I find it a bit weird when, like, it's like stripping yourself of responsibility, by trying to blame it all on God in a sense. Like, but isn't it sort of our fault because we have choices, we make choices, and we have to be responsible for them. We can't just say, "Oh, cheers, God, it's your fault,"
Oh,
Yeah, I think
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's even part of like criminal psychology. People that are criminals, like some of them, they have some kind of a connection to. They might even use that term, God. Pray to God, or they might even feel like for whatever they're going through, that they somehow feel like they have to do that crime, whatever it may be. Maybe they even do feel like they're kind of compelled by God or some kind of authority in their, in that sense, perhaps. Well, it's like gets into like, psychopathy basically. And then there's even the idea that there could be like a demonic or like a dark spirit that's kind of interacting with that person and then kind of bringing forth those energies. And if they're doing crime or whatever, something that's hurtful to others.
Don't you think in the situations of where, say, God has come down and told people, back in the Bible, well, you've got to do this now because you did that, and you've got to kill this person, and you've got to kill that, and all of these people, all these need to suffer. I mean, aren't they human traits? That doesn't seem to me like it's a God that's transcended. That seems to me like we're putting our personal human traits onto the Creator. Why would the Creator come down and go, well, you know what, you disobeyed me, so kill everyone, screw you? I mean, I don't think I'll ever really understand that. I get what you're saying, the experience, that part, I do understand that, but I just don't see why a God would do those things. To me, we've put human traits onto God in the Bible.
I missed the last bit before I came in. What was it you guys went on to?
It's more just sort of going on about the suffering in the world and how how would the Creator, if they're all love and benevolence, be not doing something about the suffering now? Why is He allowing it to go on so long?
But wouldn't that be undoing everyone's free choice to have a choice? Wouldn't He be breaking His own rules in a sense by doing that?
But then you could say, well, did the child choose? I mean, we can say like maybe the soul came down to choose to be raped, but I mean, how many times does that need to happen for the soul to know?
Then there's also the other sort of get out clause on the other side is what did that soul do in the previous life? Who knows whether there's a who knows, like, yeah, it's just like there could be a karmic thing, there could be a whole load of reasons for it, but I don't know where you automatically go to blame God just because He had the power to change it. But if He changed everything all the time, then we would never have any sort of true experience of our own, right?
Yeah, well, quite often we talk about the whole thing of like, okay, well, the soul's journey and the soul comes back, but I mean, technically the soul coming back is reincarnation, and the Bible doesn't believe in reincarnation, right? So therefore, how could the soul be continuously coming back? It would have to be a new soul each time.
In the original
there's an
Christian
option that which is not true.
Sorry, Gio.
I was just gonna say real quick, reincarnation
Can you
was
hear me?
part of the original
Yes, we can hear
Christian
you.
mysticism. The Christian mystics originally, reincarnation was actually a part of that, and Jesus was removed later. It was removed in replacement for this. There's this God that's going to judge you, and you're going there forever, and you're either going to hell or heaven, and that's your soul's eternity. All of that is added. As in my viewpoint, at least parts of that are like a whole demonic control system to get people worshiping this other thing and trying to be that being trying to control others through these threats, basically, while somehow kind of conflating it and combining it with some of the actual ancient wisdom and of those scriptures. It's like been tainted from its original form, that it's all about, even as Jesus spoke about it, it is there's like a journey that each of us is on in a sense in relation to the larger whole.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in about the suffering or whatever, because
So you're roboting
I
a lot
think
at the moment.
this place is made.
Yeah, Linda, you are roboting. We really want to hear what you're saying. I don't know if you can reset
To
your connection or
be
something, but you're roboting so much we actually can't make out what you're saying.
sustainable.
Okay, try now.
About the suffering or whatever, because the way that I kind of see it, because I watch nature a lot and how it works and that kind of thing, everything is, so when you get up to humans want to put their, and I think that's kind of where we get into all this debate about the suffering. Because if you watch animals,
I hear what you're saying for
they do
some reason.
suffer.
Yeah, sorry, Linda, you were still
Just
roboting a lot.
living in the wild. I
Sorry,
mean,
Linda,
I
you're
don't
still
think
roboting a
that
lot. Can you hear us? Yeah. It's a bugger when you're roboting that badly. She was roboting for everyone else, wasn't she? Or wasn't just me?
Yeah, no, it was bad.
Yeah. I think she's making the point that she's seen, the suffering within animals. Oh, sorry, go on, Linda. See if you're working now.
Can you hear me now?
Let's try it.
Sounds a lot better.
Sounds better so far. Yeah, I really wanted to hear what you were saying. Everyone did, but yeah, you were really roboting a lot. So you'd almost have to start from the beginning if you could, if you're good now.
Yeah, that's fine. No, what I was saying was that nature itself, like if you watch down to the bugs and everything else, they suffer, and this place is made to be sustainable within itself. So to be sustainable, something has to die for something else to live. And when you look at the whole of that, it's sad, but it's kind of a fact, and it's kind of genius. I mean, more genius than I could imagine, right? But then when you get to humans, everybody wants to put them outside of that box. Like, they're beyond nature itself, and I just think we're a higher form. And we all suffer. But I don't think the ancient people suffered as much as we do today, because we've been brainwashed to think that we should, have all these rituals with, crying for months over a family member or whatever. And if you watch nature itself, They might mourn their babies for a few days and they go on and enjoy life. And we don't do that. You see what I mean? It's like we've been taught to do the things that we do in that process.
Yeah, conditioning. Yep.
Yep.
We also think about, well, as far as we know, we think about things a lot differently than what animals do, especially insects. We could go like dolphins, and maybe certain other animals have a much higher intelligence, probably closer or possibly even beyond ours. But we have moral agency. We can actually think about the consequences of our actions. We're not sure. I don't think a lion thinks about the consequences of its action apart from, hey, I'm getting dinner. You know, like that's the only real
No, that's
consequence of actions that it's thinking.
right.
But me as a human, I can sit back and say, should I do this? Should I go out and rape that child? You know, like I can think that. I know that's bad. I know that's wrong. Every pedophile knows it's wrong, which is why they hide it. Right? So we have the moral agency to
Right.
know what's really right and wrong. An insect doesn't know that.
Yeah, but I
Is
don't think it's in them to be wrong.
Is it in a
You
sense
you
then
see what
almost
I mean?
also free from mental suffering, where we can obviously fall victim to that?
Yes, we were given tools beyond nature itself, I do believe, and we can abuse them or use them wisely. And it's just like Christianity itself, not to get back into the Bible or anything like that, but everybody believes that they're coming back and, you know, their body will be renewed, and to dust I came from and to dust I return, but then they put themselves in a casket, put themselves in a vault where they can never be dust, which is beyond my understanding why they do that, right? It's like you should be put in the ground, just like the animals, because that's what that saying means to me. And I could be wrong, but you know, that's what it means to me. But yet, society prevents you from returning to the earth.
So what about cremation?
It's necromancy. Unfortunate black magic there.
I was going to say, even what you do, we should do.
Do you think, though, that as a species we've kind of, well, I mean, obviously we're still in nature, we can never get away from it, but we've transcended nature in a certain way. Like we don't live in the jungles the way that we used to. Like we are a completely separate entity to all of the other animals out there. It's like I don't know if I believe that we came from those animals or that we are a completely separate thing. So now that we've transcended nature, but then we want to still go, well, we should behave the same way that they behave in nature, but we're not the same as them. I
Have
don't
we
think
become
we
a
are the same
stranger?
type of animal that they are.
But has it made us become almost a stranger to nature, though?
Yeah, I don't think it's good in some ways. And I mean, obviously it's good in some ways and bad in others, you know, but I didn't choose to have plastic everywhere. Like this has been a corporate thing and stuff, you know, like certain parts of what we've done are obviously just disgusting and not congruent with nature, but other things that we've done, obviously we've tried to make life easier for everyone. It's not easy sitting in a cave with the wind just blowing crazy in -5 degrees, you know. Clearly you want to have better shelter, you want to have heating, you want to have better clothing. These are all just natural things that we're going to want. So of course we're going to transcend nature in some ways. It's just a natural process.
I mean, what if we were just created to be sustainable and we were turned loose in this place to figure out how we could do that ourselves as humans? Because the bugs figured it out, the birds figured it out, everybody else figured it out except for us humans for some reason.
Hey, can I comment on what you guys are talking about? Like, so I guess SE was saying, why does God let suffering happen? But if he didn't, and I think somebody already touched on this, but if he was always like meddling with the happenings of what's actually going on, like, wouldn't that be like special, like favors, like for certain people, or like you have to be able to like for all possibilities and probabilities to exist to create life. Because look, I mean, we got many forms of life, right? Shrimps, rhinoceroses, elephants, anything you can think of. There's, little bug, little spider. Those are amazing little creatures that have figured out, okay, I'm going to have 8 legs. And, I'm going to, go after this type of prey, whatever they figured out how to do it. There was that option. And, I'm sure even spiders suffer too, but I don't know. There's something in their brain. They don't have the type of brain where we have to contemplate, well, why are we suffering? But to be honest, we're not that special. Like, spiders are special, but I don't see anybody like, shedding a tear for, whatever spider got crushed or their baby got crushed. Like, I, like, okay, 2 points. There has to be the option for this suffering to happen, because then there'd be like special like circumstances, and that can't, then that would like rule out some of the possibilities. So that point. The second point is, why do people think they're so special that they're above suffering? And the notion that God loved us and that's why he created us. I think that's only a Christian like viewpoint, or like, Jehovah viewpoint. But in terms of like other gods, I don't think, like in the Hindu religion, I don't think we are created for that purpose, like for purpose. The purpose is, to live, but there has to be all aspects available. Like, we can't just, we have to have everything in all possibilities. You see what I'm saying? Like, the good and the bad, you need it. You can't just have it one way. Then that'd be heaven. And what did we learn from that? But I don't think this is a test either. I don't. I think the purpose of everything is just to do it. Like, living, the purpose of life is just to live, and that's it. I don't think we're trying to get anywhere, learn anything. I don't think none of that. I think it's actually living, and we're always like, I'll share a video of kind of, because I brought up this subject earlier today. I don't know if you guys are still, talking about it or what, but so it's about, kind of creation and God and uh, what the Jehovah, that God, um, and the difference between, say like the Hindu gods. Well, they do have gods too, but uh, it's different. It's not like you have a purpose. It's life is just meant for living. If that's any reason, or if that makes sense to anybody.
Well, I think you were kind of talking about a conversation I had with a friend the other day about sort of like, if God is all knowing, how did he get the all knowing from? It must have been through everything that experiences things, and maybe just that's why we are, right? And
Well, yeah.
there could be so many more, realms with all possibilities, every different possibility playing out, for God to have that all knowing.
Well, if we learn through experiences, which we all do, right? Then if all the creation is his experience, then why wouldn't he be the all-knowing? Because he is learning from everyone's, well, I don't know, but the creator is learning from everyone's experience.
Yeah, but don't you think, like, if it was about learning, right? And like,
Sorry, just
I
just
don't know
before you
why.
start. Sorry, just before you start, just to segue onto that. And also though, it's like everything has already happened though. Like there's nothing new under the sun, and it's almost like time, like existence could have been going on for so long, and that's how God knows everything, because is allowed all possibilities to play out in a sense.
Yeah, but if all possibilities are an infinite thing, the creator is still continuing to learn, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I don't think it's about learning though. That's the whole problem. I don't think it's about learning a lesson, because if it was, then there wouldn't be any life, because we'd
And yeah, then all
we'd
cease
have
to be
experienced
like
it.
task is completed, and then
Yeah,
yeah, I get what you're
like
saying. Yeah,
there, like
Yeah, but
we'd get too
learning
smart to where.
is never complete. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
But
we
it
think we
would
know
be.
something, but then when you look into it, it's like, oh, I was wrong. I don't know anything. The more you look into things, the more you realize you don't know. And that's what,
But
yeah.
if the creator was making this for himself, so he could experience every possible facet of life, but was doing it to learn from it. Here's the kicker. If he was doing it to learn from it, then he'd get so, like, the more you practice at something, you get better, right? And you become a pro. You make less and less mistakes. That would mean that he would make less mistakes, and in essence it'd be less fun, or it'd be less of an experience. But I think he's, well, I don't even, I don't know if I believe this, but it seems to be he's doing it just to do it.
Yeah, but
not for
okay,
any
okay.
reason.
Say you right, but say you create something. Say you create um a robot or whatever you want to create, and you do the trial and error thing, and you make it better and better and better. If you don't stop someday and say, "Okay, I'm done with this," because I can't make it any better than it already is. I think everything was created better than it already is, right? And the experience is watching it live. I mean, I think you're right on the living, right? We're all supposed to be here to live. But the watching the live and experiencing the living of everything that has been already created, what an experience. I mean, can you imagine? Because everybody has different experiences in life. No two are the same exactly in anything. You're not going to have
I think we're.
identical things.
I think you know, we think on things of like a timeline. You know, we're just, you know, that's how we're born. You know, we start from somewhere and we end up going somewhere. But in this, I don't think there's like a time limit. So I don't think there's a progression or a duration. It's only a duration. I don't think there's a progression of a series of robots that keep getting better and better, and we're happy with them because they're improving. I don't think it's for improvement. That's the whole kicker here. And it's hard to get that across, but I don't think we're doing it
More like a
to
cycle.
get better. Like, what if we're just doing it just to do it? Like, there's you know, it's our like nature to get better, right? To do better, to be better. Yeah, that's in us. That because it's that drive to live, right? Everybody has that drive to live, yes. But for God, I don't think He's doing it to get better.
No, I don't. No, I agree with you on that because I mean, if you watch bees, right, make their hive and all the other stuff, it's already perfected. They do it the same way every time because it's already perfected. They don't change a thing. I mean, the only thing they change is if somebody smokes them out and they have to go find another hive, and they go do that, and then they start over in the same manner they always started in because it's already perfected that it works. Humans are different.
I Yeah, we're everything's different though. But I love the way, you know, people set like humans apart as like a different sort of thing. I don't think we're different from bees. I don't think we're different from, you know, any animal or any part of life. Uh, I think this is just the tools we have, and you know, we have an amazing brain to think of many different things. But I mean, yeah, we can
Right,
create
but
things, but we can't create life.
no, well, we can. We create life. We have children. We
Yeah,
create life.
but,
So, I mean,
okay, but
it,
I can't
I
create a
mean, it's not the
tree.
same. No, you can't create a tree, but we do benefit. I mean, we do contribute to creation, like everything else does.
Yeah, but you're just reproducing, but you're not creating nothing.
Right.
And there's a
No,
difference.
but I mean, when you look at this realm and everything that exists in it, it's made to sustain itself. I think we could
Yes.
probably all agree on that. So that's perfection right there.
Yeah, it is. I would say imperfect imperfection. It's you know, it's let me see how to word this. Sorry, I'm like doing 3 things at once. It's arranged in a way to keep surprising ourselves or God. But like the whole notion of how the Hindus think we're all gods, or God is everything experiencing itself. Yeah, it's super deep, man.
Well, I have a deep question. Does the entirety of our body experience itself? Like
Well, yeah.
everything you know what I mean? It's like when you actually think about it, it's like we're like a whole of something that has tiny little parts, like the creation itself. Does all those little parts experience anything that we go through?
They
You see
have
what I
to,
mean?
because
Right.
they stick together, like they stay attached.
Apart from them rogue cells, say.
Like our skin, like how does our skin keep its structure? Like, right? Like all our sensory, like our hairs and everything. Yeah, it's everything's always looking for
Yeah, and I
feedback.
think
And
it was Alan Watts who said that we're a microcosm of the macrocosm. And I kind of agree with that. And I think everything here is, if you actually dive deep into it.
yeah, we could be, but yeah, it's amazing how we look at the bad things of suffering, but we never look at the good things of, like Gio was saying about synchronicities and good
Right.
experiences. Yeah, like
Right.
we're
I mean, everybody wants to look at the negative and pick out the negative, and if you take the negative with the positive, then you're balanced. You know there's negative, but you know there's positive. And that's the synchronicity, that's the magnetism that we possess within us, I think. You have to keep it
and
balanced.
I think it's misconstrued that God is doing this for a purpose, but like how I almost went on that tangent, but I am trying to get to a place of, I did it again. Yeah, like he has to make both for all this to work. And like the Christian God, he's doing, he created us because he loves us. That gets, I don't buy that. Like, and the
I
Hindus,
think we were
or
just
this,
I think we were just
what Alan
created.
Watts teaches
Yeah.
is, he teaches more of, he created all this just to do it. So if we could get past that of like, why is there suffering, and I think we can start thinking of, how there has to be both. So God has to be good and bad, right? He has to be everything. He can't just favor good.
Right. He allows the bad with the good. I don't even know if he's a he. So I mean, I don't even know where that came from. But
Yeah, it. He has to be an it. Like, because we've never identified him.
No, we've never identified him as a male, for sure. And I mean, to put that whatever the creator is in one little simple word called God, I think is disingenuous. That's my opinion, because I don't even, if we don't know what it is, how could we ever describe it in one little word? Because it's
I
beyond the
agree.
words we know, you know?
Yeah. Like, we want to place him in like a location and say, okay, this God created this. Kind of like, you know, an architect for an automobile company was, at a factory and designed this thing. No, I don't think it happened like that either. I think it's like God is everything. So to think of God everywhere, well, we can't fathom that. We place God, in heaven, and we think of him up there somewhere. But I don't think he's just there. He's everywhere.
Yeah, and we're still saying he when we don't actually know, right? So it's just the whole thing is weird. You know what I mean? Like,
Super,
creator is the
super
best
weird.
word that I've got, but I'm sure there's a better word somewhere, possibly. But to say God, it's automatically a male, and you can't have a creation without a male and a female, unless, I mean, we can go into science and say, oh well, this thing, this species procreates without the other gender or whatever. But then, the creator, I don't know.
Well, what
Nobody knows.
about like other forms of life, like uh water? Does water have a male and a female, or say like rocks? Do they use that system too? I think trees kind of do, because they have a seed, and a seed could be similar to, the
Yeah,
seeds
but
of male
I mean,
females. But
yeah, but they produce both. Just like most plants
uh
produce both. Some are unproductive, some aren't productive. Whatever. But yeah, it's. I mean, to put that into a whole and say something created all of that. I mean, why does it have to come down to a male?
well, that's the process that has to take place for that type of life to exist. But if we're talking about everything, then that potential has to exist as well, right? So there has to be all facets available for this to actually take place.
I mean, it's a fascinating discussion as far as, how this place came to be and what all involves. And I mean, that's all science is just guesswork of what they think could possibly have happened, right? And that's what religion is too. And people want to think that either one of those has the whole truth of it, and I don't think they do. Because I don't think anybody does.
No, they don't, because
Creative. I'm going to give away all my secrets. I'm going to give away all my secrets to NASA. I'm going to, I mean, doesn't make any sense.
yeah, no, they're in the same boat as us, because when you hit them with the origin of the Big Bang, they can't tell you. They can't tell you what happened before that. They can only tell you the aftermath, and they can't even really do that. So yeah, it's just something that we have to, come to terms with, that, we may never know. Like, you know, we always have this, notion that we're going to go somewhere after we die. What if we don't? Has anybody thought of that? Like, what if we're not?
Yeah, I've thought
What
of
if we
that
don't
plenty
go
of
to heaven?
times. Yeah, I've thought of that plenty of times, and I'm okay with it either way, right? I want to believe that we might go somewhere, or come back, or whatever. But if we don't, we don't. I'm okay with that. My
Yeah,
life experience is good enough.
damn right. This is. I mean, we're super lucky to actually experience this. I mean, because we're here. You can't chop it up any other way. We're here, and this is all happening. You can't deny it. It's not a hallucination. It's not a dream. It's,
Sometimes it's a shit show, but that's all good too.
it has to. It has to have that potential, or else then it wouldn't be what it is. There'd be too much, What's the word I'm looking for? Interference.
I think we killed the chat and everybody left, but oh well.
Well, yeah, we might have. Well, I think it died out earlier, but we kind of kept it going. Oh, is it just us? Oh, wow. I mean, this has to be the most intriguing topic I can think of, to be honest, because, like, come on, like, it's the unknown. Like, we don't know who did it. We don't know where they are. We don't know how it happened. Like, there's so many unknowns. Like, what are we doing here? Who made us? Where is he? Why?
Yeah, it's like asking
You
for
know,
the 100,000 times who's our daddy. Right?
who's your daddy? Yeah, right. You know, what happens when we die? Like, man, so our little brains get to thinking, and we're like, well, nobody wants to die, so afterlife. Let's come up with that concept. But I don't know if anybody's actually experienced that.
Well,
What
nobody's
about
come back to
the,
tell us.
the cliche idea? The cliche idea of that when you die, you literally have to watch your life back and watch all of the bad things you've done and the good things you've done, and see if it balances it out. See if you get
Well,
Oh,
a enough play.
that would be like Russian roulette, right? Oh, that would be like, yeah, serious stuff right there.
this is just a testament to how great this life is, that people, have concocted an idea of an afterlife, right? Like, it's so good here. They don't want to die. They want more life. Like in a video game, you get 2 lives or 10 lives. Mario Brothers, whatever. That's how good it is.
Yeah, but how many times could you come back and not get bored? If you could remember, that is. But they've turned it into, well, you lose all your memories, but it's your soul that comes back. So you would never know if
Yeah,
you came back or not, right?
Dude, it's
I
like
have
getting
no
a new
proof of that
computer.
either.
Listen, it's like getting a brand new computer, right? We get the new model every time, but we forgot what the old model was like. Bam!
Yeah, but there's no proof of that. Like, there's no proof of the previous models. Like, I don't have a proof of my, my past lives, if that's even a thing. Never experienced it. Just realize, it could be a possibility. And, people have, believed in that. That's all I can go off of.
Okay, let me ask you a serious question then. Have you ever had like knowledge? Like say you're in the process of building something and all of a sudden there's an idea comes to you and it's like right on the money to make whatever project you're working on happen. Where did you get that knowledge? Which is like
My previous
bam, it's there.
experience.
Right. So
Or
how do we
even
know
like
it
my brain
doesn't
of
exist?
thinking of potential ideas. Yeah, it comes from the brain. You said
What about
Because I've
what was
had
the
that
last thing you said?
experience
I
a
clicked,
lot. Yep. Like knowledge just is there, even though I haven't studied it, I haven't looked it up. It's not in my research. Nothing. It
Mhm.
just it's just
what would you
there.
guys think about though, like the collective consciousness though? That sort of idea as well, that you could be picking that up from someone down the road or someone in another country or something that's thinking of it at that same moment or something similar.
Ooh,
Yep. Ooh. Yep.
that's nice. Like, you know what? Like this interconnectedness that maybe we have, that's a potential too. I like that idea. Because we're
So is
always
this just
keen off of like our position or our location, and we have to navigate through this place. But if we're connected, that'd be amazing by some sort of
so is this
vibration or
just a
something.
giant computer system that's that's
Yep.
that's beyond our technology to figure out how it works?
The human
It
cloud.
could be some biocomputer. It really could be. It could be a computer that has figured out how to, replicate itself, fix itself, let itself, parts of it die. It could be.
Yeah, get rid of the obsolete,
What
which
if
is the
what if
older
there is like,
generations. Yep.
yeah, but check this out. What if there was no beginning and no end and just always like now?
Isn't that how it works though? I mean,
Yeah.
you see what I mean? It's like, yeah, we can remember the past somewhat, but we usually get it wrong if we go back too far, right? We distort it. So the now is basically all we have to judge anything on, right?
Yeah, we have a gift to remember things in the past and contemplate the future. But that could be like a detriment too, because you know we're not able to perceive that maybe it's just time is always now. Like, I mean, there is no time. It's just always now. So in terms of the creator, he didn't like just, yeah, it's beyond me. But it gets back to the whole thing of what the beginning, right? Where did it start? You just can't get around that. The beginning thing, Genesis 1:1, in the beginning. What does that mean? You can't like go around that. That like nobody can answer that. The in the beginning.
I guess we could only answer it for ourselves, right? Our beginning. And our beginning didn't begin at birth because we didn't know we existed. We only knew we existed when we became of the age to where we knew we existed, which is about 7, 8, whatever years old. And we realized we were alive.
If it was the true beginning, though, would it not be at the beginning?
Well, yeah, we want to place a location, right? But you
Well,
know,
in sounds like you're already inside, which means it's
yeah,
already happened, Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the creation
Maybe that's
story
why it's
because I
chosen.
think, I think that whole Genesis story is not only about us, but about the sky and, all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's layered, but we existed before we knew we existed, right? Because we were little babies that never knew we existed until we got a certain age and realized, hey, I exist. I mean, how does that happen? That you can live, months, years, whatever, until you realize you exist? I mean, that in itself
yeah.
is crazy.
If we put it on a timeline, yeah, my dad was living, and eventually he got around to, making me. Great, but that's still a timeline. I think it transcends that. What I'm getting at is like there was no beginning. Like it just always was. It has to be because it's here. It has to be that way. There's no other way. Like how are you going to get around in the beginning? You can't get
Well,
around
you
it.
can say that it's just a story. Then what?
Yeah, but there's also a
Story of
part in the
what?
Bible where it says that
Well, every story has
God.
a beginning, right? Every
Right, but
story has a
there's
beginning.
also a story that says that um, I am everything that was and everything that will become.
Right, but that's just words.
Right, it's just
No,
words. Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what those words actually mean, right?
Feel like it was an acid trip from our elders that they wrote down, and they're like, "Yeah, they're gonna worship it." I just kidding. Just kidding.
No, but that's a good
You just
guess.
made Jim cry. I mean, that's gotta be careful.
Sorry.
I mean, yeah, it was interesting what you were saying, Linda. Yeah, so or the other guy was saying, so like or somebody said, well, there's a beginning to every book. Like, all right, so there's in the beginning, there's somebody standing there, sitting there, writing that book, right? So that's off the picture.
Yeah, when was that? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like,
But then you got another guy writing that. Like, all right, well, there was in the beginning there was a guy writing a book that said in the beginning, right? And all right, well, then who was the guy writing down, that? So well, all right, there's another guy watching in the beginning. So it just keeps on going. Yeah.
yeah. There is no beginning. It just always was and always will be. We can't. We lack the capacity to comprehend that. That's just us though, because that's how we live. We're timeline based. We can see progression, we can see duration, and that's how we live our lives by with cycles and things like of that nature. But that's it. This is the nature, but you know, uh, this place or whatever. We must be in, I don't know, some different sort of realm that has this time, a lapse of time.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just simple analogy. Like, where's the beginning of a circle? It's tough. I don't know if it's something you should try to answer or just accept or what.
Yeah.
The center.
It's at that point he knew he fucked up.
Do I got a bad connection, or is there just nobody talking?
Yeah, I think your connection's awful. We're having a really good chat here. Did you actually jump out and jump back in, thinking I was being serious?
If this is going to continue, I'm just going to go over to that medical mass marijuana meeting, maybe. And
What? marijuana. I'm trying to.
What's up, Turn Up? How you been, dude?
What's up? What's up? Who's that?
What's up, asshole?
Oh, fuck. It's fucking No Tanks.
Dude, we used to be boys until your leader told you not to be my boy. It's fucked up.
Hey, what the fuck? We were never boys. Fuck,
We were
people don't
fucking
listen
best
to this
friends.
guy. Hey, don't fucking listen to this guy.
I was the only one who would listen to you. Is the ironic part. Nobody else
Hey,
wanted to hear
yo,
shit. Nobody else wanted to hear
don't
shit
listen to
from you.
me. Fuck.
What?
Don't listen to No Tanks. He knows what he's talking about, guys.
Nobody wanted to hear shit. I'm like, dude, fucking, if it was up to Turn Up, we'd all be living a better life right now. We'd all
Well,
be sharing, right, a community, and it would be a
yeah,
better life. And nobody wanted to hear it.
yeah. Well,
Sounds like the plan.
unfortunate. Oh, you go ahead.
You got to turn up the truth. We heard you. You're whispering. We hear you.
Oh, are they picking on you tonight, No Tanks?
What? I'm a fucking boss, bro. Nobody picks on me ever.
Oh, that's the funniest shit I heard all night. Fuck, thank you.
I bend people's arms.
You what? You say you bend people's arms?
Yeah, for sure.
No, you don't.
I'm like, all right, I give up. I give up. I give up.
You like to bend words, I know that.
Has anyone got any tips on how to re-veg a flowering plant? Like late flower. I left it late.
I do not have any tips, I'm sorry.
But he is a hard worker, and if you needed help with it, he would definitely help because that's just the kind of man he is.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're a good man. You're a good man.
What? Why are you stuck it up? Oh, you don't want to reply to that, huh? I see. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, but how's
Yeah.
things been going there, man? Did you try to listen to that FTFE debate? That shit was fucking trash, dude. Terrible.
Debate with who?
Bev and Craig.
Bev and Craig?
You didn't listen? It was like 3-4 days ago, something like that.
Oh shit. Yeah, no, like just because I'm in that server doesn't mean I like follow shit.
Yeah, it was bad. I was kind of interested because Craig's such a piece of shit, right? So I was kind of interested in hearing him have like a conversation, but he just went full blown retard and just stumbled on himself, kept saying how, I'm tired, that's why I'm messing everything up, and then pretty much wouldn't even talk. He was like, no, Beverly, and then he just quit. It was fucking embarrassing. Like, it was bad.
Oh, are you talking about the thing where he fucking gave a crackhead his own bike and then beat him up for it?
That was part of the conversation, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, hey, that's definitely the way to handle things.
I know. I mean, people should
I
take.
know, I would give my bike to a crackhead for definite sure.
Oh, I thought you said pipe.
No, bike. Sorry, I'm also eating.
Yeah, I bought a truck once that had like crack pipes hidden inside of it. It was fucking crazy. Like apparently I looked it up and asked someone. I could have gotten in trouble for that. Like, it's crazy. I mean, you had to unlock like the wheel well. You had to unlock the inside of the car. You had to unlock where the wheel well went down into the electrical box. They're like hidden deep in there. I was like, what the fuck, man?
Craig's an idiot.
All right. And then he went right back on like another platform. Like the next 2 days later, like he didn't just embarrass the fucking shit out of himself.
Yeah,
Dude's
like
shameless.
genuinely, like I don't even know why the guy's on the internet. What kind of name is that? Fight the flat earth. How do you fight that? What are you, a fucking Marvel character? You got
Hmm.
fucking like Green Lantern Corps fucking shit going on or what?
He's got the body type, you know.
I don't know. He does know how to calculate the exact right amount of diesel fuel that a nuclear sub would need to travel the entire world. So
Yeah, a nuclear sub and diesel fuel. Is that
yeah,
what you just said? Oh my
yeah.
god.
I mean, that's gotta mean something, right? But
Is the nuclear sub just like transporting diesel fuel, or they're running on diesel fuel?
you know what? Honestly, I think that a nuclear submarine would have to, in some way, shape, or form, carry diesel. Uh, um, just not the way that he's saying. Maybe it's cargo, but it ain't. I can't see it running shit. Wouldn't that make it go boom?
That'd be a really dirty sub. I'm pretty sure you'd be able to spot it a mile away. Now they say diesel runs clean, but
Nah, buddy. I've seen subs way cleaner than the ISS. So I live right next to the goddamn water. My whole damn life.
man, I think that's where I should go too. Fish are pretty good.
Yeah. You know what? I never really did fish all that too much when I was a kid. But when I did go fishing, fuck was it fun. Fuck is it peaceful.
Yeah, I don't love fishing, but there's
No wonder
like
you old fuckers do it.
I don't like fishing.
Oh.
Too boring. I like eating the fish.
Oh, I see. You just like getting the fish, huh?
Yeah. And it's like how many? I mean, like food gets boring right after a while. Like chicken, like there's only one type of chicken, right? That's it. It's dark meat, white meat, I guess, or a turkey or something. But chicken, you just got one chicken, right? But you can get different fish, and they all taste a little different.
Yeah, but you can flavor chicken differently. Fucking so many
Yeah.
different ways.
Thank you. Thank God somebody said it. I had my mouth full.
And you can cook it so many different ways as well.
Yeah, like grilling chicken tastes way different than broiling a chicken or fucking even
Roast.
oven baking it.
If you can name 10 different ways to make chicken before I can name 10 different fish, I'll become a glow believer. Ready, go.
Okay.
I'm just
Deep
kidding.
fried nuggets.
He's actually gonna try.
Shallow fried,
Shut down.
medium shallow fried nuggets.
What about brisket? Anybody in here like brisket?
I
Nope.
can't remember the last time I had that.
Oh, buddy.
I love all meat except human meat.
Well, I should hope so. Fuck.
If it's meat, I'll eat it.
Say it with a more ominous tone.
If meat equals eat, that was my AI voice.
Yeah, somebody was telling me, it reminded me of you, Egypt. Somebody was making the argument today with me, saying, "Well, you know that in politics, the right is definitely wrong and the left is definitely wrong. That's how you know that the middle is the right way to go, right? Like the I guess right in the middle." And I asked him back to him. I said, "Isn't that the equivalence of two wrongs actually making a right? Like you're saying that was definitely wrong. That was definitely wrong. But combining them both makes it the right choice." You kind of came to mind when that came up.
Well, I don't know the relevance, but I mean that's one way of looking at it. But I would like see it in like a different way. Like a middle ground is neither or. That's why it's the right thing. If both are wrong, to take a middle ground is neither taking a right or left. So, I mean, depending on the context, but in most cases, I would agree. Like the middle is is usually the right way. Politically, yeah,
I mean, yeah, but I mean, does that violate that what you like to call is the law of non-contradiction? Like, how could that be right if it's just a combination of the two things that are wrong? How could that possibly be right?
no, it's possible. I mean, logically, it does not contradict the law of non-contradiction.
Well, because left and right doesn't mean well, because you're trying to define left and right as both wrong, yeah. But it's not just that, is it? There's a lot more to it
Yeah,
to unpack.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like an ever, moving scale. So like whatever we call the middle now, that is like definitely, this is the right way to go. It's in the middle. In 10 years, that'll be the left. It's just a scale that moves. So how could it ever have been the
Yeah,
right choice?
yeah, yeah. I'm saying depending on the context, and it's a generalized kind of statement, but I can see it being somewhat true in a specific context, maybe. Do we have any Globers in the house today?
I would say everybody unanimously in this room, I crossed, dotted all the I's and I checked the T's. Everybody right now is a flat earther. Everybody.
Nope, nope, nope. I believe yours, Paul.
Oh,
Cool, I guess. Do
What?
you know
That's
anything
it?
about mapping and
Yes. Yes.
specifically projections? Do you know what a
Yes.
projection is?
Yes. Mapping. Yes.
Wow, is that like your job? You kind of responded with a heavy yes. Yes, yes.
Uh. Yes.
Okay, so do you know what a local projection is?
I do.
Can you like explain it briefly?
Uh I mean, there's a lot of people here listening right now. Do I got to do it right now?
Not if you don't want to.
Yeah, no, I'd rather not look like an idiot today. So maybe we can just like go to another room or something. Then I can look like an idiot. I'm just joking. I couldn't hold it. Fuck. Oh man, I love this shit. I'm never gonna stop this shit. Fuck you, no thanks.
Fuck you too, buddy.
But yeah, no, there ain't nobody in here that's the Glober. So if you're looking
Well,
for that conversation, yeah, it's dead.
yeah, no, I was just gonna make the bold statement. I'm making it to the Globers. I say local projection equals Earth is not a globe. If you understand what a local projection is, you would know that the Earth is not a globe. If
Okay,
you're
so hold on a second, hold on. I just want, and not that I do, okay, because everybody in here knows that I don't. But even if you wanted, you can't even say that because I just thought of something. Isn't isn't calling Earth a globe a contradiction? Isn't it already something?
a
What is it? A
contradiction, how?
globe? What is it? A globe or is it Earth? Which one is it?
Well, I mean,
Do we live
in the
on a
term
globe or
globe,
do we live
Earth.
on Earth?
Well, what do you mean by Earth? Do you mean dirt? Do you mean
Yeah, well, what do you mean by the? Where the fuck are you
exactly?
then?
If you want to go down that road.
What?
Okay.
I'm just, you just, what is Earth? Pretty much you just said. So what dimension are you in? That's a pretty nifty trick. I
Well,
just meaning they emphasize all the time Earth, the globe, this, that. Is we live on Earth. We don't live on a globe. We live on Earth.
yeah, I mean,
That's
but
all.
they think that Earth you live on is a globe. So, and yeah, I mean, it's a contradiction from your worldview.
Do you want
But
some?
yeah,
Do you want some bliss?
some
Do you want a
bliss.
little
I
bit of?
love some
Yeah,
bliss. Oh,
yeah. Do you want a little bit of peace?
yeah, give me some
Okay.
peace.
Here's what you do. Okay, stop thinking like a glober.
Well, been there, done that a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, the only thing that's I'll be honest here. The only thing for me that has lingered on, right? From me previously being a globe earther to finding the truth is that I still, I mean, this is me, what, 7 years in? Still, when I use the word or hear the word Earth, I still picture a globe in my head. I can't like
Why?
it's I don't know. I know
That's
the Earth is not a
ridiculous.
globe.
You
It's
totally
just
shouldn't
there.
be doing that.
I know I'm not doing it. It's it's
Well,
just
tell
a
your
thing
brain
in
to
my
quit
head.
it because your brain shouldn't
Well,
be
that's
doing
what I always, but
that.
it's there.
Which?
I
Hey,
try.
ask your brain. Which side the fuck are you on anyway?
Exactly.
Right.
I just see it as fucking ironic, I guess. But but it's there. If I'm being honest.
Yeah. Well, no, it's good to it's good to always ask questions, right? Because if you don't ask questions, how you gonna know? And the
At
better
least
way
you're
to
aware. At least you're aware when you see that, though, that it's not that.
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. I'm fully aware, but it's still there. That fucking globe. It's inescapable. All the programming, I guess. Fuck.
Yeah. But just think of it like how I think of the forbidden word that we're not allowed to say that starts with a C and ends with a vid. Uh, you can't really get hurt by a word. And that's essentially what has happened. We've been ripped away from reality and put into this world called globe. I
Well,
mean,
it's more than a word, right? It's an
even the
idea.
name is fucking
An
stupid. Even the
idea.
name, it's not even appealing, yo. Like even if I would be all right with it if the name was at least appealing, fuck. But it's not even appealing, fuck. It's even a gay name. I don't know. I don't know. I always do say this though. You gotta give them, you gotta give them credit because this is one fucking hell of a trick that they were able to pull off, buddy.
Well, like put it to scale with the idea of the globe, right? Which one is more grand, COVID or globe Earth? Like these I think the mother of all lies is that one. It's the globe Earth lie, and everything stems from it. It's like a web of lies, if you know what I mean.
You're right. You are right. I won't take that credit from you. However, unfortunately, you're only half right because if 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 the journey that I'm sure most of the people in here have gone through, if if there are still people, and you got to realize how many people we're talking. We're not talking like millions. It's not like it's. I know a lot of people think that. I know a lot of people think that this is, it's bigger than what it seems. But we're on the internet. We're really only a small little fucking corner of things that are fucking going on in the rest of the world. And
Yeah,
the
but
fact that
you're talking about like globe Earth. I mean,
no, the idea that people aren't, because you remember, okay, 2012 or even 2011 for a lot of people. We'll go back as 2009. Fuck it. I'll just throw everybody in the pot. 2009. At that point in time, even me, even I was actually under the, hey, this is where we are. I had questions. Of course I did. All y'all did, right? But it wasn't until that right time when people started putting shit together. And now we're this far along with the game, and it honestly it should. I thought I seen it getting way more fucking steam than what it's got. It's got a lot of steam. I won't take it away, but it's not enough. It's not
well,
enough
yeah. I
steam.
mean, you're talking about the time variable of these ideas, right? I
We
would
haven't
actually
had enough
argue.
time to dabble, experiment, do things. We haven't had the money. Think about how long, and when I say gotta give them credit for this trick that they pulled off, because they did pull it off, right? You gotta give them credit for what they did, but How long did it take them to fucking do it? We're just dabbling into this. And here's the other part of it. If we let it die, even for a second, it will go away. And I'm telling you, this time, because of all the development and all the data mining and all of that shit that they've been banking, once it gets rid of this time, it ain't coming back. So
I would
we
disagree.
gotta
I would say
keep this
truth
fucking
always
shit
prevails.
going.
I mean, we're just enduring one battle, but at the end, truth always prevails.
Well, I hope. Right? We always hope that, right? But shit happens, yo.
Yeah, it does. We live in a fucked up world and especially an era where, and like kind of worst bit of the historical record. Like we're in a world that's it's insane. Where yeah, I know what you're talking about, but
But it does feel
well,
like
yeah,
we're getting
maybe it's
close to a
hopeful
threshold.
thinking, wishful thinking, whatever. But I'd
Hold
like
on.
to think that truth always prevails.
I do feel like we are moving towards a threshold, though, where people are just sick of it.
Yes. They're
Even,
giving up.
and I'm talking about normies. Even they want to sort of, have their own farm, have their own, grow their own, be self-sufficient. That is the key. Once you have that,
They
once
want to
you
unplug
get rid of
from
the
it.
TV, yeah, once you're not an audience for the bullshit and the brainwashing, how are they going to alter the way you want to think? Your thinking will be natural, right? You won't be conditioned by the system. You create your own community. And then, like we've said about, if you were born and you were never told that you live on a spinning water ball, yeah, what would you think the world would be? Well, those children will be getting born in those communities. Do you know what I mean? That's how you start. That's how you start the change.
I'm telling you right now, if we weren't taught anything about the fucking globe, I guarantee you that shape is the farthest shape that we would have gone to. If anything, and this is guaranteed what they did. Think about this. Okay. There's only one, because all the other, they're just way too small. And as far as I'm concerned, they're just lights. But there's really only two objects up there that you could even remotely come close to saying that you could land on it. And let's face it, they weren't going to pick the sun. So you only got one other one, and it just so happens to give you a clear display of what people seem to think is a sphere. But I prove people wrong every single day with that. Like, how the fuck do you know that that's a sphere? Because guess what? I'll tell you right now, it doesn't display the attributes of a sphere. It displays more the attributes of an inverted bowl, if anything. But do I know that? Fuck no. Will I ever know that? Fuck no. Am I gonna die before I know that? Fuck yeah. But it's nice to ponder. I'm definitely not gonna fucking take no goddamn word of some fucking man that I know goddamn well has lied to me before. Fuck that shit. That's what I don't get about how the system and how this place is even, how it even works at all. It's like we got this big conglomerate of people that you never fucking meet, never see, and they just run everything, and yet you got nobody fucking saying anything about it. Because why? They don't want the conflict. Well, guess what? Unfortunately, something's gonna have to go boom. Otherwise, this shit's just gonna keep getting fucking worse. This is what that is. And like I said, as long as we keep it going and it doesn't die, because it had to have been brought up in the past, right? Had to have. There's no way it couldn't have been. But they found a way to get rid of it because, and the only reason I'm saying this is because there was a bunch of us people who were still under that spell not that many fucking years ago. So they were able to get rid of it somehow, some way. And whatever the fuck way that was, we got to make sure that we don't let that shit happen again, because if it goes away this time, I guarantee you, it won't come back. They're smart. They were able to put every single one of you guys in a place that you're not even in. Think about how magnitudable of a trick that shit is. That's insane.
Yeah, like you say, keep using the services and you keep the system running.
Yeah. Dependency, though. Dependency. If you all, and it's not to say that you guys aren't independent, but if we were to be independent, shit would be different. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. That's it. That's what we want to be starting to do, and then we want to create some communities where we change.
oh, you can't say that in front. Is No Tank still here? He doesn't like communities. He hates communities.
But yeah,
No, but
it's big daddy government.
Yeah, it's why would you fucking let people that you like the whole tax thing? Just fucking when I was a kid, I'm like, they're gonna do what? Like, yeah, they're gonna take money from you. Like, well, are they gonna at least ask? I'm like, no, it just comes out of your paycheck. I'm like, how the fuck is that legal? That's fucking theft, yo. Isn't that not? Is that not? No, it's the government. I don't give a fuck if it's God, yo. If I did that shit, I would be fucking put in jail. What the fuck? It's just do as I say, not as I do. And once you figure that shit out, you can start. And it's a fine line too, because a lot of people they go down the other road, and it's oh well, that means no fucking rules. Throw morality right out the window. No, you still got to keep morality. There is still a fucking right and wrong way to fucking do shit. But you sure the hell ain't their fucking way. I'll tell you that way. They're killing us. Legit killing us. I hear people say all the time, oh, you know, it's against the law for people to speed, you know. Always my response. Yep. Yeah, it's definitely against the law to speed. You know, it's also against the law. Killing people, but they still do that shit every fucking day. It's a double-edged sword. It's life is so confusing, man. And then when you get to this point in life, when you're like, oh my god, do we have to fucking start all over again? Is everything we know literally not right? This is not okay. What? I'm 34, yo. I don't want to start again. But at the same time, the moon. I always say, I'm glad that it kind of happened because before, yeah, they said that it was this, sphere rock in space, and there was a story and pictures and whatnot. There was stuff. It just didn't sit though. It was just something about it. Just I don't know. It just seemed like bullshit. But now that we're in this position where it's like, well, for a fact that it's definitely, provably, it can't be that. Now you're left with this mystery, this realm of you're back to you don't know. You're dumb as fuck. It's kind of pleasant. I'm not gonna lie to you because I don't know what the moon is. I still call it a light in the sky. I know one thing though. It's by far out of all the objects in the sky, it's by far the most interesting and most mysterious. Has anybody noticed that the moon, even though it travels around with everything up there, has anybody noticed that the moon doesn't actually travel the same speed as the rest of the stars? As if it's as if the stars themselves are fixed on something else that the moon is not on. The moon is fixed on something else, completely different. Yet, it still keeps its synchronization. I don't get it. Does anybody knows that? Think about it. It's almost like it's your sun's obviously the hour hand, the moon's the minute hand. It takes way longer for the moon to go around in their model. It's kind of interesting. I noticed it one night when I was looking at Jupiter really, really close to the moon. And Jupiter was like going behind it. It disappeared, came out the other side, all in one night. So I don't know what the fuck. Ah, shit. Better not be the fucking cop. What do they call cops? Like one drink. Nope, nope. That's not fine. That's no. Just say, fuck, I only had one fucking drink. And I'm outside, fuck. God, people are so ridiculous. I didn't see no red in here. Hey, fuck you, no red. Oh, SD's in here too, man. Fuck you, SD. My nose, Mike. I don't know what that is. No, Rad, are you talking shit again? You better not be talking shit again. Remember we talked about this. That wind is picking up something terrible. That means it's gonna rain soon. So I should probably oh, it was a gunshot. Keep walking, buddy. Keep walking. They don't want no trouble. Buddy, keep walking. I'm fucking serious. Why are you looking at me? Oh my god. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Buddy, keep fucking walking. I'm telling you. Thank you. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that all about? Why are people so fucking weird? Jesus Christ. I really don't want to fucking stab the shit out of you. You just keep fucking walking. That was fucking weird, man. What the fuck was that guy's problem? God. Why would I fucking funny feeling he's gonna come back? He looked weird. He's acting weird. How the fuck was he staring at me? That's gonna piss me off all night now. Interesting. Very interesting. Very, very. I can still see you, buddy. I can still see you. Oh, buddy. Hey, is QE still around doing stuff or what? I haven't seen that guy in a really long time. Or did he fuck off? He probably fucked off. He always fuck off.
Who fucked off?
What was that?
I said, who fucked off?
Oh, I'm asking if QE fucked off. Probably did. Doesn't matter. He's just another internet guy. Might be time.
Is anybody live? All right, all right, all right, all right. I can feel it in the air tonight.
For the party people.
Hey, I'm tired of texting. Are you ready to talk? Or no? A strong maybe, it sounds like. Greetings. Well,
Yo.
hey.
How do we get the party started here?
Like 4 o'clock in the morning when like just some avatar pops in I've never seen. It's like some gamer tag. I'm just like, welcome.
Yeah, that's a good announcer voice right there. Actually,
Like
sounds pretty epic. In my opinion.
they're gonna like leave anyway, so it's like they're gonna just be here for 2 seconds. I might as well freak them out for a second.
Yeah, I hear you.
How you doing? What's up, man?
Doing great. I'm actually about to grab a. I'm not sure how good the sandwich is going to be, but it has avocado and chicken. It's probably pretty decent.
Okay, all right. That sounds good.
And it's free, so that's good.
Yeah, I don't know. Chicken, it's like it's been real weird for me lately. Can't really cook well with it somehow, and everything chicken I get is like I don't know, only okay, except for Popeyes. That's always good somehow.
Yeah, if only they had sauce that didn't have like soybean oil and all that kind of stuff, then it'd be incredible. The Popeyes, because their sauce is what's up.
Sure. How many sandwiches you get out of a chicken? You think?
A whole chicken?
Yeah.
Oh man, probably like
16?
12 plus sandwiches.
12, yeah. Probably make some kind of patty
Probably
grindo
more.
situation. Yeah, you could go crazy with it.
Like pulled chicken or something like that, shredded chicken. Oh yeah,
Oh, like chicken salad? Sure.
yeah.
I just made like a fried, like fast food sandwich type chicken. The breast meat's not like crazy, It's like a lot of breading.
Oh what?
I guess if you had like a huge chicken breast, I guess you could probably even get maybe 4, 5, maybe. It's like a 10. Should we just like call the chicken by like how many sandwiches it can produce?
I bet there's some people out there that by the weight of the chicken, they know how many sandwiches it's going to make. No doubt about it. There's a master chicken sandwich maker out there. Oh, bro, you know what you got to try is buffalo chicken cheese dip.
Okay. It was like a queso sort of. Like a queso
Yeah,
cheese
just
dip sort of, but buffalo.
yeah,
Been buffaloed up.
with chicken too. Amazing. One of the best tasting things ever. Oh wow. I think
What they
you.
need to do. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you might use like a certain hot sauce too, maybe like Frank's, but it's probably preference.
Man, those Frank sauces, they got something going on in them. I'm not saying it's MSG, but it's probably mad science.
I even like the simple flavor of Tabasco, to be honest. Pretty good.
Did you hear me?
What? Yeah, what?
Excitotoxins is what are in the food.
Ah, that's what's delicious.
Yep. They're toxins that excite ya.
Exciting toxins.
Yep. They excite the taste buds and the digestion to tell you, oh, you can eat more, even though you're completely full. You know, you can eat more. That's fine.
I have been playing around with MSG, and it's interesting. What it do?
Playing around with it?
Yeah, well, I bought some.
Okay. What have you been doing?
Just trying it and stuff. Just adding it a little bit, not much. Just like, like the difference. Like you could take ice cream and just add like not even a pinch of salt to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get that going on. You're like, wow, this is like something different about it. Mm-hmm. Well, like MSG really is like pretty weak as a salt, so it doesn't really work as like a additive like that. Like you'd have to,
right,
but it
doesn't work as salt.
No, and it just like it just turns up some flavors that are in things. So, but even kind of budges them a little bit out of what they are sometimes.
Like pepper.
I had like.
I know salt and pepper are completely different, but pepper brings out flavors.
Like I made a pineapple smoothie with vanilla with that, and that's pretty neutral. But just adding like I was too curious to try it, just to see what it would taste like, just to taste it, what the flavor combo would be, and it was like it almost made it like nutty in a weird way, and I was like, this is weird, but it was like it has this like almost like crackhead like satiety like oh, let me go for another one. I just want another one of those things. It's like potato chip like type physics are going on.
I don't know what that meant.
Like you can't just eat just one sort of thing.
Oh, right. Yeah, I feel horrible. My OCD goes nuts if I eat just one potato chip. I'm like, no, man, that's just not. You can't leave that. You have to have at least 5 or 6 more. You have to.
But there are like glutamic acids and like all these different things that we do like to eat.
You're
so
right.
It's a really local component. This is just like a crystallized version of it. So it's just interesting to be able to like spike things that wouldn't normally have it with it, and just to even see what that is because.
Yeah, man, vanilla mixed with MSG, that's got to be something.
Like, kind of, just like anything I added, like I added it to tomato salad with onion and just some olive oil, and it makes you feel like you really ate something like a pot roast or something like that. Like it just gives you this like
feeling,
like a satiety like that. Yeah, it's weird.
Satisfied.
Yeah. Like I would totally like if you were gonna make like Soylent Green, you would totally want to throw this in there.
Yeah, probably.
So.
Well, the last time I made Soylent Green, I put it in there, and it was a hit.
I don't think it goes with everything, so it's not like, oh yeah, let me just throw it on everything. But it's just interesting, like that it could turn a tomato salad into something where you have that feeling of like a like I'm saying, like you ate some meat or something, and in this way, like if you were trying to like cut that out or modify your diet or whatever, this is like a pretty interesting thing to use if you're depending on like how like strong your habits are, you kind of I think it maybe modify your shit, who knows. But
well, shit. I gotta head to bed, but you guys are the best, and I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you tomorrow for sure.
Okay, cool. Peace.
Later.
Yep.
Adios.
I feel like that was like so lame of a convo. I just like wasted his time. So I feel like
Probably won't be the last time.
Yeah, let's hope. But anyway, all these like shake. I'm just trying to cram this collagen powder through my system in any way I can, just to stop from breaking. Anyway,
what's a more interesting topic?
I don't know.
Hair growth or mushrooms?
Mushrooms. Let's go with mushrooms.
All right. Have you had any decent mushroom experiences?
No. Well, nothing to write home about, really.
Are you one that's interested in the unseen worlds?
I thought we were talking about like making mushrooms or something.
Well, yeah, I mean that's part of it. Like lion's mane, for example.
Yeah.
Allegedly, is like a good brain food.
Yeah, I think it's pretty terrific. It's good for nerve regeneration, nerve site stimulation.
Really?
Some people report like recovery, from types of like neuro. What's the fucking
From bad pathways?
Yeah, like neuropathic degeneration. I forget what it's called. There's like a word for it.
You think that's connected to desensitization?
Like stimulation, like desensitization.
Like say, yeah, exactly. Like say, for example, you see a video of a car wreck that's really intense, and someone's in half, and you're like not even affected by it. When usually you'd be like, oh, I shouldn't be seeing this, or we're like, wow.
It's like a psychic sort of thing. I mean, this is more for just. I think it's helpful in like rebuilding where things get like crinkled up or sometimes even reattached or something like that. Helps route around things. Because I think that's what the brain does. It just like finds another junction that it just kind of like pops that in. Anyway, I think it's got some other nutrients in it that are like like nootropic sort of.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like in the way that it like will also be propagating stuff. It's also kind of like, just like sort of making the highways of your neural pathways sort of synced up a little bit more. So just stuff works with higher efficiency or something.
Yeah, there's certainly testimony of things like stuttering being completely fixed by a nootropic type source. Just one example, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah, I've heard people like.
Or like in Andy's case, he brings up the alcoholism, which I haven't dealt with in that way personally, but I bet you that's similar to.
Yeah, once in a blue moon, we'll bring it up. Yeah,
something going awry, like if you're stuttering and you shouldn't be. Maybe that's more muscular, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know how those people have the muscle tightening disorder of some kind, where they're like their whole body is kind of tightening up, and then you smoke some cannabis, and then you kind of stop shaking, and you loosen up, and you're more relaxed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just something where you're like lacking neurotransmitters to the degree that it's like causing like a almost like a catatonic state or something. Is that what you mean? Or are you just talking about somebody with a stuttering problem getting like I don't know, something in the endocannabinoid system is like helping them to like stop like a almost like a spasm or a tick or something like that.
Spasm, exactly. Yep.
And it like alleviates that. So yeah, so some bit of a chemical is getting, as I imagine it, it's just all like there's like little Lego blocks that fit different molecules and stuff for different reasons, and so something in the cannabinoids are able to kind of bridge or junction some things that don't normally work or function without it. Like it's able to sort of like span some things, which is I think a reason why we always get like these sometimes very far out ideas. But it's like it's an interesting thing to talk about what effect actually THC really does have on one, like over a period of time, like what you actually do get out of it. Anyway, somebody else trying to Uber.
Yeah, I've been smoking somewhat heavily cannabis for 5 years or so now, and there certainly is something to say about short-term memory while you're smoking and the duration after that. But for the most part, man, I feel like you wouldn't have like shortening of breath or anything like that if you're doing cardio and things like that. And overall, it's been pretty good. I can't think of much negative. Maybe the appetite. The appetite. I mean, the appetite is no joke.
Yeah, that varies like really wildly for me, to where either it makes me like not want to eat at all for like a long period of time, and then like totally like just pig out, or like it just won't affect me. I'll just be like normal. But I don't know. Maybe that's got something to do with my coffee intake, which I keep pretty steady while I'm while I'm smoking.
You say coffee?
Oh yeah, coffee. Yep. I'm about to make some now.
Yeah, I think I do drink coffee every day as well. Maybe it's not the best thing since it's, probably beans that aren't from the best source. But I guess you can't be perfect. And maybe you could argue that coffee is some kind of system placed, I don't want to call it a drug, but system placed substance that, really does help you get through, say, call it a mundane job.
Yeah, it's like all way too simplistic. I mean, even though I'm trying to make it as complicated as I can with the French press and everything, I think it's not complicated enough. Really, coffee is like one part of something. It's not the whole bit, Like you could add other things too to like complement and create a very enlivening sort of hot beverage,
Yeah, that's well said.
Coffee drinkers rely on the caffeine to kind of light their pilot light in the morning and sort of get them going for the day.
For me, I think there is a bit to that, but I kind of wait to maybe the midday. But for sure, in the morning, I gotta have a shower, man. For some reason, that's my fuel. A good rinse. It really wouldn't matter how long either. I just gotta have a rinse.
All right. Yeah. No, I just mean there's other things like moringa is pretty powerful. Also, it's really good to have like cocoa with coffee too. This seems like a really good synergistic pairing. You know. Other things too. I don't know. Whatever.
Maybe honey.
Sweeten it. Yeah, you could sweeten it with some honey or do like a mix of honey. And the honey kind of imparts some kind of strange things sometimes flavor wise.
Yeah, I can do that.
I didn't mind like agave syrup, but that's whatever, not so great either. But actually, I think it's interesting. Like, I was researching tequila, getting drunk this summer, and doing extremely unwise athletic attempts at things, to the point where I think I injured myself quite seriously on my knee. But besides, got a great workout, and this brought me to like when I actually had fully recovered, I felt like way super stronger. And I just thought maybe there might be something to the fact that there's like these what it's made from, like the agave in there, and it's actually like it's interesting. Like it's got a sort of an effect on like muscle mass building and stuff like that. So like
really,
I guess like yeah, in
what
some ways
what
it's
kind
like
of
a
effect?
favorable. It's like a favorable like drink for weightlifters. Not that I am that, but I don't know. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I think you're probably onto something. I've heard weird stories about dangerous alcohol sources like Russian vodkas. Probably not all of them, but plenty of them can have led to sterility. I don't know. Maybe it's not true.
There's a few of these like sort of different cocktails of things. I think one of them's like called chartreuse, but I don't even know if they make it anymore or it's like in shortage or something like that. But it's like I don't know, 70 different like herbs or something like that. It's like this monk's secret recipe or something like that. And there's
Like
other
an alcoholic,
types of things too.
not an elixir, but a potion or something like that, or a tonic.
Yeah, it's a little bit like a tonic. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
I think there's actually some monks somewhat near me, maybe a couple hours in the mountains. Pretty sure they make some mead.
Yeah. So that's an interesting thing. Just to make yeah, like I think like any kind of herbaceous stuff that's like put through alcohol, you're getting all the plant oils like dissolved into it, so you can actually get a really like powerful like little botanical extraction there. Just with a shake it up method or something, or what I mean, just putting it in a shaker actually, or something. Yeah. Um, but we don't really have that with we're like Johnny Walker Black. We're just getting it because it's Johnny Walker Black or whatever, not because it's like got like fucking awesome like herb blends from like hundreds of years ago or something.
Yeah, I guess
Like
you're
some
right. It's more
fucking
like
yeah.
barrel aged oak, oak barrel aged and smoked and things. But I guess there must be some spices involved. I don't know.
I think long ago they were probably keeping like herb blends together for like a long ass time, like for hundreds of years, like or 50 years or something like that. Just like some fucking tonics and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because yeah, I mean, there's probably gonna be a way to age that, or like there's probably an art to it, you know. Anyway, yeah, and then Lion of Yah was in here earlier, and he was like showing some pictures of soil that had like all this mycelium in the soil.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, what if you like, yeah, inoculated like a soil block, yeah, with like a psychedelic mushroom species, and then like plant a cannabis in there. Aren't you gonna have like some kind of exchange of like psychoactive molecules in the? I don't know.
Certainly worth a try. I have
Like,
heard that cannabis does have the properties of or it has the ability to take on properties, I should say.
yeah,
Like,
or that, yeah,
like
just
you could make like a cannabis tree with the roots of a fruit tree.
well, how do you mean?
Like you grow the cannabis where there's tree roots, and it kind of picks up traits. I've never tried it, but he said he had a successful tree at one point.
Is it grafting it on there or something?
Mm, I don't think so. I think as long as there's a somewhat fresh tree system that was there, and then you just grow your cannabis there. And I think it'd be better to have a fruit tree because fruit trees have flowers, and obviously cannabis has flowers.
Yo, what up, Jeremy? Good, man.
What's up, guys? What's up? I had an old list up. I thought there was mad people in here. For some reason, on the iPhone, if you take a phone call, but you're in Discord, and then you come back to Discord, it shows me an old list of like who's in the VC. I thought there was like 20 people in here just now. That's fucked up. How we doing now?
Yeah, hopefully in the next 30 to an hour, we got the party started. I don't know if it was last night or the night before, but pretty good stuff.
Yeah, we get it popping in here. You just gotta talk. I saw people come in. Maybe it's a little late in the day, but I'll tell you what, I miss fuck. Hold on. Think of. I'm good. I said, I'll tell you what though. Check. I miss Bandsaw. He could keep it going all fucking night long. That guy was a trooper.
You say Bandsaw?
Bandsaw, yeah, crazy Australian guy. Where'd you come from?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I've been listening for quite a while. I don't really interact too much. I'm actually a custodian like yourself.
Oh,
so
no
there's a
doubt.
lot of background sound, and during the daytime hours, a lot of people around. You know how it goes.
Oh, you work at the day shift?
Yeah, I start kind of early and then go into the evening. I'm out of here at 11 or so.
11 at night?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same shift I work. Yeah, 2:30 to 11.
Yeah.
What, you out of school? Are you out of school?
Community college. Yep.
Yeah, no doubt. You gotta wait till the classes are over so you can get in there. Yeah.
Yeah, clean a admin building. So I only have to deal with one class. It's not too bad.
Oh, that's pretty good. And the college kids
pretty
are probably
quiet.
cleaner. I've noticed as you get higher up, like if you go to an elementary school, my garbage pile will be like the Fraggle Rock garbage heap. But then I'm at a high school now, and I barely have any. Like my pile of dirt at the end of the night is like super tiny.
Huh.
Like the older kids get, the less messier they are, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not too bad. In this admin building, actually, it's not too bad. From my experience, I would say the women get a little crazy. A lot of like torn up toilet paper and weird things that go on. Couldn't really explain it to you. But other than that, it's not too bad.
No doubt, yeah. It's fucking good money, man. I'm almost at 20, but I'm super close to $20 an hour. I'm like 19 to some change right now.
Nice. I think I just
Not
got a
great,
raise.
but
It was a pretty good one.
is it nice?
10%.
Nice. Oh yeah, they hooked us up just now too. They renewed our contract, and yeah, we got hooked up.
Yeah, I got a bonus coming too, so I can't complain.
Nice. I've been doing DoorDash before work, a few hours a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did 200 this week already. I'm trying. My goal is, I did it all last month. I did 600 last month, and yes, nice extra few bucks.
Nice.
not bad. What's up? They said to go?
Yeah, another decent thing about this job is it's an active job instead of the majority of the others are just on a computer all day. Definitely don't want to do that.
Oh, dude, I never stop moving.
Yeah, exactly. I do have multiple dead zones in this building as well. I know you freaking have constant network issues.
Bro, it was never an issue for me before. I don't know what the fuck happened, man. It was obnoxious, though.
And I know the school's Wi-Fi doesn't allow any Discord use. You can go in there and
They do.
somehow just can't hear anybody.
Well, I can get on Discord on the Wi-Fi, but even the Wi-Fi is spotty, and it's a huge hassle. If I go to, I can't do like @mod commands, and it's just weird. It's very weird, the Discord on the Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'm in like a Faraday cage. There's metal pipes and rows of lockers. Like it's just, I'm basically a rat in a cage here.
Yeah, I'm making, let's see, my last check was a little higher than it should have been. I think I had some overtime on there. So without the overtime, I bet I'm probably at like 3,200 a month or something. Not bad.
Oh, you're fucking killing it, bro. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm at like 24. You're doing good. Nice work, man. Yeah.
I'm in California, so I guess it's just expensive in general.
Is it? I'm in upstate New York, so it's not too bad here.
Oh, damn, yeah. I've been over there.
Yeah, I'm
where
like
was
near
I?
Albany.
Syracuse, and then if you go east, there was this place called Saratoga that was really cool. I haven't been out there in years, though.
No, that's west. That's west of Syracuse. But yeah, Saratoga's lovely. They got the racetrack and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, the horse race stuff. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, they get a big crowd in the summer. Yeah. I was Ubering out there one year. I got $100 tip. I dropped this guy off the gate at a track.
Oh, wow.
This shit made my
Nice.
day right there. Yeah. So yeah, it's reasonably priced here. This stuff. I mean, we get a lot of people in my area from New York City because it's just cheaper. Like rent's cheaper. Everything's just cheaper when you get out of the city.
Upstate's a lot cheaper. That's what you're saying?
Oh yeah, big time.
It's probably beautiful too, compared. I'm not. I'm like
lovely.
fascinated. I'm fascinated by the cities to visit and things like that. You know, the tall buildings and you can't even see the sun between them. You know, all that kind of stuff is pretty cool. But I just couldn't live there, man. That's just a different thing.
Yeah, it's so nice where I'm at. Like sometimes there's deer in my backyard and bunny rabbits,
Oh, wow.
birds chirping,
Yeah.
and there's chipmunks. Good.
The winters, though, I got a friend in Syracuse, and he said the winters are so brutal. February.
bad. It's pretty bad. They get extra hammered out west, though. I remember Utica got like 4 feet of snow once. Yeah, it's rough out there when you start getting west. And the closer you get to the Great Lakes, the worse it gets.
Yeah, some kind of effect, huh?
Something. Something. Ugh. How much longer before you think they automate our jobs?
Oh man, I bet it's not that much longer, bro. There's a robot that's only been over at this new building, this new art building they completed, and this $100,000 robot does all the floors for them, and maybe a few other things. I'm not really sure, but that's what they're calling it. They're calling it like a legit robot. I haven't even gone to check it out. I guess it's kind of cool.
Yeah, Walmart has those. Some Walmarts have them where there's just a robot that it just goes around. It's basically like a giant Roomba. It sweeps and mops, and like if anyone goes near it, it'll just stop and wait for them to leave. And it's just in a constant state of cleaning, like it never stops. It goes,
Oh, weird.
recharges,
Okay.
fills its liquids up, goes back out there, and
Right.
dumps its trash.
Wow.
I figure like 10 years, 10, 15 years, our shit will be all automated.
What about, yeah, it's outside of our type of situation, but what about like car detailing? There's some guys out there making a good killing on detailing people's cars.
Yeah, that seems tough to automate. That does seem tough to automate, detail a car, I know. You'd have to have an actual, like, Rosie the Robot, Jetson robot for that. Like some iRobot robot or something.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I mean, they got 2 different ways. I've seen 2 different ways to clean a bathroom right now with no human involved.
Really? I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
2 different ones, yeah.
Yeah, so all the custodians will have to be trained in robot maintenance.
The problem is, though, how many people... You're not going to need my whole crew to maintain a robot. You know what I'm saying? You might need
Right.
one guy.
Yeah.
You might need
That's
one.
a good
We got
point.
like a 10, 12 man crew, and if you got all robots, maybe you just need one guy there to make sure shit goes smooth.
Yeah, so no matter what, the number on the crew will have to be cut. Yeah. But I don't know. What do you think? 20 years? I wonder.
I'm thinking like 10, 15 tops, maybe 20 if you stretch it out. But I mean, dude, heads are trying to automate shit, bro. No one wants to pay people. People are unreliable for the most part. Like, I'm like a rock, but there's a lot of people are unreliable. Not only that, the reliable people, they get hurt, they call in sick, they got to take vacations. The robot don't stop. It doesn't give a fuck. It might break down. You got to fix a wire or whatever. But other than that, like the robot's, it's a machine. You just keep going. It doesn't need workman's comp or sick hours or vacation time. It doesn't call in. You know what I'm saying? It's just there doing its thing. So people want that. It's probably vastly cheaper. Like, would they spend $100 grand on that robot over there?
Yeah, that's what I heard. 100 grand. And it's probably just like a
Yeah,
glorified Roomba, a little bigger and a little more efficient.
that's what it
And
sounds
obviously,
like. Yeah.
it's not just vacuuming. It's scrubbing, it's mopping, and doing whatever.
Yeah, it's probably saving countless man hours, though. I don't know about you, but I spend my floors take probably the most time out of my whole section to do. So
I think it takes a long
You're,
time for me to
hey,
go to
you're
every office and get the trash and
Rosie.
things.
They made it Rosens. Is that what you're telling me?
You're broken up a little bit there.
You guys remember Rosie, right, from the Jetsons?
oh hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Rosie from the Jetsons.
Yeah, she even
You
has
guys
like
remember?
she's got the French
Yeah,
maid deal going on, right?
you're telling me she made you. They made one of those.
No, this thing's, they're just calling it a robot, but it's basically just a bigger Roomba that mops the floor for you.
That's pretty
They
good.
actually have.
Yours is good, but like, can it do anything else? Like, pick trash up, maybe vacuum.
I doubt it. Vacuum probably, but I don't think it has arms. I'll have to go. You know what? I could go over there and record a video. That's what I should do. Let you guys see this robot in action. It's probably nothing too impressive, but it is $100 grand, so maybe something more to it.
Yeah, but you can't replace humans. Though. Like, we're too. The things we're capable of. I mean, you just can't. You can't beat them. They only implemented uh, uh, using robots in like factories and stuff only because that sort of thing is quickly like robots are good at that, but like
Do you like
other
the
things don't.
like assembly line robots that put cars together
Yeah,
and things like that?
yeah, and like producing stuff, but other stuff, there's no way, man. Like you can't even come close.
Well, some things. I mean, they have a robot right now that can clean a bathroom. That's pretty. That's pretty fucking awesome.
But it can't do it the way you can do it because you can do multiple things. You can clean the mirrors. You can mop the floor. You can, you notice there's a little gum thing stuck to some little,
Right.
whippersnapper. You know, you're multifaceted, dude. You notice everything and you're going to clean it the way it needs to be cleaned. A robot is going to be like,
Yeah, we're not
dude,
saying you can knock
you're
human.
malfunctioning.
We're not
Sorry.
saying you can knock humans out completely, but you can. We're not saying you can knock humans out completely, but if you have all the robots going around cleaning shit, then you only need like if you have a 12-man crew, you may only need one guy just to make sure everything's going smooth and to walk around and check things out.
What about a masseuse robot? Might be a little dangerous. Like especially at the mall. Instead of people at the mall, you got masseuses that are robots.
I mean, so I mean, let's see what else, what other robots you can do. Like, lawyers, they got that right. Then they got kiosks. So like customer service, I could see that working, but
Yeah.
what else? The vehicles. That's gonna be neat.
Fast
When
food.
driving.
Yeah, the autonomous vehicles are going to be huge. The fast food industry right now. All right, good work tonight, bud. The fast food industry right now is trying to automate everything, which I don't know. I mean, if you can have a robot build a car, you're telling me you can't have a robot build a number 4?
Yeah. Hey, what about actually making the food though, like pizzas and stuff? I'm sure they can do that too, right?
Dude, if you can have a robot build a car, I'm sure they can handle a pizza or a cheeseburger or something. Yeah.
Hey, that'd be neat if they made a portable oven with like ingredients there and that can actually drive itself, so like a car, right? But put like the oven in the car, put everything in the car, all the ingredients, stock it up, it has its little containers for cheese and whatnot, the dough, roll it out on the oven, driving to the place, serve it up. Wow, that'd be pretty neat.
It's cooking on the way. Yeah, but did you see what they're doing to those delivery robots in some of these cities? They're like, people are like trashing them, knocking them over, stealing the food out of them and shit.
Yeah, I seen that. They stole that Amazon's whatever they had in it. So, I think it was an Amazon delivery thing. Yeah, man. See, like humans, we'll just fuck shit up.
Some
What else?
humans will.
Yeah. So what else? Like doctors, dude. Like robots in the medical industry. What do you think?
I mean, as far as what?
Well,
Open
fucking
heart surgery.
No, doing like putting a cast or something, or
Like that movie with that big robot, the big balloon robot. What was that? Big Six or something? What was that movie? That kids movie? Big Hero 6 or something. You ever see that?
the. All right. What
Might
about
be.
robots? Building buildings and stuff, construction. Fuck,
Oh, we're
dude.
already doing it. We're already doing it. They're 3D printing homes.
Yeah, homes I could see, but what about these? Bigging build, bigging build, building big skyscrapers. What about that?
That's tough. Yeah, I don't know about all that. Some things you need. Some things you can have dummy robots for, like the Roombas and the 3D printing of the houses and shit. Other things like detailing a car or building skyscrapers, you're gonna need like those iRobot, Rosie the Jetson robots. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's not far out though. I mean, they're working on it. Elon's working on a shit right now, I think.
I don't believe Elon, dude. Like he said he was gonna go to the moon. He was on a podcast with Joe Rogan, his first one, and he's like, "Oh yeah, for sure. By 2022, we're going to the moon." And look at us,
Yeah.
man.
You know what's funny is remember how the Globers. The funny thing is, I said this earlier. I'll say it again. We used to argue. I used to argue with the Globers. We all did about we haven't been to the moon in 50 years. Why haven't we gone back? Da da da. They faked it. And the Globers used to tell us there's no reason to go back to the moon. Nothing's there. There's no reason to go back. And now they're going back. Right? NASA's going back to the moon. So obviously the Globers were full of shit when they told us there was no reason to go back because now they're going back.
100%.
Rock on.
Yeah, there is reasons, dude. I mean, come on. Don't you want to go play golf again? Uh, take pictures, ride around in a little dune buggy. Fucking hey, dude. So, but I guess the purpose is this is going to be like a launching point for other missions to other, Mars. That's the next one, Mars. But come on, man. Like, so we're saving what? 200? We're saving a 3-day trip? That's fucking ridiculous. You know that they're bullshit, dude. This is only saving 3 days of whatever fuel they need. The thing what they got to do is really figure out space travel, which I'm sure they haven't done because we'd be to Mars already. Although, what do you guys think of like the Voyagers and all that shit? Those probes, space probes. You guys, am I roboting?
You're coming in.
There's no way
You
Voyager
guys
is still
dig the
sending
space
signals back.
robot? No, like yeah, the Voyager, dude. Come on, it's fucking at beyond Pluto already, sending back images of bullshit. Come on, man. You guys get down with that? You picking up what they putting down? Guess not. The whole world bought it. I don't buy it. You got the Voyager. You got all the other ones that went to the sun. What other ones? Cassini. You got Cassini. That one. You know, nothing breaks. You know, everything works perfectly. It's like the day it left the factory, dude. Factory reset. Factory reset that fucking satellite. We got it. I couldn't have killed the chat. Come on, guys. Jeremy, where you at, Jeremy?
100?
You're talking to two custodians. We got stuff going on.
Everyone's sleeping. No, everyone's sleeping.
Oh, you guys work together?
Nice.
You guys work together, really? That's kind of awesome.
No, we don't work together. We just got the same kind of issues, you know, dead zones and all that kind of stuff at the schools for whatever reason. So back to the robots. We forgot about the soldier robots, like well, maybe vehicle robots, like a tank robot.
A Terminator.
Does
Dog
that
robots
count?
and flamethrowers. Flamethrower dog robots.
Dude,
Or you know,
there's
they made the
nothing better
movie.
than a Terminator.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like nothing compares to a Terminator. Endo metal skeleton, liquid metal. Come on, man.
The T1000 or the old school version?
Flesh
Yeah,
carving over
T1000.
metal skeleton.
What about the Ed 209s?
That 209 is a baddie.
RoboCop.
Cyborg, but I guess it's similar, the technology.
Can have RoboCop. RoboCop was a fluke. All the other guys killed themselves. Even RoboCop.
What if you are what if you're a clone soldier?
Okay.
That, like Master Chief, the Halo Master Chief, you're like a clone soldier, super soldier, plus
Bred
your
in the
suit.
Spartan tradition. Space Marines. Go ahead.
Yeah, Space Marines.
But they had
Does that count as a
they
robot,
had mind
or is
they
that
had
something different?
mind conditioning programs though, so produce the soldiers.
Are they even human?
They're spliced, I think.
What was that?
Yeah, I think they're genetically enhanced in some way.
Gotcha. Yeah, super soldier status.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I was young, when I first got the Halo game. In the book that it came with, it was talking about the suit weighed 2,000 pounds, and that was like really fascinating to me when I was young. I was like, wow, they're able to run around and jump in this heavy ass suit.
Yo, if you liked Halo, you should check out Red vs. Blue. That shit was hilarious. It's on YouTube.
Oh man, taking me back, Jeremy.
That was some funny ass shit, bro. That I binge watched them all. It was great. I might run that back.
Those GI Joe ones. Those GI Joe ones are crazy. Love those.
I never got into the GI Joes, man. Only when I was a kid. But the movies, I didn't even see them.
Oh no. Yeah, the movies were like amazing.
Was that guy's name Captain Cobra?
Cobra Commander.
Yeah, that guy. Never really liked him.
Yeah, he's kind of like not even that powerful in the movie version because there's other shit going on.
That's funny that you brought it back to GI Joe. Wasn't one of those movies with a robot jet? It was like a rogue AI jet or something like that.
You're talking about the movie with Jamie
Transformers.
Foxx. It's like a Jamie
was that?
Foxx and the Jamie Foxx movie.
Probably, yeah. I think maybe I'm on the different type of not GI Joe. It must be something else.
No. Okay.
Yeah,
But it was basically
I did like the Transformer movies. Those were good.
They're pure propaganda.
Especially with
CGI
Megan
is pretty
Fox.
amazing. Though.
Yeah, right. Like, imagine watching Transformers now, and you're like ruining it for all your friends. You're like, come on, man, this is CGI.
It's not even consistent with the cartoon. I mean, it's barely consistent.
Yeah, they should just make Beast Wars original style and then call it good.
Where are my multicolored rainbow energon cubes? You know what I mean? Where's that at? I don't see any of that. None of that. None of that happened. The Decepticons were energy harvesters. They were energy barons. You know, there was a clear political boundary between Autobots and Decepticons, and there's just a bunch of shades of gray in these movies. I don't know. Too many Autobots are
Seems
flying
like they can
around.
never get. They can never like make a movie like, like after a book or like, you know, ideas, comics, whatever. They can never get it right.
They kind of got Optimus Prime's voice right, but then Starscream and Megatron don't sound right at all.
Bumblebee.
But Bumblebee is the wrong car, and I don't know, for some reason he's like the hero of like everything somehow.
Kind of like, what's that? Oh, that annoying Star Wars guy that
Jar Jar
nobody
Binks.
likes. Yes, Jar Jar Binks. He's like that kind of character.
Yeah, all the Gungans. Fuck them all. It's just done to reach another audience, you know.
Like Flat Earth has like ruined it for like movies for me. Like ever since I started scrutinizing every, I just can't get into movies anymore. Like I think the last movie I seen that was good was, gosh, I can't even remember. What did
Yeah,
I go?
Hollywood's
Oh,
evil,
Indiana
bro.
Jones. I seen that the new Indiana Jones. That was pretty neat.
Yeah, that was good.
It was fun. Have you guys seen it?
Nah, I haven't. Eventually, I'll see it.
Is that the Crystal Skull one?
No, this is
Or is that something
No,
else?
the something.
it has that
something.
anti-cathera tool mechanism thing.
Yeah.
Hey, did any of you guys catch John Wick 4?
Nope. But that also, I don't think I saw 2 or 3 either. So.
Wow, really? Okay, 3, probably the best movie ever made. 2, they kind of like, I mean, it's hard to follow up 1, right? 2, it was good, but 3 is like, best movie ever.
Okay. I mean, fine.
So I'm wondering how they can top.
How about
Did you
this
see that
movie
movie?
of life, and you woke up one day and you found out that the world is a totally different realm that you thought it was. That's a good movie.
The Truman Show. Oh yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. We're living it, right? Except in the Truman Show, nobody dies. That's the only difference.
Oh. Yeah, it's kind of an old movie. Did you see that movie, Nobody?
Don't get me started.
Did you see
I
that?
hope you.
Oh, it's
I
fucking
hope
great.
you've gone and seen it. I hope you went and watched it. Did you?
Nobody?
Nobody.
Yeah. It's that guy
Nobody.
from Better Call Saul. Bob Odenkirk, I think.
No.
Features
No.
Christopher Lloyd. Features Christopher Lloyd's probably last movie.
Nobody.
I was thinking of Mr. Nobody with
That's
Jared Leto.
well, no.
What's the premise?
I don't know. It's like John Wick for boomers, I guess. How's that? Good enough. Nobody's seen it.
Get down with that. You
That
guys
I'm really
remember
hoping
Red?
for some sequels coming up. I hope. Yes, go ahead.
that AI generated New Perspective post is word for word how New Perspective. I think I don't know how he's memorized it, but he can come on and tell you that exact argument from beginning to end. Did you see the one that I posted that was the episode 3? Do you guys even know like who I'm talking about? New Perspective, right?
What about what's going on?
New Perspective. He comes in here and he talks with us all the time, right? And he
Yeah.
posted the generation. I mean, the AI generated debate between two people, and it's just
That's okay.
laughable. It's so good, and the argument is just it's right on, and that's I think
Oh,
He's actually managed to memorize exactly all the arguments from beginning to end. He could come on here and say it verbatim. Did you listen to it or not?
no, I
Snacks.
haven't. No, he didn't even send it to me. I don't think.
Oh, I'll repost it again when you get time.
Somebody else did it, right? He didn't do it. Yeah? Right. New perspective is not fucking around with AI and then not being like, "Hey, Snacks, what do you know about AI?" And so that's not happening. No way. Don't believe it.
There you go. There it is. So that's with what is it? 3 McLoon, which is making fun of McToon, yeah, and Andrew Tate.
Oh, that was a nice segue to something else, some other topic. Hey, Snacks, you said you're a saxophone player, right?
What did I do?
You used to, or you play the sax?
Yeah, I do that.
That's cool, dude. I used to play the sax too. Well, I started in fourth grade and continued on till fifth grade, but that was it. So 2 years. But I could pretty much pick up any
I've never heard a story
instrument and
like
just play.
that. uh,
Dude, I'm original, dude.
and do you play any of any musical things?
Yeah, I have a few guitars, they're just there though, collecting dust.
Okay.
I got a Gibson, I got a Strat, I got a Tele, but like they don't get used, They're just there. Yeah. But no, I could like pretty much pick up, yeah, and like piano, I've never like practiced the piano, but I can just play anything. You wouldn't even believe
I
me,
know
but like some
I know
fucking
someone
like
that
shit.
doesn't play guitar. They couldn't play a single tune on the guitar, but they can pick it up and tune the guitar so well just by ear.
Oh yeah, I do that too. Just without thinking about it, I tune it perfect. I don't know how I do it. I just do it.
Isn't it like the? Isn't it Eddie? Eddie. What is it? Eddie ate dynamite. Goodbye, Eddie. Is that right, Snacks?
Yeah, EADGB.
What?
Eddie ate dynamite. Goodbye, Eddie.
Oh, I don't know. For guitar?
Yeah,
So
that's how you tune it. EADGBE.
Yeah, I don't know. I took orchestration, but I don't remember that. No, I don't play guitar. But I can tune it by ear also. And I like just like strumming around with it. But my hands don't really work for guitar. Yeah, guitar's awesome. I wish I could like play piano like awesome. Can't do that. Issa's a heck of a piano player.
Well, probably the first thing you need to do is buy a piano. That might help.
Me? No, I grew up
Hey, you
around
guys
one.
want me to play something real quick?
I got 3 generations of piano teachers behind me. That's not my. Like if I could do it, yeah, I've got every natural advantage to have done it, but it's not. I'm a saxophone handed type, I guess. But I probably have that in my like background too, to some degree, you know, because like the just the woodwind, like the shakuhachi flute, like from out of the Japanese side, be there, I guess, Yeah, that's like that Japanese flute sound, but that's pretty much the same setup as a saxophone. There's just no like reed.
Do you think you could pick up the flute and play the flute?
Yeah, like if I had the type of face that made that sound good, yeah, but I don't. I don't know. I can't play trumpet either. Yeah, there's like all these different. It's really weird stuff. I think you got to get used to when you're younger because it's like I don't know. Just like playing a trumpet is crazy. Like, when I
It's
try
a
to play
different.
flute, I basically just want to pass out. I'm like 0% efficient with it. Just like you know what I mean. Just making no sound at all.
Well, they make it easy for clarinet players, don't they? It's just like this mouthpiece. You just suck it like a vape, or you blow it like a vape.
For clarinet.
There's no special way.
Uh,
Yeah, like the clarinet, there's this piece that you can put on the end, and it's just like a straw, and you just put the straw in your mouth and blow.
what are
You
you
don't
talking
have
about?
to hold your lips in a special way or anything.
What are you talking about? That makes no sense.
Clarinet.
They don't make that. What you're talking about? No, I don't think so. You're thinking about like an oboe or something?
No, I've seen there's a group called Samaras, Samiras, Samaras from Iceland, and the one girl in there, she plays the clarinet, and she's got this mouthpiece in it, and you just stick it in your mouth like a straw and blow. Like the recorder, you just
Yeah,
blow into it.
whatever. I
Like
can't find your thing. I don't know. I tried to find it.
Samaras
No, I already. I don't. It doesn't matter.
doesn't
No,
matter.
it doesn't. No, couldn't fucking matter.
Nothing really matters. Right? Nothing
I don't
really
know.
matters.
Did somebody invent some new shit for clarinet that I don't know about? Maybe. I don't. If there's somebody from Iceland use it, maybe. But like, Sigur Roses from Iceland, do they matter? Really, not that much. But they do. But they don't. I don't know.
No woman, no cry.
You ever listen to like saxophone players at all, Carlos? Like bebop.
I've never really had the inclination to listen to standalone sort of saxophone musical by itself.
Well,
It's been
I'm just
part
saying,
of
like
the music.
of the era, like that's like bebop era stuff, or John Coltrane, or stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, and I appreciate that. It's like Chuck Berry. Remember Chuck Berry? They had lots
No,
of he
not
had
that.
lots of
No,
saxophone.
not even close. Something like Charlie Parker. You ever heard Charlie Parker
Ah,
play?
yeah, I know what you mean. That style of music is kind of like what's the word for that? Uh, Postmodern jukebox.
Well, there's that, but no. Postmodern jukebox is well, they'll cover like old. Well, they'll cover like modern tunes in like an old way, but no. Charlie Parker is like probably like one of the greatest like innovators of the saxophone.
Yeah, that's when I get lost. Yeah, no, I think you're in the right in the
Like
thick
that's
of it. Like,
actual saxophone stuff. Like to me, you know what I
yeah,
mean? Like anything.
I'll have to pull it up and listen to it when I get my speaker system, my surround sound speaker system set up. So
It's like other
gives it
people
just
hold it as like it might as well be like some other saxophone player's saxophone Jesus. You know what I mean?
wow.
And for that reason, I don't really pay that much attention to it, but I know that it's like it's great work, and I do like listen to it, but I'm not gonna like go get it under my fingers and listen to it and copy it and copycat it. You know what I mean? Like let that stuff be his. You know?
Do you
Like
think there's like
if stuff organically is gonna like seep in to my playing from him, like I'm okay with that. But I don't necessarily want to try to clone my style after his. You know?
well, you can get ideas from it, right? But like, do you think there's anyone that sticks out like as a harmonica player? Like, is there a world number one harmonica player?
Like Charlie Musselwhite, maybe. I don't know. John
It's like a
Popper. Well, no. John Popper's okay. John Popper's okay.
or Bob Dylan or Neil Young
Okay,
or
neither one of them are good. They're like the epitome of like the I don't know. Like every drunk at a bar wants to be them. You know. Just like
yeah, yeah. Didn't Jimi Hendrix play harmonica? He did, right? He did.
I mean, yeah. I guess he could do
They
whatever he
play a
wanted.
lot of those '70s bands like America. Um, they use the harmonica and they use what's that thing called that they use in it's got like a tambourine. That
Yeah, I'm
used
glad
to be
I'm drinking
popular.
coffee now. I'm already in the process. I'm glad. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, tambourine.
Tambourine. Remember all those old instruments they used to use, like the what was there one like in Christopher Cross Sailing, and they've got all these bars
Okay.
coming
See, there
down,
we go.
and
There's no
what's that called?
say.
Takes me away. So
Yeah.
and you just strike it, and it sounds like sparkly stars in the sky
Oh, like
with
a
diamonds.
like a bell tree, or like
It gives it that magical feel, right?
yeah,
Ding.
it's like wind chimes, basically.
Some of them even like there was a band that was really famous. I can't remember the name right now for using a what's that bell they hang around a cow's neck? One of those.
Cowbell.
Dong. A cowbell. Yeah. Can't believe they actually used to use that in like a production music, right? They actually used a cowbell.
What's that bell that hangs around the cow? Cowbell.
Yeah.
It looks
I
like a
suppose
cow's bell.
if you put it around a cat's neck, it would be a cat's bell,
Cat
right? A
bell.
cat bell.
It's much tinier. Less cat's bell, they would say.
My mum, when she was a hippie, when I was little, she used to have this dress, like a hippie dress, and at the bottom it had these tiny little balls with like they would jingle jangle when she walked. It was so fucking embarrassing, man.
You're like on beatnik poetry level here, Carlos. What's going on here? I can't keep you on one topic for more than 15 seconds.
It's called
What do you want to talk about now?
it's called a bipolar spliff.
Oh man.
Do you think there's a spliff that can give you bipolar for half an hour or something like that?
Yeah, probably. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, it's weird. Like just the right okay, but the right hybrid of like an indica and a sativa, it's like somehow less indica of it and more sativa than a sativa would be. That's a pure sativa. Sometimes it kicks you like that, and sometimes it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, just like the other day, it's like you suddenly just blurted out like, is that like something comparable to a cube? And then you're like, fuck, I can't believe I just said that. Just pretend I didn't say that. Don't know where that came from. Yeah. Just say things like as they pop into your imagination. Because everyone else, because it's not on topic, right? It's just a free flowing fucking conversation. There's sort of just like you say what you want to say, and someone else says something that's totally, like, absolutely not on topic. But it just you can have this full conversation with no
I was trying
real.
to talk to Pete Shea about Fibonacci series stuff like that. You know how fruitful that was of a conversation, right?
Well, I've heard you having a full-on conversation with him before, and you were both talking about totally different things. So you would continue your conversation, you were on your path, and you were saying your thing, and he'd say his. Two totally different topics, but you had a conversation for like fucking
Well,
20
like one
minutes.
of us was drifting away, and one of us was sticking to the topic. That's what I can tell you.
Yeah. I can't remember who was doing what, but yeah, it was quite interesting. It's like you could have three people talking about three different things at the same time. It's quite interesting. It's like killing three birds with one stone. You can get it all done with in the same amount of time.
It's an experiment every time. I think I get to like speak to Pete one-on-one. It's kind of like riding a motocross on acid, blindfolded or something. You're just like, yeah, let's just give it a shot.
Yeah.
But, I just, whatever. Always winds up to the same sorts of things, though, anyway, but, whatever. Yeah, nobody really wants to get into this Fibonacci stuff, and I don't really want to like push it too much. I mean, everybody seems to think that they get what the Fibonacci series is or whatever. And no matter how many times I explain it, it's just like I don't have the right words to say it where people are like, oh, okay.
I think it's just because it's when you're saying it, you need most people probably need to have some visuals, like at least. Because whenever anyone thinks, like for me, when I think about Fibonacci, I'm thinking about a shape.
Yeah, I know. That'll make you not understand it too well. The shape, like we all just like see, and then we nod our heads and we say like, oh yeah, okay, seashells, yes, must be, like
Exactly.
a little more than a half of a one, doubled over every time, 1.618 every other unit that's iterated from 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 140, you know what I mean? Just on and on until the numbers march into infinity. Well, we're the organ grinder. We're the one that comes up with the formula to say, like, keep doing that shit again, right? So what we start to see is like somewhat of, I guess you could say, like an interference pattern that occurs within this series, you know, as where it seems like all of these are uniquely generated numbers, but they're really like types of shapes that are being cranked out that have a lot of sides to them, you know, and it just, but that's what we get with 1 + 1 to infinity, and you know, taking the, you know,
Is
what's
it
added
noisy?
together.
Is my background noise picking up?
It's
Where you
noisy
are?
enough.
No,
It's
it's good.
good. You trying to get it more
I'm
noisy?
just setting up the kitchen in the restaurant, just like turning everything on, and I've got this noisy fan.
That's cool. Can you whisk some like whipped cream up?
It's not that type of
Let's see if
restaurant.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
One day,
All right.
one day when I've got a tripod or one of those things that can hold a phone, like next
Okay.
to my extremely hot wok bench, I'll put it on there, and I've got to make sure I
Hot
look good
wok
too.
bench.
So I'll have to buy a new hat. You know.
Right. Radio. Greetings, Matthew Learns.
Matthew
Hey, I
learns.
just got here. You guys were talking about math stuff. It sounded like
I was talking about my Fibonacci exploits, and that I never get to really like explain it very well, or get the other party to really understand what the heck I'm talking about. Or even if
And
they
we
do, it's like I think Bacon totally understood what I was saying, and he's like, "Wow, that's really cool," and then never ever talked to me about it again.
there's all kinds of interesting patterns. And we too, Lou. I like your username. I recognize the reference. Makes me laugh every time. Then I feel
It's
bad.
way too low.
Way too low. Okay. But I recognize the reference. I think.
Actually, I think the original was way too low.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does it?
But
Well, I guess Matthew, it's like it's not merely that. Like my work doesn't actually directly reveal anything spiral like, you know. I work within basically the number digit places and their coordinate like matrices of numbers that sort of just keep looping around. So
As awesome as that is, like, what does that have to do with
see.
flat Earth, or not? I don't know.
It has something to do with just
Interesting
the
topic.
well, because it's an infinite number. It's very infinite in size. It just it makes you question certain things about the infinite or the extent of numbers or
kind of
even the space, like
the natural occurrence of that sequence, right? In nature, or well, I wouldn't look to a book to get the Fibonacci sequence, right? I wouldn't look to a book. I'd look to nature to find it,
well,
right?
it's about the digital expression that we actually like can use. So it's about the math, and it's about
Can you
basically every digit in it reveals a whole like matrix of numbers that have their own unique math sets and evolving complexities, and it infinitely
I get it.
evolves to infinite complexity, and the sizes of these become
I
infinite
get it.
to the point where
I
you
get
could
it.
never write them down.
I get it. Can you find that sequence within yourself, or do you have to
What are you
look
talking about?
outward or to a book? Or well, the
Yeah.
sequence you're talking about that you're you're very well knowledge in. I get it.
I started out
Where
being very
did you find it? Like, did you find it within yourself, or did you find it exterior from yourself? And like, look into a book, or look into nature, or look somewhere,
I
outward.
literally I saw it in a movie, and then I tried to do it when I got home, and I did it incorrectly and revealed infinity in ordered sets of matrices.
Okay, so nothing within yourself is what I'm saying. right?
My
Or
mistakes
within the
are all I can really own here.
no,
But my
I'm not
mistakes revealed
criticizing you. I'm
the
just
whole thing.
asking. That's all. Just
No,
asking.
I'm absolutely hoping that you can allow me to own that just because I made the greatest mistake ever, possibly, in trying to do it this way. If I had done it correctly, all I would have discovered was what was provided. But what I discovered was what's not really talked about much, and but has to do like
How
the guy who created it like also worked with it as well.
how could the sequence Fibonacci, right, and the everything that you know about it, I don't know anything about it, help me, like, or anyone else? Like, how can I utilize that for a um, spiritual, a life, a something to benefit me,
Do you
like
think that there's what this brought me to, I guess, which is I guess what sticks with me after years of fucking with it, is that there is no chaos really. There's no actual chaos. Is what we can perceive as chaos is because we don't understand the actual correct way that it's going to be. Everything's in a transient state, but these numbers express themselves in absolute order to the extent that they will be infinite in size also. And these numbers
so.
become so big that like if I wanted to like I can't print them out and put them in a football field. That's not big enough. I need like a whole state, and then I need a whole. And once I go each one more, then it's like I need a whole solar system to print these down at
Yes,
8.5.
sir. I understand. But how does that benefit you or me, like today, or in 2 hours, or in the next 10 years, or
It shows you that things are parts of
I know
sequences and
it's
parts of
significant.
loops.
It's very
Like
significant.
like have you in your life have you experienced things that have been repeating like occurrences or like oh this is similar to this time or this is similar to this series of events or something like that, right?
I would say what do they call that when you you go through a situation and you're like, I've been here before. What do you call that? I can't
But
remember. It's
that's deja vu. That's a different.
yeah,
That's not what I mean.
deja. Yeah,
That
deja. Okay,
that's not what
okay.
I mean.
Well, if that's not it, but
I just mean that things fit into certain frames somehow in reality. Like it's I guess it's built into things like irony in life, or just like you just miss something, or you just catch something, or you feel lucky, or whatever. It's just everything is timing. It's about being in the right place at the right time. All these numbers all have to like abide this rule of space and form and stuff like that, and they form these
okay.
geometries. I just feel like reality is like that too, and time and sequence are like these things as well. Like that they follow like a certain pattern where they're eventually going to ground out to like um,
So
a
you,
major beat sort of.
so so could I say that maybe the folks that have known the Fibonacci sequence like long before you, long before me, right? And they create these patterns such as wars or famine or bust or booms and like all this stuff, right? You know what I mean? Do aren't they already using that, and that's what's controlling our life, kind of? Would you say
No,
that or not?
I would say you're stretching probably. So,
Okay, so nobody knows the Fibonacci sequence of
yeah, I
patterns
mean, it
of
wasn't really
life,
even like hasn't really been like widely
except
known
you.
as the Fibonacci series. Even it hasn't been known that long because it's like kind of a minor work, sort of. To be honest with you, but it's like it's something that exists before
Are
Fibonacci.
there are there
It's
are there
like
not sequences in life already, like in your life or my life or any listener's
it's
life
just
here,
about one
that
plus fucking
that
one, dude.
kind of follow a pattern?
It's
Excuse
really
me, I was just trying to say, like, kind of follow a pattern where there's ups and downs and good and bad and boom, and we're right back where we were before. We came back right down to the spiral, and then we go back out and everything's good and everything comes back down. Is that not a pattern similar in your life, or because it is in mine?
So that's like that's a bit of a chaotic situation, and I think I've explored this idea of chaotic stochastic stuff with composition, with different forms, trying to like play out like number generators and stuff like that, and compose music and stuff and whatever. Like that's a different sort of thing than what I'm observing here. What I observe here is that there's actually complete order to a scale like that. I would never be able to perceive it unless I shifted things to a certain format. Like with this matrix has got to be in a certain square shape, or else it doesn't like reveal these things. But it's always evolving orders. It's always evolving logics. It has to. Just the numbers have to, and then it's like they're starting. They develop some really interesting unique properties that are just inherent when you just add 1+1. So that's all, and that 1+1 is really part of a longer line of things, and it's like, you know, so even when if you think about the beginnings of things, you know what I mean, that the even like the beginning of two people meeting or whatever, it's like it's generative sort of thing.
When
But it
when
follows.
did the Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but we're just talking, right? If you want to keep going, I don't mean to cut you off. But I was just saying, when did the 1+1 start in your mind, or in
It's always
when?
happened.
Okay,
We
so it's
only
a
we only just see it as
continuous.
1+1.
But then you brought up the word matrix, right? The matrix, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
So what is that to you or to me or to anyone listening? Right? What is the matrix?
So you know how like Fibonacci is like infinite number digits long? If we
Mhm.
were just to start out at the simplest land that we can both talk about, that I can actually do with my by hand addition to make 60 numbers, that's the first series, and that's always running behind the units column. So the in the units column of the Fibonacci number, the lowest number, the ones column, is always going to be following this cycle of 60 numbers.
Okay.
And that's cool to me. You know, that
Oh yeah,
equates to things
definitely,
like
definitely
time
cool because I can see it in nature right now. Right,
and
I can look out into nature and see it. Right, so I can see the effect of, or what would you call an effect? I can see a resemblance of what you're saying right now, just in plants, right? Nature, everything except humans. Right, humans don't follow the one by one. We're weird, you know.
yeah. So if you start to just like play around with the pretense of like whatever Fibonacci is, it's just, I said it's 1+1. It's really, we just consider it to be one. That's where our starting point is. But if we started anywhere in this line, if we started at 4+1, we would wind up within the matrix of it, and we would just add our way through until it came all the way back out through until we got 1+1 again, because it's just a big repeating number.
I get you. I get you. So what's
So
what's the benefit if I know this?
certain numbers get spit out of it, and certain numbers are not directly expressed in it, but hold the whole thing together like connective tissue, but they never occur in sequence.
What's the benefit if I know this, right? If I know this, because you just taught me at a very small
There's
scale.
certain, everything's built out of more subtle primary operators that make for complexity and that build
How
for
can I
complexity.
use it? Yeah, how can I use it or benefit from it? You know
I
what I
don't
mean?
know. It's kind of it's where this infinite stack of numbers just means like, well, it's just kind of philosophical at a certain point, right? Like if I can't actually demonstrate it to
I
you,
love numbers. Numbers are great, and numbers are very important. But I'm just asking, like, where?
what can it get me? Like, what do you want to?
No, not get.
Just
Benefit me spiritually, like, and not benefit me like, oh, I win the lottery. No,
everything is order.
not like that.
There is no such thing as like chaos. It's everything is an order that's
Aren't you already ordered, or aren't you already in order? Like your body, your mind, your soul. Just even to know, like, aren't you're already there?
But I can prove it with math, though.
You can prove your body with math.
No, I mean I can prove infinite order with math. That's cool.
I don't know what infinite order is.
Yeah, I know. Because you don't understand the order of this 60. But this 60 is just a chunk, right? This 60 becomes 300, becomes 1500, becomes 15,000.
Well, that's
On and on
that's
until
the
it
time
marches
scale.
up.
We base it on a 60 scale. I mean, they did that before,
I'm
right?
just telling you that this is how this number actually just progression, like a geometrical progression. That's how it increases in size in 5, 5, 10, and that's actually buried within it. So, like, if you take 6, so
No, I get that part. I get that part.
So
Yeah,
then, once you get that, then you realize you could like build any Fibonacci number from this rule set. You know what I mean? If you just knew
So
the next.
what are you gonna do with those numbers though?
I mean, why do you gotta like? You know, it's just like 20 years of research for me, man. But whatever. Okay.
No,
What
no,
am I gonna
no,
do?
no, no. I want to learn. I want to learn. I'm learning. What are we gonna do with those numbers? You know, what are we gonna do with those numbers that those other people that are using them, right? That control
Nobody's
this
using.
matrix. The ones that control the
Nobody's using.
matrix. You brought up the matrix, right? There's
That's
got to be a matrix. There's somebody
it's a
behind
numerical
it.
matrix. It's a literal mathematical numerical matrix.
Okay, and somebody else has figured it out before us. I'm
Just
sure.
like a spreadsheet.
The stock market, dude. The money market. Just the way that when you walk outside, you don't even feel like you're yourself, right? You live in a duality
What the
because of
fuck are you
what
talking
you're
about?
saying.
Huh?
What do you mean? You don't feel that other people control you?
We're just off on some kind of tangent.
No. Do you feel that other people have control over your life? Other people, you know what I mean? Whether it's, through any means of taxes, licensing, whatever, all that little shit, right? You don't think they've figured out the matrix that you mentioned?
No, dude.
Okay. All right. So they're just willy-nilly just up there. It's like, okay, yeah, let's do this.
Like people
Let's do that.
might understand that there are periodic like number loops within these values. That might be something, but I wouldn't say that anybody really understands how it's actually like building itself.
What you figured out, right?
Yeah, just about the operators of 1 through 9 and what they like to do to each other.
Okay. Yeah. So Tesla didn't understand 3, 6, 9 or 1 through 9. He didn't.
I mean, that geometry doesn't really come up. And if you really think about it, it's really just 3, 6, 9 is just triangular math. It's just always 3. So it really doesn't say much. This is an intertwined system. This is like the natural raw shit that like 1 + 1 really spits out. Infinite complexity.
Mhm.
And I think
It's
that
kind of a
that
natural
basically
order.
is what?
Oh, go ahead, sorry. I said it's kind of a natural order of numbers, right? You can see it in nature. I can walk out to the flower and see, oh wow, oh dang, it does the 1, 2, 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, boop, 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 like that. The Fibonacci.
Yeah. It's just number combination, combinatorics, and the way that those go. That's it. It's
So
like the
how can we
opposite
use
of
that?
it's like a positive fractal. Like, well, if I said a fractal, and you'd be like, "Well, how do we use a fractal? Like, how does make a fractal? What does a fractal do to my life?" What if I'm describing a fractal, but you really don't understand what I'm saying? It's not a fractal in the sense like where it's self-similar. It's explosional. It has self-similar pieces within the next matrix of 300 is built from like pieces of this 60.
Again, you said matrix. So what can I touch the matrix you're talking about, or how do I interact with that to benefit myself, and I'm
Go
not
ahead and
saying
add one plus one.
monetarily or anything like that. I'm just
Add
saying
one
benefit
plus one. Try to add do
myself.
the function of addition 60 times consecutively. Only to the number
No, I
9.
get you. Yeah, yeah. I'll
That's all you
spend
have
my
to
whole
do.
life in my garage just sitting here just adding numbers. That's it.
No, that's really not the case. I mean, you can look at and touch what I'm talking about within like 2 minutes of
So
addition.
what else could I do with the
You could
matrix you're
cheat
talking
off
about?
me,
What
right?
could I do with that?
And how
No,
fast could
no,
I could
I'm
probably
not
rattle it
being
off
I'm not
in a
being
minute.
facetious. I'm not being facetious. I'm just trying to ask you, like, the knowledge
It's
that
like
you know and the
harmonics.
knowledge
Like, what do you think
you're
about
possessing.
harmonics? Like, does harmonics ever? Do you think about that at all?
Oh,
Harmony.
that's an awesome thing because it's interactive. I can get something from it. It benefits me, right?
Harmony does.
Well, you're sure.
Okay. So what if I was like, oh, like we got? Do you know about music?
I don't know about it, but I listen to
Okay.
music. Right? Yeah, and it
Well, like
benefits me.
essentially, like when you hear somebody strum a chord, it's a stack of notes, right?
Mhm. Of
And
course.
those notes have relation to a scale. A scale has like a basis. That's the tonic.
To a harmonic, yeah.
What?
Into a harmonic, I get you. Yes.
What do you mean? No, it's that there are harmonics. Harmonics are basically just like natural divisions where numbers get to. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, you can
Like
break down.
there's a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah, fucking whatever. Fucking whatever. What do you want to talk about? Talk about something.
No, you can break it down. I'm
No,
saying
you
yes. You
fucking
can
talk
break
about
it
something,
down that
please.
way.
I want you to talk about
Oh
something now.
no,
I'm
don't get
fucking
angry.
done.
I'm saying.
I'm so bored at talking to you. What the fuck? I feel like I'm in
All
fucking
right.
preschool here. Jesus
No
Christ,
worries.
imagine to fucking
No
add
worries.
1 + 1. You can't fucking do it. That's fine. That's fine. If that's too challenging for you, I
I
don't
I
care.
can add +1 +1, and I can go to the
I don't need you
matrix too.
to. It's
So
fine. It's
that's
not going
fine.
to get you anywhere. So what the fuck? Why
But
bother?
I
Anyway,
was
you tell me about
wondering
something that's
how
meaningful.
I could get
Tell me
there.
about some meaningful shit to you then. What do you want to worry about? What do you want to tell me I should worry about? Please go on.
Are you worried about the
No,
Fibonacci
I'm
sequence? Are you
I'm worried
worried?
that you're gonna go out and tell me about some shit that you care about, and it's gonna make me have to worry about it with you.
No,
I have
I'm
to
just
hold hands with
wondering
you on that.
how Fibonacci could benefit our lives. Everyone listening, not
I
just me. And I know it can just by knowing that there is another factor out there. I get it, right? There's another factor out there. Like I said, we can see it in nature. Wow. Go look at a flower. Go look at a tree.
you're
Go
a
look at
fucking dense one, huh?
many.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Don't misrepresent what you don't understand, please.
I'm definitely not trying to misrepresent you at all.
All right,
Okay.
that's fine. That's fine. I really don't want to get into it anymore. It's really exhausting and pretty discouraging to have to fucking argue with
Really,
somebody over fucking numbers. That's
really,
I
really
really
tough talking to me. Like, it's so tough. You talk to me for 5 minutes. Gee whiz, come on.
This is the most uphill fucking understanding of the battle here. Okay, go ahead and talk about what you want to fucking talk about so much, man.
No, I was really wondering what you were talking about for 15, 20 minutes before I chimed in, how that could benefit society. And when I say us or me, I mean like people. Like, how does that benefit us? You did tell me how the whole thing works. You told me everything that you know about it, but you never said, like, tomorrow. Now that I know this, like, my life will be different. I can, not greatly. I'm not saying everything's
I
changed,
really could.
right?
I
But
really
like, I
would
can
love
go
to care.
outside and I can
Love to
look at a
care about.
chair and I'd be like, oh, Fibonacci, okay. Oh, 1 + 1. Oh, gee whiz.
I would love to
Like that.
consider like my whole 20 something years of work on this in terms of like what it might do for you. Let me ruminate on that for a moment and kind of
No, how
ponder it.
does it benefit
Thank you.
you or even you? Like, just like
Yeah, so I can
something.
have so I can have thrilling conversations such as this on this
Okay.
matter.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
that's a benefit.
yeah,
Okay. Good.
that's
That's all we
definitely
need right there.
high
Yep.
benefit to my
Yeah.
my existence.
Yes,
So I'm
I
gonna
agree.
continue on
I agree.
crunching these
And
numbers.
you know what? Talking with you is a benefit to me, so I'm happy with that. Everything's okay.
I'm
Okay.
sure it's fine. Yep.
Hey, no need to get all, you know. I like to know there's people out there like you know, that do think about this and have spent 20 years, you know, thinking about these things that I don't, right?
Well,
So
I mean, you know, like, is my initial questions are just like about, hey, there's an alphabet. Like, wow, that's crazy. We got numbers. You know what I mean? Like, let's figure this out. They're all different everywhere. I don't know. I was like 17 or 18, something like that, fucking around with this kind of stuff. I don't know, that's where it led to. But it's just through perseverance to actually be able to even tell you what this stuff is. You know, I don't think you're going to be able to just fish it out somewhere.
but you came on here telling us about it, so I should be able to ask questions, right? You know, because I didn't come to you. You came here. So when I do ask questions, I don't mean it to be like, oh, you know, what is your stupid secret? I've never said that, right? I was
I
just
was
like,
literally just bitching
oh,
about the fact that, like, no matter, even if I explain it perfectly or not perfectly, that it really, the conversation fucking never gets anywhere because people already think that they have an idea of what Fibonacci is from, like, looking at a seashell thing. And then they're like, oh,
well,
all
I
spirals are Fibonacci or whatever. They'll say some dumb shit. And it was just like, whatever, leave it. Like, this is an investigation about number combinatorics that really precedes anything about Fibonacci shape. You know what I mean?
I already told you my preconceived notion of Fibonacci was I can look out in nature, right? Because that's what I saw on Discovery Channel when I was young, right? And oh, the Fibonacci, you know, it grows in flowers, it grows in plants, every single fucking plant, blah 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 blah, right? They tell you that. So that's my only preconceived notion of what you were talking about. Okay, I didn't say what you were talking about was, you know, wrong. I was just giving you. I told you right away what my notion of the Fibonacci sequence was.
Yeah. I've just like weeded my way through these number series to like actually find out like what holds them together, what makes them work. And it really has a lot to do with not even Fibonacci, but just about numbers adding together to form other numbers. And that this happens. You know, it's just like an elemental shape design, whatever. You could look at this as the number of sides on a shape. You could, you know, whatever. But this series will always be playing out at like
Would
this
you?
resolution of order at 60, right? And yet all of the other number grids, you know, going up to infinite size can all do computational things as well. So it's like, I don't know, that itself like means that some kind of calculation can be done by machines just by using this number basis, you know. And that's kind of like an interesting idea. I'd love to find some kind of use. I don't know why there wouldn't be a use for something that basically defines these infinite ordered shapes in series.
Do you think they don't use that already, or like let's just say algorithms? We'll just I'll throw out Bitcoin for one thing, right? Where there's just massive amounts of numbers being calculated, right?
Well, what's the algorithm, right?
Well, what is it? You're
So that's a
exactly.
SHA-256 hash algorithm, right?
It's
And
why not based on 60? You know, you just
well,
they
it's
might
not
tell
based
you
on.
it's, but they might tell
Uh,
you it's 57. Yeah.
the way that my number series is actually useful is because these numbers actually belie prime position, and in that they have like geometric symmetry that allows you to do like basically like a almost like a parabolic uh, d hash where it's like it's like the type of thing you try to make if you were trying to rip passwords or something, you know. But this would be good for Bitcoin, 2, possibly, if I engineered it that way. But it would take like a pretty dedicated year or so to like really get to.
You've been at it 20. You might as well dedicate one more year to break that, or improve it. Either one.
Well, yeah, trying to use this to enhance like a Bitcoin miner, you know. But that nobody's really even trying to do that. Nobody ever tried to do that because it's basically impossible because of the amount of number sets that you would need from a 256
But that's
character.
what you're talking about, is the impossible amount of numbers, right? You know, the infinite amount of numbers and connections between the
but
numbers, right?
I already have it, but this already has infinite combinatorics in it. So it's like every combination that could happen is going to happen eventually within one matrix space of the Fibonacci
But you
series.
haven't gotten there yet. You haven't gotten there yet to the end.
It wouldn't even matter if I did.
That's so there is no
I
end.
can never show anybody what it looks like.
That's right.
I
Yeah,
can't even
there is
show.
no-
I have to walk around with like a whole bunch of sheets, or I need a presentation to show you, or I need some
No,
kind of.
what I'm saying is, you know, like you said, that it would, if you were to try to improve the, and I don't know what to call it, the data set of Bitcoin mining or whatever, just the calculations go on there. And you said, well, if we change it from 57 base to 60 base, it would actually make more sense, is what you're saying, right? And then you're saying that after billions and trillions and quadrillions of calculations, there would be an end? Like you could get to a final number? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, I'm just saying wherever infinity is, it's in order too. Like you just have to snap it into the correct proportions, and it would just like it would
What
look
if
like a
the
total
begin?
soup of numbers. Do you understand what I'm saying? It would look like a soup of numbers if you had it in the wrong margins. You know.
Mhm. What if the beginning was infinity, not the end? Right? Infinity
Fucking,
is
do you
not the end.
understand my fucking philosophical mathematical bridge here, dude? Do you understand the crux of my
What if
point?
infinity
Do you
was the
fucking
beginning?
understand what I'm saying to you right fucking now? There's no such thing philosophically in math to me as chaos. It doesn't really exist. It's not a
Infinity
real.
is not chaos. Okay,
No,
infinity is not
because
chaos. No.
there's such a thing as an infinite order that's possible, but it's impossible to show it to
But
you
that's
because it's so
impossible.
big.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's impossible.
These kinds of ideas of like, just even for me, understanding that just a little fucking itty bitty shitty number it can be so big at 8-point font that it's bigger than my country or bigger than North America is an interesting concept, at least for a flat earther that might think about a flat, planar tiling or something like that. In this case, I can like distribute one that everyone could like put at every fucking square inch of the ground and actually like, create that. But it's not.
All right. Let me give you a big lesson here on Fibonacci, that 1 + 1 is infinity. So you can stop there. You can just stop right there, right? You're just like, boop, that's it. Okay? No need to follow this number trail all the way to what you think is infinity, because infinity was already at the beginning. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so then, basically, since you're not like a piece of shit, a conversationalist here, I would say that because this is a 60, right, and 60 is a square, that it also like tiles and maps over other geometrical solids pretty nicely. So like, there's actually ways to employ the grid on top of it, something else, like as to make an encoder or something like that. It's like a piece of hardware or like a piece of mechanical gear or who knows what. Power generation could be utilized by like seeing like what kind of like signal gets spit out when you rotate this whole number thing as a ring, mapped onto a toroidal structure, and then like if I can see what that does, I don't know. There's going to be this whole kind of grid-like equivalency that it's going to actually really be the qualities of how this number series works. I don't know. That's an interesting thing to think about in the future. But right, there's a fair amount of different applications, that occur to me over a period of time. Like what you might be able to do with it. Anyway, it's
Yeah.
just no big deal.
the number 60, as you bring it up, is widely used, at least through the, we'll just say the United States style, everything, with the 12 hands on the clock, which divide equally into 60 if you're, times 5. The 60 hertz, right? Times 2, it's 120. We have 120 hertz electricity. Everything's divisible by 60 around here. If you look at it. Now, I don't know if that's relevant to what you're talking about, but
Do you know what? You ever heard of a magic square?
I've heard of it, but I don't remember the concept.
Okay. I'm not sure I 100% do, but yeah, there's like certain, so like 9, if you just take the numbers 1 through 9, you arrange them into like a tic-tac-toe with 9 spots. There's a right way to do this. Maybe there's like 2 solves, but I think there's just like 1 solve where every number going across adds up, going left to right and up and down. Like it's a completely even spacing or whatever. So
like a Sudoku, right?
yeah, kind of. But as I think about it with numbers, it's really like a field or something like that. Like it's creating like a sort of like a tiling or something.
Yeah.
Like what do they call it? Like
An
like
order
or something.
An order.
It's like tessellating or whatever. Yeah, just numbers do this, and this is what I'm really observing. That kind of movement happening in the numbers, and that's interesting in a way that's way different than thinking about seashells and stuff for me. But effectively, like these, I think these grids actually could be utilized for something else, and yeah, if mapping them on top of a toroid is pretty interesting because the numbers already the way it's like, if I shift it into like some square for 60, right, I can get the number going left to right as it would normally, but then it also like stripes like diagonally going both directions. The number's happening in 3 dimensions at the same time, like on the page. And there's no other number I know about that would.
So you would say that you could say, I'm not saying you, we could say that everything is number, right? Number is the original language. English is fucking
But before
long
you go
gone.
there, what I'm talking about is like there is no other number in nature that I know that we can do this, and I'm saying that mapping it on top of a 3-dimensional, it's already a 3-dimensional number. It's like mapping it onto a 3-dimensional surfaces seems like a pretty like I don't know, simple thing to
Yeah,
kind of
it
might be a good idea.
makes everything make sense. That 1 through 9, whether it's however you calculate it, like a dot, or we write a 1 or a 2 or 3, but other cultures write different things. But we all use 1 through 9. And
I don't have the software. I would need to like write like some software to do it in another number bases. But if you did Fibonacci in base 6, it would essentially still yield patterns, and it wouldn't yield the same pattern, but it would yield its own like.
Yep. I got you.
Infinite series, really, and that's cool too. Like that, so that means really for every digit base, there's an infinite Fibonacci series. That's crazy. Even
That
though
is
binary would be pretty boring to look at, but
no, that's amazing, because that just brings reality to me. Where, like I said, how does that benefit me? Well, it brings reality to me that knowing that everything was already planned, like right. I'm just here to figure it out, or listen to you and figure it out for myself, right? Because it's already been planned, and you can change the digits around, right? I can't change nature, but I can change the digits and still see the same pattern or similar pattern that brings me through my life, kind of like that, right?
Oh, I just I look at it like there's certain rules, like things accumulate. They accumulate in a certain way with a certain kind of like emphasis on every 5th accumulation is like going to be within this kind of rhythm that will occur every 5. You know what I mean? Just kind of bringing it through.
I got you.
So but just in series of walking, like you develop like these number patterns are in your footsteps, or they're in just any amount of things you can kind of break down into this series, and that's what makes it neat. And it's always like occurring. You're always like somewhere within it. So it's the closest I have. I don't have like a I don't have a religion or anything like that, but just these stupid numbers like make me consider these like pretty way out there ideas, actually.
I don't think numbers are stupid. Yeah, I don't. And in fact, I don't know how to apply the number to my life, but I know when I look out, like everything is. How to say this? I'm just going to use the word calculated. Right? It's already there. It's already been there. I just have to go out and find it. And
so like,
if I'm go on.
Yeah, I mean, here's an interesting thing. So like, it's like 60, but every 15 digits ends in a 0. So when you just like keep stacking like digits on top of each other, they eventually will just hit this barrier where the sum will end in a 0. And then what that does is it like sets up a new course of numbers to occur. So really the last number before the 0 becomes a new harmonic. So like, even though we begin Fibonacci at 11, let's say, or 1 plus 1, we're really going to also see what 33 does. We'll see that develops its own 15-digit string, and that 77 develops its own, and 99 does its own. So those are the things that you'll start to see develop. Like, oh, okay, so these odd number harmonies like have a certain kind of way that they are, and these even ones, if you start like adding 2 plus 2 together, you're gonna bust in 5 digits. So that geometry is not like whatever.
No, I get you. Now, I want to ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Have you when you were younger, did you ever go to church? I did, right? I was forced to go to these big Catholic churches, and we had to sing hymns. I had to sing the hymns, and everyone to me when I was younger, I remember they all sounded the goddamn same, right? Every single, we'd have to do one after another, but they all sounded the same. I was trying to sing them, and they give you the notes in the book and everything, right? And that's to me, that's harmonics. And now thinking back about that, you know, all that whole book is written in number. That hymn book is all numbers, right? It's all just but it's translated into a language called
And
shit that I can read.
I'll do you one better here too. It's just also that like this Fibonacci series is really being the master driver is this idea that 5 plus 5 yields 0 at the end, or 10, right? And as like 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, right? That's your first 5. In the next 5 digits, you'll hit another 5 as the end, and then in 5 digits after that, it's a 10. So it's a 0. So it's like every 5. It's just
Starting with 1. Yeah. Starting with 1.
Yeah, well, it's just like this thing is like this rhythm that just is like always running through it, just like operating. Every 5th time, it's like a 5. It just staples a 5, and a 0 in there, and all the other numbers just kind of do what they do around it. So that's why I think like it's interesting that we call it phi, and it really like to me shows that this 1 generates to forming not. We pay attention to the 1.618 of the adjacent numbers, and we call that the Fibonacci series, and we say it's beautiful or whatever. But really, the true phi of phi is that every 5 numbers it's hitting 5 or 10. And the fact that it busts to 10 is because we have this base 10 system. But I think this is actually showing that the true first order set is not 10. Because 10 isn't enough to like really form a coherent like number set. It's really that it's like these 60 numbers like almost prove out that there is coherency throughout the base system, like that it works like this. I don't know.
Is
Like
so
like
why do you think that the
like our
I,
math
I,
is working a lot of times because it's within another base system, but we don't really say that it is.
well, let's say the rest of the world uses a 0 through 100 or 0 through 10 system, called the metric system, right? And we still use 1 through 12, called the per foot. We divide it up into 1/8, 1/4, 3/8, 1/2, 5/8, 3/4. You know what I mean? Like we divide everything up into 12, which is a base of 60. You know what I mean? But nobody else does that in the rest of the world, except like one country, I think. I can't remember. But you know, based on that 60 system, right?
Yeah.
Our clock does. We refine it down to 12. Everything,
Yeah.
pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty amazing.
Yeah, and so you can get like if I just like draw boxes around like in shape of crosses around a bunch of numbers, that they'll form like the shape of a cross forms a box.
Yep.
So I could make these
Yep.
3-dimensional solids that
Yep.
will
Yep.
interlock with each other and stuff like that. So
Yep.
I don't know,
Yep.
like there's a possibility just it because it is just built on such primitive structure that it seems like it just yields a lot because it's like really raw, like it's correct, or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like the most pure thing to me.
Well, it's mass cool talking to you, brother. Like I said, maybe I started off wrong, but it was really cool talking to you. I do got to jump inside.
Okay.
But we'll catch you on here later. Okay.
Okay, good. All right.
All right. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Peace.
All right.
Yes. And that's the draw right there. Just figured whether or not he understands me or not, it's just not going to matter. Cool. Oh, 20 years. A long time. Can't say I've been like super avid the entire time because like it makes me feel a little crazy, like just being working with the same numbers.
Say more about, you're talking about how the fractals were explosional. Tell me more about that. Tell me about the explosional fractals.
The explosional. Well, they're not self-similar to the degree like we're not fractionating it. We're not like taking like a whole and dividing that up. Like that's my idea of like a fractal. It's just by like performing an operation where you're dividing something and then dividing the smaller pieces with the same operation. This is like where it's generative to the degree where like each digit placed within it represents its own matrix that has its own like emergent operational logics, and then for the next digit, basically the next digit value you go up like to tens, right? That's a 300 digit repeating number. It's like there's 5 variants of the 60 digit. So it spits out these like 5 different variants, and then from there like that whole thing gets like recycled in these numbers. It becomes like more and more complex to the degree of infinite. To where like if I get into I think I've gotten into like the 10,000s or 100,000s digit place with it, and those numbers. I know they're in the millions, like, so it's a whole square of numbers to be assembled. That's like a million numbers. It's like my computer monitor. It's like I don't know what font size you got to get to, and it's a pain in the caboose. But it's always because the numbers just have to keep adding, and they'll always keep developing these new meshes of numbers that start to appear. So like eventually, I start seeing like these like strings of zeros, or like it almost is like spitting out binary code, where it actually is spitting out zeros and ones in like a string. So like, I don't know. I guess there's like things to kind of look for these emergent certain numbers. So, but just starting out with the 550, starting out with that rule, starting out with the idea that if we can't have any consecutive even numbers in the set, it won't work, right? So, and we can't have the numbers like 2 1 1 3 3 4, like none of those, like there's 12 numbers that are in series that are like the core numbers that build this entire 60 numbers, but they never can appear in consecutive order, or else they would break the whole foundation of like the system. It would just bust to 10. So they never appear, but they're like the iterating function behind it. And like that's all I know about the 60 digit set, right? So for the 300 digit set, like yeah, there's other complexities that I see, but it's like it becomes like it just, because the complexity of the numbers evolves, so does the logic, and yeah, it's explosional that way, like to where the everything's like by 5 complexity, by 5 complexity, and then by 10 complexity.
So then, what about the predictability of that?
Yeah, right. And then that's where I was like, okay, well, if I just like stick within the same proportion division that got me to where I had this particular order, and if I always like stay in this 5 by 12 of my 60, and if I just extend that up, multiply that by 5, each of those by 5, so yeah, like 25 by whatever 12 by 25 is. So yeah, so that I could always predict like what would be the right grid to put it into, because I almost think that the computer program that we made like could not, or that there were no further patterns, and that there was only the one in the 60, you know. Kind of didn't know, because really you can't do by hand to go find all the the tens or the hundreds to know. So anyway, just running it with software was important. But when I got such gobbledygook, I was like, oh, it just broke down. There's no more patterns that we can see. But then when I snapped it into this 5 by 12 ratio, I got all the columns lining up, like going like 1 1 2 2 3 3, and I just had chills going up. I was like, wow, I just took complete gobbledygook, just snapped into this form, and now it's like just these numbers are just standing at attention for me, and I'm like, wow, that is crazy. Like that this is happening at this level. We've theorized that it would just always happen, and so yeah, without like basically having to build like a custom computer cluster, I don't think anything else is like going to go trace these numbers out. Because
yeah, well, it makes yeah, well, it makes sense to me that it would work in layers, like you're talking about, like you were talking about how there is no chaos in you know, in nature even, or like the idea that even in numbers and in these sequences that there's actually order behind all of it, even though there might be seemingly chaos on the outside.
Yeah.
So if that order is there, then it just makes me think of like these sets. Like it also makes me think of a little bit like human reproduction, like having children, because like our children are like fractals of us, but they are kind of like explosional fractals. Like they're different. I mean, well, there's
Right.
like the explosion that starts the conception process of a man and a woman. There's that, so it's a lot funny to think of it in that way.
Yeah,
like,
just like these like little like traits and thin things. Like I don't know, like
yeah. Oh,
you know,
those are all fractal. Yeah, exactly. And then
even with like our moms passed on to us, like you know, we wonder like how long was that passed on to them, like you know, for how many generations or whatever, and you know.
yeah, and then you get into the generation skipping stuff and how genetics work in that way, which would make sense as well with what you were talking about, how like you have a previous set with a certain a certain set of data, and then like a whole nother set is not just like you were saying, perhaps like just kind of fractal versions of the first one, but it's actually like the way you're saying explosional. It's actually like an explosional advancement of the actual information in a way of like more complexity, more seeming chaos, but actually ultimately more order on like deeper cyclical levels.
Yeah, yeah, that's going on, and just from it's sometimes I think about it like just like two atoms touching each or whatever, two molecules or whatever touching each other, and this like line going from here to wherever, would sort of be something like how this is working, like this infinite line that just like is moving. And so like it's almost like everything is like sort of bound to this relational like geometry. Not just within this 60-digit set. That's just like a pittance to it, really. It's happening. I don't know. I guess like incalculable sorts of resolution. Like everything that is basically would be operating in some kind of micro. I mean, you just I guess micro Fibonacci space or something like that, just built into this like millionth order complexity of Fibonacci or something like that in XY. Because you could do these as like planar like grids going into each other, and then like even though this is one thing, if I just created another one and flipped it at 90 degrees or something in like a 3D program or whatever, I just take my number block and flip it and then just like complete those out, like I'd have this 3-dimensional grid of numbers that's going on.
Yeah, it makes me think of like a toroidal field. And if you have a toroidal field that has the dielectric inertial plane at the center of it, if you were looking at that from the side to where you could only see like the side of the dielectric inertial plane, like you could only see the side of the plane running through the center of the like two vortices that are meeting at the center. And if you could only see it from the side, then you really can't see what's on that planar surface. Like you would have to dissect it, like split it in half, cut off the top, and then look down on it from another angle to actually see the layout of that interface, even though that interface is like fueling the two vortices coming off of it.
Yeah, which led me to like try to map this 60-digit set onto like a 60-sided donut, if you will. Which is it's just interesting to see because it's just the whole thing just is wrapping around really. This is like a toroidal number, honestly. Like I don't know how else to describe like what like.
So
no
is
other
this
numbers.
Sorry, keep going. But is this proof that there's no free will? Ultimately, that everything is so just orchestrated and organized.
it's
such a high level of intelligence. See, I think the level of intelligence is so high. We can have the experience of free will, even though it's not even really free will. We can have the experience of it. Sorry, I'm not even trying to take it into that. You keep going on what you were saying. I was just throwing in real quick. It just makes me think about
I thought about the same kind of thing. I was like, well, if everything is like this infinite order, but it's really like there are, there's like rules for how the progression of events will have to go, and at least with these numbers anyway. If these are meant to be like a metaphor for actual like life or something like that, then there are like cycles where things kind of move, repeat, and then sort of pass through other numbers, like through this harmonic series that kind of like is really what the 60 is. It's just the harmonic series of odd numbers. Just going over. It's just to super simplify it, and yeah, it's like 12 5-note chords, if you like. You could develop it out like that with like different inversions, basically. So even though the same numbers may occur in some columns, they're just like in different stack inversions. Where like the one might be in top, the one might be in the bottom, or whatever. But everything is running linear left to right, as a whole number.
Okay, but if it's is it explosional in both directions? Like, can you read it forward and backwards the same?
Well, it doesn't read backwards the same. But it stripes diagonally within this configuration of 5x12 for 60. That the numbers, the whole series will run diagonally striping both ways. So it really completes itself 3 times.
Maybe I'd have to see it if you had it drawn out on a. That'd be cool if on a chart.
Yeah, sure. Oh, maybe I
I'm
can
trying to
take
visualize
pictures.
what you're saying, and for some reason I'm also kind of my mind's going off into a philosophical
It's
like
like a
because
really, yeah, it's a tricky one to sort of describe. Thanks for hanging in there.
well, yeah, I mean, keep going with it. I'd like to hear more layers of it, and yeah, I mean, yeah, just kind of riff back and forth because I guess I was just because I want to hear more about what you're saying, but I also was thinking about how like well, just on the more philosophical level, like if there is actually no chaos, like if chaos is actually a created state out of order, and if order is actually, which would make sense. I mean, if in this creation, as it were, this consciousness, etc., it would make sense that the intelligence is at such a high level that it's not like just making mistakes. Like every single thing is perfectly ordered exactly the way it's meant to be. And even someone who feels like, oh, like they got in their family member got in a car accident and died, it's so kind of traumatizing and horrible, and the loss of life and all of those factors. But I also just think about how everything had to play out exactly perfect for that to happen. Like there had to be such order in the way that the person, wiggled the steering wheel and flew off
Right.
the road, or the way the drunk driver, like the timing of the drunk drive, the guy at the bar
Yeah.
who's drinking, and then he gets in the car, and the timing of that, and the minute he gets in the car, and then he sits there for 5 minutes, so that 5 minutes delays him, which means that person, the other person that gets hit by him, is doing their thing, and they're leaving work at that time. And then I also think about like the positions of the luminaries. You've got the sun and the moon and all the wandering stars, and those are all in there. See, that even gets deeper into like fractals and Fibonacci, because those are all moving in spiral patterns, and then they're all in their own cyclical patterns. And then that whole thing of the sky is synchronistic with the rest of the time system. And then, when that accident happens, there's all these. I would even go deeper into say like there's like karma in terms of reincarnation and karma. There's like deeper layers between perhaps those two individuals. I mean, if that person is about to be killed in a car accident from the other guy who's drinking, that's a serious thing there. I mean, boom, this person's about to die. Now, from like a random perspective, you could kind of look up, from a main kind of a Newtonian Cartesian materialistic perspective, you might look at all that and say, oh, well, it's just a happenstance. That person just happened to leave their house at that time, and the drunk guy left the bar at that time, and it's just an accident, right? But from the perspective that actually like the way the sky clock and the luminaries, the way that all of the physics on Earth, the timing, all of that had to happen, and perhaps even the karma on a deeper level, that all of that would be orchestrated to every last detail of, when the guy hit the brakes and how he turned his wheel and how he hit the other person. All that stuff would all have to be like perfectly ordered, as if someone's like filming a movie, and they're going to time it all exactly perfectly.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like you think about that, like when you might like leave the house or something like that. Like some days you'll catch all the red lights, and some days it's just like unbelievably so. Like even during rush hour, you'll be like, "Oh wow, I just moved right through that effortlessly," Just take notice of these kinds of things over time, and it's like, yeah, they just happen in types of sequences where I just feel like. I'm just like like when things are going good, it's like I'm looking for where the wrinkle is going to happen, and when things are going bad, I'm looking for where it's going to break, because I always just know that there's just like ebb and flow to how the numbers are going to run, and ultimately that I could be stuck in a loop that's really positive, and that doesn't cycle through all of this. I think so as to say, basically, even within the 60 grid, it's like every infinite complexity from here, right, is like only running like it's almost like punching numbers from this keyboard of 60 numbers to form infinity. It's just taking strings that occur here, like, oh, these numbers go together. Oh no, just these two, like only these, like really. So it's constructing itself really from its basis, which is I think like this is why it's like it's really portable, because I don't know if I just posted it in the side chat, not the main chat. If my phone's still working.
Yeah, I see it over there in the text chat thing, or the
Let me just
VC
take a look real quick. I'll be right back. One second.
Yeah, I'll post it in the main chat. I'll repost it. I mean, that is such an intense thing to consider, that as much as we think of life as imperfect, or accidents happen, or even things like depression or anxiety or just suffering, that actually all of that is ordered and perfect, and actually is intended to be created, even down to every single detail. It's pretty inspiring to consider that actually that there are no mistakes, that everything is a beautiful design in its own way, even though
Yeah.
it would seem almost imperfect, or like a child dying of leukemia right after he's born. I mean, that would seem so intense and just almost wrong. And how
Right.
could this be? But from the level that even the leukemia itself, whatever leukemia is, whatever that is even its own ordered thing and has its own ordered purpose and perfection to it. I know it sounds intense to think of that, but
That is intense.
it's like the disease is ordered to be made exactly that way, and the effect on that human body is designed to have that exact effect that way as well. And it's all ordered and has like all complete intention behind it to manifest that. Like there are no mistakes. There's just the experience of a mistake. There are not actually any mistakes. There's just the experience of feeling like, oh, that is something I categorize as a mistake, or something that is some aberrant thing, even though actually even that aberrant thing is the actual ordered thing that's designed, that's intention to be created. Like it would just make sense to me that everything in this intelligence system is of the highest order of intention.
Yeah. It just seems like this is this, I don't know, the number set here just will always act like it always will. But if you change, like, all you have to do is just like add one anywhere here, and it'll fork off into a completely different thing. And that's what basically these like extended ones will just be borrowing from this and then like shifting it +1, and that seems to basically be where the digits carry over from our base 10 system, and it's kind of like revealing itself like in this level of the number. But yeah, essentially like this starts off like something, if you could imagine like something from, you could fit like on the size of a postage stamp, to like to a post-it note, to like a letter, to like a canvas, to like all the way up to a billboard. You know what I mean? These numbers will like keep growing, but they're all going to be relational, like to each other. So I guess that's what I mean. It's like kind of explosional. It's not. It's I try to think about what to qualify this number as, because nobody really studies the Fibonacci series in this way, like breaking it down, like in this particular like mode. But I think this is really probably the hidden value of what this can do, because it's like it's computational, like to infinite extremes. Like if you just knew all the maths to basically like target to all these different values, it could
Yeah, each part connects to another, but you kind of have to have the code to get from one to the other.
Yeah,
Maybe
so you have to kind of understand the rules of how it's like warping around these numbers, and
yeah. So then would that then imply that there's a potential predictability explosionally going forward or backward? Then you get into like time and speed of light and all these things. But
yeah,
for
the Fibonacci matrix, yeah. So
yeah, like,
and so really that's what like experience is like you're stuck within like a certain kind of primal flow, but any kind of you can bump out of it into another register, and then you follow like this greater matrix. I guess you're in like a bigger set of events that are going to happen, not just like this very small scale thing, or you know, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, just like looking from like one causal event to another. Like, even though things seem to be disrelated, like it's just, I don't know, not having enough milk in the morning led to this result at the end of the day, and like, oh, who would have thought that, you know, or something. Kind of a Harold and Kumar go to White Castle situation. But do you know what I'm saying, Gio? Like, it's a little bit like what we get from the narrative of the butterfly effect. Like, we're just like that one little change, you know, can create this like infinite thing. So I guess that's where the chaos can ensue from like what is like distinctly like super ordered numbers. But effectively, even those changes are still part of the order. So I think like if the free will concept is like we're in all of these at once, really, and we're capable of jumping from one register to another instantaneously at any time, and that these are all like bounded things, and that's I guess why almost anything can happen.
Well, it made me think when you were saying that. It made me think of like when you were like the way consciousness can separate, like the idea that it can separate itself into all these different modes. So like you could be like an atheist, you know, whatever it may be. You could be an atheist person where you or whatever it may be, where you have like an entire consciousness, like that person, that human, etc., or the soul, if you view it that way, has like an entire experience of being separate, feeling whatever it is, atheist, or feeling having opinions about this or that or whatever it may be. But I forget how I was linking that, but the way you were saying that made me think of that, like almost getting into the potentials of like how consciousness creation, you know, source consciousness, source level of like source intelligence, whatever terminologies that one would use to like the deeper unifying, you know, intelligence. But if it's able to separate itself and be an atheist and have that be as real as it can, then that means that there must be some like mathematical and some very deep logic and functioning to the way that the creator or creation itself has the capacity to do that. And it just made me think of, I guess, yeah, between like orders and chaos and fractals, almost like the idea that we all contain the whole, but we're also the part. Like the part contains the whole, which is like the way holograms work.
Yeah.
And
so
yeah,
I guess
like
like
we're a massive blockchain. We're all parts on a blockchain.
I like that. I just want to say like so the numbers that I showed you are right in that block of numbers. That's repeating forever. It'll always be that you can always reliably like deduce the digit place of Fibonacci number just by like looking in this cycle. So the 61st number is the first number, and you know, on and on forever. That's like, and then if you add all these columns down and you count all zeros as tens, then all of these I think will like add up to 25, or maybe in this format they alternate. But I think what it eventually means is that the concentration in the center of this toroidal field would be an interesting kind of shape. You know, if like let's say each like panel on that toroid like were like a magnet value or something, or a certain amount of magnetic tension. It's got this way that it's very, very even. This one has like striping. Every other number is going to be like number column, I think, is even, just all even numbers. And it's interesting because like those basically two even numbers never will exist next to each other within the 60-digit number. Any kind of like consecutive even numbers, like if you start off with like 2 plus 2 instead of 1 plus 1, if you're trying to do Fibonacci that way, you would get this like little micro set of just even numbers where it's like 2, 2, 4, 6. Oh, so it's just like in 5 numbers it busts to 0, and then we would sort of begin the Fibonacci series again with the 6. We just keep on going here, and then we'd wind up with one begin at 66, and then that would bust. We get to 8 as our last one, and then would be 88, and then 44, and then on and on and on for infinity. So none of those numbers belong in their own like sort of angelic little choir of numbers, where they're all like very perfect, like little 5-piece things. And there's so it's interesting. There's like 5 numbers, and then the most simplistic like logic is 5 plus 5 equals 0, and that very much like binds the whole soup together. And there's one more 12-digit set that builds the whole number but can never exist consecutively, and that starts with like the number 21. So if you do Fibonacci with 2 plus 1, it's like this string of numbers is like 2, 1, 3, 4, 7, 1, 5. No. Anyway, you get it. It's 12 numbers. Pretty neat. Anyway, so that grid of numbers that I posted, it's going up diagonally from the 0 in the center. You can see if you can look at that real quick. Are you into this still, Gio?
Sorry, I'm kind of multitasking. I did hear what you were saying, but I wasn't like fully following it. If you were waiting for me to respond, I was listening, but I'm just saying like, was there with the numbers? Sorry, I was like,
Yeah.
If
okay. Sorry, I got a little echo. Yeah, you can just like see the beginnings of it from the 0 in the center. It'll go up diagonally to the right, and it'll be like 1, 1.
Yeah.
And that 1, 1 is the beginning of the string that'll keep on going, striping through it at that diagonal.
Right.
And if you look from the 0 and go the other direction, you'll see it says 9, 1, and that's the last 3 digits of the series. So 910 11 is really the complete like string, from wrapping around the whole. That's the wraparound. Is like the navel of the whole thing is like that 0 or something.
Wow. And how is this made? This grid made again?
It just do Fibonacci, but where you would get 13 as the product of 5 and 8, you just chop off the 1, and you just get 3. And you can just continue on from there. You could consider it that's 8 plus 13, and that would get you 21, but you don't have to, because you can be like, it's 8 plus 3, which is 11, and then you just chop that 1 off, and you can just keep on continue doing this, and you're only adding numbers 1 through 9, basically ever. The math is like, there's no math to it really. It's just like some toddler stuff. You just chop off the 1s, because we're only following the repetitions of the cycle of 1s in this. Yeah.
Reminds me of this. I'm about to post. Vortex mathematics.
Yeah, it's actually doing that, but in both directions. So that little toroid that I drew, even though it's like the bottom rung shouldn't even be there really, I'm just kind of showing it for detail. It would only be it'd be a pentagonal toroid, let's say, like if you extruded a pentagon in a ring. and then for each facet, we could like basically staple the Fibonacci number on it. We can wrap it up, and this thing will, yeah. It's pretty interesting, man. I don't know. The convergence point really changes here because of the geometries and like, just thinking about how things line up and flux or whatever. I don't know. I feel like there's some kind of ether mathematics that this could turn into. I don't know. Also, I kind of feel that it is somewhat of a polar shape as well because it does map to this kind of ring set up. But I also do feel it kind of has a north and a south. Anyway, if coffee stains are any measure of its polarity. Anyway, thanks for talking with me, Gio, about it.
Yeah. Well, that explosional nature you're talking about of fractals makes me excited to be alive. Explosional fractals. So,
oh man,
like, is that how psychics work? Like, they're just exploding fractally into the future to see the future?
It seems to start from nothing, but you realize it's already part of something, and it explodes into something larger that's already part of another thing. It's really it's not quite like a fractal though. I mean, what do you think about? I don't know about psychics really necessarily, but I guess I am anticipating for things to kind of go certain ways because I just anticipate that there'll be other things to meet what I already expect to be a given. I don't know. Like, there's always complications to things, and then sometimes not at all. Like, yeah.
Well, I was just thinking the way that in that sequence, how it shows, like when you go diagonally, the way the
Yeah,
sequence plays out. I was just thinking of that, extrapolating that with the way time works in terms of fractals and in terms of moving forward or backward within time. And then that's why I mentioned the idea of psychics, like being able to move forward in the sequence, basically, to see some future event. Because within this whole system, I mean, there's the idea that people, of course, have different ideas about how it's all working, like whether things are being created right now for the first time ever, or whether this is more of like almost like a replay or something that had like that it all exists eternally on a higher level. So if it all exists eternally, then everything has ultimately already happened, quote unquote, even though we might be in a time cycle that it hasn't happened yet or we haven't experienced it yet. But in the perspective on the higher level that everything exists eternally, then at that point, like you were talking about, like I was just sort of linking that idea with like that energy of like time being fractal and time moving forward, having at any point in time forward and backward. And then I guess I mentioned the psychics thing because it just made me think about somebody who is skilled with being able to, like, this may not fit into everyone's worldview, whether people even can see the future or not, but in terms of being able, folks that either are claiming to or are actually accurately looking into the future, are they somehow tapping into this, something like these number sequences in a way of time or of consciousness or of the kind of frequencies of consciousness to be able to scan forward or scan backwards even in time as well, to be able to acquire information from that field? Because if the fractal patterns are explosional forward and backward, then it would then, and if each part contains some kind of a logic sequence to a later part, then that would mean that those are then connected. They're not just chaotic separate events, but that there is an actual order or some way to tap into that or tune into that and then expand that layer. Expand and reveal that layer and then be able to essentially time travel through it, in a sense, to be able to access information from another layer through the one.
There's a lot to consider. I'm just like staring at these numbers with my mind's like so blank right now. I'm just like, yeah, it's like this. Yeah, the number is like 21347189763 1, right? That number never can occur. None of those numbers in any part of that sequence can ever occur within the 60 because they can't. Yeah. But they're really fucking interesting too because you can like break that apart as well. Like it breaks in. I don't know, man. Like it gets to be too much. You know what I mean? It's like I need funding and a reason to do this. Like, but this is infinitely like something that could be done. Like if I was like Penrose or something, you know, just like some old. Maybe I'll do this into my 70s. I'll be like, I just work with math now. But I don't know. I had a lot of fun with this, and also like associating like these two tones for music scale, basically. So doing some little compositions with these stacks and things was fun, and it is actually pretty musical in the way that it forms stuff. So that's cool. But
yeah, I would not be surprised to even understand at some point that everything that exists within all of creation is ultimately musical, like harmonies
Yeah.
and frequencies, like light and sound, and or even the idea that everything is light. What do you think of the idea that we are actually like that the creator, the creation, etc., is love and light? That's what it's actually made of.
I think we're in the frequency. Well, yeah. So like, I just consider like sound as being like low grade light. That's my way of saying it. It's not really right. It's awesome, but it's like if it were much more than sound, it would be light. You know. And if it was anything less than sound, it would be just thermal. You know. And so
Yeah.
I join these three things into one basic idea that they're all basic like different expressions of light, but just in different sort of state change, sort of, if you will, you know, like not that there's like states of matter, but in this, but do you know what I'm saying? To where, sorry, I'm just trying to complete the thought here. Rounding third, let me get stuck.
Well, yeah, they're definitely connected because, like in sonoluminescence, where the sound creates light, so
Like
there's
we're
deep connection between light and sound.
But like ultimately, since we're like heat that always has to walk around, and we never can get that cold, that we're always really like a type of light that's thermal, you know, which is like an extension of like the precursor to our sound that we can create, or if we can affect even projecting light onto others or whatever, if that's like even the spiritual thing or whatever, that we can kind of go up that chain because it's all sort of within the same set of. It's like built in the same laws, you know, just energetics and harmonics and stuff. Yeah. Like we are just like light walking around inside of a casing. You know, that's I guess what I think. And then we're capable of producing sound, which is like another type of light, and then we're capable of like, making fire. It's kind of like making that. I was just starting. Yeah, well, like the eye contact, you know what I mean? That can be like sharing like someone's light in a way. Yeah, that's the closest that we can do. Unless you've got like Dragon Ball Z type chakra power, going on. Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that there is some level to this that if something was tapped into, either with like free energy or with some other way of utilizing this information, that it would like completely change the whole world as we know it now, as we currently know it, that it's that potent? That there's like patterns at this level of these like fractal and holographic levels that would have like either like
I mean,
equal to or greater amount of
how crazy would it
transformation
be?
potential than even like than free energy itself.
Like Geo, if I just made this like donut and like, you know, for each like number, like put a magnet in there, you know, like for however many, you know, just to get a different value set. So this like torus kind of begins to form. Um, and then I could put that in like a cloud chamber or something and see like if you know, like particles like seem to want to emanate there or whatever. Just, I don't know. There'd be like an interesting kind of. Have you like looked at those cloud chamber videos, man? I find them fascinating. Cloud chambers where they're like they like cool down like a fish tank with either like electro cooling or like dry ice. You could also use. They cool down these sponges that are filled with isopropyl alcohol. The confining of the space and the isopropyl alcohol won't actually crystallize, so it takes some kind of perturbance in the box to actually make it temporarily form like a mist or a gas or something like that. Cloud chamber. And yeah, so if you put like anything like magnetic or radiation, you know, that throws off radiation, you know, like even just like a smoke alarm, piece of uranium, whatever, it like puts out these like crazy like pulse patterns and all kinds of stuff that's going on. And then sometimes you'll get these just like particles that just seem to shoot through or whatever. I don't know what they look like, little cometary things that just like propagate and, you know, discharge in that little box, you know. I don't know. There's just something about like geometry and the way that we can like utilize magnetism. It's already a coil, you know, like, so this would be like its own sort of like Fibonacci toroid coil, you know. Pretty interesting. And then you could also use this, like you could spin it around too, which would be, I don't know, I'm not sure what we could do with that. It's going to start like checking out like all kinds of crazy signatures, you know what I mean? Like at different RPMs, like, and depending on like what we have that it's vibrating. But it's essentially like a toroid. So if we had something in the center like a tornado, like, yeah, like a tornado is the real anti-toroid, right?
Yeah. Tornado. Yeah. It's a Taurus.
You ever check out that guy Marco Rodin and his toroidal videos? He's into that free energy kind of thing. Yeah.
I think I've heard of him, but maybe I've seen one of his videos, but I'm not super familiar with him with the channel.
He's got like super hairy arms. He talks about like vortex mechanics or something like that. I'm not really necessarily sure if I care about his work that much because I like mine more, but because mine like really do shift and stuff, and he's just like kind of building a diamond pattern across a over the donut, kind of like what you got there. I think basically represents like what the Rodin coil is, something to do with that basically. But each one of these like diamonds is sort of representing a number, um, as going like 1 through 9, and that they all like link up, basically creating like a tiling over top of it of repeating pattern. Sure, there's that. Yeah.
For some reason, I was just thinking about like truth and deception and how those two polarities could connect in with the idea of even like fractals and holograms. Like it made me think of the idea that energetically, like the truth is contained within the lie. It's like coded into it. For some reason, I just started thinking of that. And like, does that then mean that the truth can be accessed through the deception, or a deception accessed through the truth because of like energetically their connectedness?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
See, it just makes me think of like what do you think of like within the idea of like cracking a code of some sort? Like if we are in some separated state from, larger understandings of things, would it then be possible to like crack a code to be able to access something greater beyond ourselves through either these understandings or through some kind of utilization of this? Like, is this some way that you could like tap into like almost like tap into like a wellspring of either knowledge or information through being able to kind of, like the way you were saying fractals are explosional, like being able to kind of tap into that explosion basically and then have like be able to access it, or like zoom in and zoom out, or like fast forward or rewind in order to like kind of tap into that. Made me think about like if you had like a device that could like create a portal. That's kind of going into a whole nother direction, but
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see like what, like, because I even think that these, well, because I've done other things where I just like make color palettes off of 1 through 9, or what 1 through 9 plus 0, and then it just becomes like a mosaic. I don't know if it inherently just has like anything good going on with it. Maybe it's like a mandala-like kind of thing that one could approach creating, where you could once you had it in like a blender, I should just get Arma to just model it for me. It would also work like on a buckyball too. Kocha was talking about buckyballs. Carbon 60 atom. I guess that's another reason why I knew it was carbon 60 with 60 sides, but the buckyball like shape. I think it's just in theory. I don't know if they actually have like found a true buckyball, or why Buckminster Fuller at all. Everybody wonders that.
Yo, sorry guys to interrupt.
Yo, what's up?
How are you, man? Fuck, I haven't spoken to you in 2 years, I think, man. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, I'm good. Good to hear your voice too, man. Yeah, how about
Looks
yourself?
quite- Yeah, same old, man. I haven't been on for a while, but it's quite a few years, I think. But I got back on, and everything's still all going. So, no, good stuff. Thank you for inviting me to your server.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, you've been kind of outside of the world of servers for a while, of these servers.
Yeah,
Outside
man.
of-
Oh, I moved around, moved back to New Zealand, and home stuff, but good times, man. I'll be back on now.
Yeah, right on.
I miss the old world of Discord, actually. No, all good, man. What's the chat about? What are you chatting about these days?
We're talking about the Fibonacci sequence and fractals and
Yeah,
free
beautiful.
energy.
Well, I'll sit back. You guys take it. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to get into like the 0 point energy, or I guess what my little idea is that I don't know, Jason, maybe you got a little bit of road noise or something like that, but yeah, just thinking about it like in terms of that 0 point energy could really be a result of like pressure and temperature drops that result at like in the I guess changing certain it meeting for certain conditions where the propagation of like some sort of energy from particles could be drawn, like high energy particles propagating in a very cold environment, like super cooled or whatever. Within possibly driven or working with some kind of like magnetism or electromagnetism. Yeah, just an idea, basically. You ever see that?
I was thinking just real quick, like in terms of the Fibonacci sequence, like and how it's like an infinitely repeating cycle. Just made me think of like, is there something to like the idea of free energy having that same quality to it, like that infinitely repeating fractal quality to it. That in terms of if there's technology that either has been developed and is being hidden from us, or if it's something that we could uh, reacquire or even acquire for the first time if we view it that it hasn't been done yet. But would it have something to do with tapping into that layer of it where that like infinitely repeating cycles that could then be utilized in some energy form?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I guess part of this is like just like is there like an ether sort of are there just is ether something that's like so obscured of a topic and that basically we should just think of it, and anything that's like in a gas state might just like act in a certain way, in the ethers of something, if you were to have right like the ethers of xenon metal, like we get like whatever headlights or mercury bulbs or mercury vapor sodium vapor bulbs or whatever, right? So those are ethers basically to me, so they all have like these different properties. Yeah, I guess ultimately like it's like some kind of like dynamic or some kind of like dynamo that was like somewhat mechanical but placed within like a basically a cryo cooled environment, being able to like somehow kind of pull the tornado of something through it, and then grabbing that charge. That'd be my idea, like for free energy, basically utilizing like 0 point like propagation of some kind of like particle, like an alpha particle or something, or whatever. It just needs some kind of collector plate. It's also possible it's like not safe either. Yeah. Or yeah, you could use it as like like an inductor ring and then like drip water through the middle of it too. I mean, there's just a lot of things you could do with a toroid shape. I'm really big fan of that Lord Kelvin's accumulator experiment. I think it's the shit. Like dripping water through a paint can into a bucket, like in mirrored, like you do two of them like in parallel, but you cross the buckets up. Like you can get static electricity out of that. Crazy. You get like arcs between it. You ever seen that, Gio? Or Lord Kelvin's thunderstorm, that's also called.
Huh? Lord Kelvin's thunderstorm.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There's a go ahead.
Kelvin hydroelectric generator.
Yeah, it effectively, like, you just need to empty one vessel of water and split it into two streams with a drip on them. The drip has got to go through like basically like a paint bucket with a hollow with the bottom cut out of it will work. So this is your inductor, and then it's tied to like a brass rod that goes down, and these two cross over each other like an X, but they don't actually touch. So the two paint buckets form an X, and at the bottom of the X are the two water collection buckets, and the drips of water go through the inductor, and then they hit the bucket, the collection bucket at the bottom, and eventually they'll just develop a polarity. One will become negative, one will become positive, and they'll be like a battery. So you could just recycle that water and run it through again, and do it like that. Pretty cool. And it arcs across, so you could like capture the arcs and multiply that current, with like the other thing that they call a lightning generator, which is the Marx generator, which you can just essentially make that from like water and some hardware, salt water and fresh water, and inductors, like just bolts and shit, basically to hold charge, and some solo cups, and you basically create a chain of these, like 15 long, and I think you can take the paint bucket drips, like accumulated shock, and then just run it through that shit, and it will like eventually be enough to like seriously injure somebody. So that's what we need. Like just drips of water, being able to do that is crazy. Because you're like amplifying every drip of water, like I don't know. 15 times. It's just like it's a very low amperage, like 10,000. I think it's like 10,000 volts though. It's enough to arc from two brass rods. So I don't know. It's like 100 milliamps or something.
Yeah, this is a picture of one. Looks like that one's
Yep. Oh, that's a Marx generator. Nice.
Yeah. The tower on the right. How about this one? This one's huge. It's about to post. It's like looks like Siemens made this.
Oh wow.
High voltage impulse test system at TU Dresden for testing electrical transmission line components.
That is outrageous.
Yeah.
That's like some serious Frankenstein shit. Without Cook Frankenstein. And his monster. But yeah, even like the shock that you get like on a doorknob, like in the winter or something, if you were to amplify that like 15 times, it'd be a lot of energy. But anyway, that would be like that'd be the coolest fucking system, you know, where just like drips of water are like for multiplied by like so many times that for every drip of water it's like significant work being done. And these are effects of guys just getting with paint buckets, basically, you know, with the labels scraped off. So if that was like some superconductor bullshit, where you had some coils wrapped around that stuff or whatever, painted some magic symbols on it, maybe it would work a lot better. You know? And then you could hook like a
Magic symbols, all right.
Hey, what?
So, bro.
Hey, howdy. Cookie Monster has actual
So
Cookie
on.
Monster avatar. Right, that's a bit on the nose, but cool. Carry on. What's going on?
Hey, watch
Building a
What's up,
hypothetical
Mike?
for the asteroid, you know, free energy machine here with you. Just shooting the shit. What's going on with you, man? Anything good?
Same old, you know. Just got back from playing about the tournament. We lost, but we were in the playoffs, but we lost. But that's okay. You don't have to stop talking because of me.
You know what I really like too is like these I mean, they're not like practical use just yet, but some of these like 3D printed things, they it's like a contactless like gear system, basically using magnets and fluxers and magnetoreluctance. It's a phase attractors move along the semipoloid shaft of the Marsylvane Wayne copter. For every rotation that the magnet, I'm sorry, there was some vocabulary right there. But for every rotation that the magnet ring does, it concentrates into pairs that push like a stainless steel bolt that's magnetic. So that's what like receives the flux like torque, I guess, to make this contactless system work. So if you turn the outer magnets with like, let's say, a belt, it would result in the turning of the central shaft, like that you could run like a motor or something or whatever on, but without any actual contact. So it's pretty neat, just like held and suspended space kind of with the housing, but you know, it would, yeah. Some interesting thinking, you know, and just like how, you know, the luminaries in the sky actually might work. You know, if you think about like how flux points, and you know, that kind of stuff. Like all these things have like a sort of a periodicity, not unlike the Fibonacci series. They have like recurring cycles, and that's why the aether's moving at 15 degrees per hour or what have you. Yeah, even like a toroidal copper winding will it basically just be generating its own frequency, even if there's no power applied. As long as there's like a magnet nearby, it'll start to kind of pulse at a certain rate.
Interesting.
I've seen somebody actually make like Marco Rodin coils, or just like basically toroid coils, a certain kind of winding pattern, like the one you posted actually originally, alternating ABC type stuff. You ever checked out the Bedini generator or the Daftman coil or Daftman circuit?
No, I don't know much about that.
Okay. Yeah, it was like Bedini, I think, was like a lab partner of Tesla's at some point. Went on to create this thing called the Bedini Energizer. Yeah, so basically it uses like one battery to drive a kicker to a wheel that works off like magnets. It's a bunch of magnets attached to a wheel, and there's like two coils of a certain build, using a bunch of nails basically, and like as like a ferrite core. What this does is it creates like a center point attraction for the magnets to arrive at. When the magnets arrive there, there's like a transistor that feels the heightened voltage that's occurring there, or whatever, or the drop. I don't know. It just regulates it somehow. So as soon as it gets really in line with it, it's already sending a signal to kick it out of the way. So it sends like kind of a repulsing current through the coils, because it pulses the coils, right? And so this whole interaction creates speed of the wheel, but what it's actually collecting is the ripping away of the magnet fields as they're synced up. When they're totally synced up, it's like it reaches this null point, and then as it's speeding away, there's like a static like towel snap basically that happens, and it's like this negative like voltage spike.
So it's a combination of the solid magnets that stay magnetic and the ones that you activate by electricity, right? And they kind of like cause some kind of a toroidal like cycle that repeats. Is that what you're talking about? I'm trying to understand.
Well, these aren't even necessarily built with like toroidal design. This is just like something, you know, you can build like a battery bank charger from, basically like a magnetic wheel, and then for each coil, you're gonna probably develop enough current to like trickle charge like two batteries in a bank. So I guess
right.
It's
kind of like wireless charging.
Yeah, I think you can probably easily engineer a system where you could just add two, or just add pairs of these, you know, and then be able to like generate enough for like a decent amount of battery bank. It would just
The
be
part about
dope.
electricity that I get confused about is like how is it that in an amplifier we can generate like thousands of volts, or even in a microwave, but yet we have such trouble turning low voltage that we get from like a line that's outside on a pole from actually becoming anything bigger than just that low voltage. That's
Yeah.
the part I'm confused. I haven't seen anybody actually show me that they could do that, right? Like if we could take a small amount of juice and then turn it in, run it through transistors or whatever, and build it up into 10,000 volts and get a large amount of amps out of it, we could power everything with that kind of stuff. But I haven't seen that transition. That's where I'm kind of like still skeptical. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing is basically
I can
like
see how you could make things turn for a long period of time, or even with very little energy, but you still
well,
got to get it going. You know what I mean? There's still issues. You know what I'm saying?
well that so
Go ahead,
it takes two batteries, right? So like it would charge a bank, but it's also running off of its own primary battery, right? Uh, that's the design. So as long as that battery has charge, it'll continue recharge. So it's basically just a battery charging unit, right there. And that's just how that works. So as long as you have that primary driver battery, you could have it like charged by a solar panel, and then you should be able to just always have some recharging stuff going on.
Right. Yeah. And as long as you weren't using too much of it at once, you wouldn't run low. As long as you have sunlight, back it up. Yeah, I gotcha.
But even so, it would just be enough. Like it still could probably be like 2 days on the full like golf cart battery charge or something like that. Like it doesn't really take much energy because it's like it's pretty well conserved. It's like high RPMs. Now the other thing too is you could put a brake system on it too if you wanted to do any kind of work. You could just put a little transmission on there and have it drive some other belts and let that like mill some grain for you or feed the chickens or I don't know, set a booby trap for fucking somebody maybe trying to take your treasure. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Anyway, then you're just down to like, how do you store all this power? And then you're down to like, oh, we got to just go buy a deep cycle fucking car batteries or something like that. Or no, we'll get some lithium polymer ion or I don't know like what. But it really to me seems we're going about this the wrong way or something. Like you should just be able to like store it in like carbon capacitor batteries. That you should be able to just be able to manufacture like carbons at I don't know, almost like at home or something, or be able to order like because you can order a bucket of really high density like a high purity carbon, like crystallized carbon that you could use. It's like a substrate and like a capacitor. You just make like similar to how they make those little candy buttons on a roll. You know what I mean? You just instead of candy, you just put a bunch of interlevered sort of carbon pieces there, and then roll it up and put it in the casing, and voila, it's got energy capacity, energy density, and you could calculate all that. That's year 27 when we get like the serious like chemist engineers on our side to make a sustainable technoculture. Chapter 64. I think it'd be so fun to just consider like what actually could go on if we took our best and brightest like developers to just like build something, at least build the basis for other people to build off of first. We talk about a lot of subsistence stuff. I think maybe it's because we realize that we can't count on NASA to get to anywhere. We're gonna have to take care of that ourselves. Anyway. Part of the I like the do it yourself sort of mentality. It's really cool. I like that you can be able to grow your own vegetables and but it is some work. You know what I mean? I don't imagine like chirality going to grow his potato garden or something like that and just got like I don't know, but maybe you could do that. You could be bothered to grow some potatoes. Like a patch or two of potatoes. They don't really need much. I think. But that's like a division of labor that, I don't know, sort of defeats the idea of efficiency. But there's nothing like probably making your own potatoes, mashed potatoes you make. I don't know. That's probably really sweet. Who knows? But the Uber culture that could occur, I don't know. You have to draw from diverse skills like the A-Team or MacGruber or any such team building movie. Well, MacGruber is not a good example, obviously. For obvious multitude of reasons, actually.
Well, you could Uber the potatoes and the produce I grow, and we could both get rich. What's
There
up?
you go. Hey, what's
But
happening?
you could make your own potatoes. You could throw into the commodity, so we got more to sell too.
There you go. We got a market now.
All you need is
attributes,
space. Yeah, supply and demand. Well, that's a commodity, so there is a supply and demand. Period.
Yeah,
We
I hear
use
you.
so much food products every year, but I'm all for growing all your own food, man. I hear these vegans like, oh, I put together a salad, and I'm like, yeah, I grow a salad, and I eat one with every steak. Good day. I mean, you know how much meat I kill to get my steak? The animal I get it from. You know how much meat I kill to grow my vegetables? A lot. And if they're coming in pesting the crops, and eating a lot of them, I'm gonna have to take that animal out too, so that my vegans can get their veggies. I got them hooked now. I got to keep them supplied. It's their dope, you know what I'm saying? Cucumbers and such. Oh, I see the weirdest people around harvest time, man. But some of them
Yeah.
are cool. Like we have a small orchard, apple orchard, and we sell produce and stuff. We have a cider mill. So every year around the harvest, pumpkins, Halloween, and we see the weirdest people from town wanting healthy food, but I understand where they're coming from. So I don't use nitrates or potassiums. I don't use chemicals. I try to do all natural, third generation family farming. Some pests, some things you absolutely have to do to save a crop, but there's always a home remedy, especially if you got an apple orchard. Apple cider vinegar, that's a hell of a mold and pest protectant. The orchard actually gets rid of a lot of bugs and funguses that are detrimental to farming and agriculture. But if the orchard itself gets tainted, then we'll have to purify it. But we normally do that with apple cider vinegar diluted solution and just spray the trees down with apple cider vinegar because it'll kill all the molds and the pests. You don't have to use all that
Yeah.
crap. You just have to aerate the soil and keep up the grounds, man. You got to know.
Yeah, you either need like, so I think there's like either it just takes attention and patience and all the things that you're made out of.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
but
Home
for the
remedies.
average person, I don't know if that's approachable. It's just like
True.
is there? So
Home
I
remedies
question.
take a lot of manpower, where
Yeah.
chemicals are just quicker. One guy can spray down the
Do you
entire
think
crop.
about like what a 3D printer is allows people to basically be machinists without ever having to be machinists? You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. I program fucking horizontal machining centers, Fanuc control Mazak. So I've got engine
Well, you
lathes, mills,
you can produce all
drills.
kinds of things. Yeah, it's just nifty. Like, but I guess
The printers are nifty. I actually have one. I'll print some. I printed interiors, dashes,
Yeah.
consoles, replacement stereo consoles.
Yeah. So like, there's a system basically in development for doing like robotic gardening, basically utilizing the same setup as XYZ plotter, you know,
Yeah.
and a camera system and
We
stuff like
move
that. And you,
well in the greenhouse. We move our lights on those systems too. So
yeah,
just got a
it's just
XYZ
cool. Like
axis to travel.
this one, it like
Lighting
basically
and
uses photo comparison. So like if there's anything that grows next to where it's not supposed to be, like right after you plant your stuff, you know, if anything tries to grow up next to it, it'll like XYZ itself to that coordinate and then like push it down with like a rod. So just like push the weed down. And even though that doesn't stop the weed, it'll always stop the weed from like progressing too far, you know, because it just
well,
lets
yeah.
shit
The
suck.
ideal is you don't have to kill the weed. You can just smother it, and then the plant will overtake it by eating up all the sun. Yeah. It's when the weeds get bigger than the plants that there's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. They make
Plus, they
there's other
also
people like,
you,
yeah,
another thing weeds do, or they hold moisture in an area for your fruit producing. Most vegetables are fruits, and people don't know that. By botany, they're flowering, seed-bearing plants. They're fruits. So, but
yeah.
moisture is one of the biggest problems for weeds. You know, you don't want your produce rotting out early.
But I don't know. Like if you try to divide up like some area that's just agriculture or just this or that or whatever for too much space, it becomes like where everything's disjointed. So it's just an interesting kind of thought experiment, I guess. Like, how would you plot out like I don't know something where you have like periodic like community gardens or parks or something like where it would be for where a house in a neighborhood might be, but instead of a house being there, it's just a community garden and everybody can like
I do
whatever.
community gardening in town. They designate. There's a group. They designate a bunch of lots to where the public can have gardens there, and then farmers from the country come in and help them plant gardens. What do you want? A melon patch on this lot? What do you want? Berry patch? What do you want? A vegetable garden? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In town, though, you'd be surprised in Jackson County. There's a lot of damn woodchucks, man. These things are all over. We're teaching these guys, like, they're in a city, they can't go out there and just shoot it with a shotgun, you know? So you got to teach them to live trap that shit. And then, now we're seeing an influx of woodchucks coming back to the country. I'm serious. Because they bring them out here and drop them off.
There was this crazy software that just worked off of Java and like I think even like Windows 7. It was like working, but oh man, that stuff was the greatest like open source like tracking stuff ever. That'd be
I
really cool.
use
Like build like some kind of like auto track because like you could definitely like take a picture of a woodchuck and be like, if you see this thing, like do this code. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant for machining. I was going to say, I use a tower. I've got an old numeric chucker that I turned into a CNC lathe. And I use a tower with Windows 7 and some software I downloaded
Oh yeah,
for that.
nice man. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, my backup power supply is a 12-volt battery sitting there, you know, for the memory board. But I mean, I could only run one program at a time, but I got a tower. I can store like multiple programs, you know.
There was
It
this
works
guy
out.
I used to really be into the concept anyway, but he was trying to basically develop his own setup of open source like farm all kinds of different equipment basically, yeah, to like earth movers like bobcat like things, you know.
Oh, really? Farm equipment? Somebody was trying to
Yeah,
bust in on John Deere?
yeah, they
I'd
still
like to
got
meet
going
him.
on.
I'm looking for a replacement for John Deere. Got me a case. That's a
I
redneck
bet
joke.
you'd be a good person to look at. Yeah, it's just like it's yeah. They have something called like
Man,
life
John
track.
Deere got gators, all kinds of shit, man. You better be a bad motherfucker to compete
They
with
were
John
trying to
Deere.
do yeah. I think they eventually made. They have like their own way that they made tracks or something like that. So it's got like it's basically a DIY track vehicle. And they got
Yeah,
all the blueprints.
a skid runner. Yeah, it's a
You'd
skid
probably
runner.
be able to supercharge that thing like I bet if you looked at it.
Well, heavy equipment is supercharged. Some of it, if it's run by a diesel, it'll have a blower on it or a charger, supercharger. But that's more for torque. You know, I mean, it's not like we're trying to go fast. We're gearing it all for torque, so we can easily move stuff easier. You know.
So his idea is basically to like build like 60 different R&D, 60 different from prototype to like something that someone else can replicate basically from the instructions. Whatever. All these things, and one of them was pretty cool. It's like a compressed earth brick maker. Basically, just uses like a pneumatic pressure to squeeze earth into a brick that you could use for a walkway or even structured like load bearing things.
Yeah, I'm sure the right composites. Yeah, pressure will compress a lot of things, but soil, yeah, if you got the right soil, you can make good bricks. That wouldn't be a big revelation on the farm as we mix our own concrete. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I mean, if you can't afford concrete, you'd have to buy all that equipment before you could compress dirt bricks. But there's easier ways to make homemade concrete.
I guess I had this interest in this kind of stuff like long before FE ever happened for me, and
Farmers
but all
are
the
the
way
ones.
through it, everyone's always talking about like kind of doing it from the ground up approach, here and there, and
Yeah.
I just got like a lot of ideas, I guess, over the years.
I grew up on a farm, so I've always grown my own herbs, spices like dill. You know, I've always lived on a farm. This is the third generation farm, except for when I was in service. So I came home to the farm. You know, so I mean, just growing food is a part of my lifestyle. Even if I was rich, other than farming, I'd still farm because I grew up this way. I maintain. This isn't my home. I mean, it is my home for my lifespan, but this is my grandfather and grandmother's land, and it's their legacy and their estate. It's an estate. It belongs to a bloodline. So each person who becomes in the next generation, I'll pick somebody to be chief executive officer, but somebody who gives a shit about who my grandfather was and will maintain certain things on the estate for the reasons my grandfather put in his bylaws. And this is why I was the CEO, because I was the youngest, and growing up, I got to spend the most time with Grandpa, and they all seen it coming.
Yeah.
Mike knows what Grandpa wants. Mike does everything Grandpa's way. Grandpa's little hip hugger. So, but I want this to look the same way 5 generations from here, and people still know how in our bloodline to maintain their own damn life. People who can grow their own food, hunt their own food, build their own house, wire their own electrics. These are hard people to control. They don't rely on other men for their life source,
Well, I just think it's outright impossible to really build any.
Amen.
Build up. Yeah, go ahead. Who's that?
I was agreeing with Mike. I agree completely.
Hey.
We're a lot harder to take down because we'll do for ourselves. We won't just be lazy. We'll go and figure out a way to figure it out ourselves.
Yeah, you want a big fat ass burger and some fried potatoes with homemade buttermilk biscuits done. You don't have to leave the dairy farm. We got that right here.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you, but guys.
I mean, you
guys,
want an omelet a little different than yesterday, then I'll go hunt you some duck eggs or swan eggs, depending on what time of year it is. One thing I do like to do, because we're overrun by wild turkeys, I will do wild turkey egg omelets, and they're fucking good. But
what's up? What's it?
If a Tom turkey catches you raiding his eggs, man, you're in for a fight, man. These motherfuckers are little balls of muscle, 40-pound turkey beat your ass, and they got weapons.
You don't want to mess with no turkey, bro. I'll tell you what, I've fought all kinds of animals, and a turkey is something you don't want to mess with, bro.
Oh, I know I run with whatever eggs I got, bro. As soon as I'm noticed, I'm out. I'm like, yep, later. I got 2. See ya. Because they got bones in their elbows or their wings that are like real thin and they're like razors. And things will fuck you up. My brother got drunk one day when we was teenagers, and before we went to service, he went out there and he said, "Fuck it, before I leave, I'm fucking a turkey up." And I was like, "Leave that turkey alone, bro.
I
You
remember
ain't
this story.
yeah, you ain't Billy Badass." And he run up and kicked the turkey like a football, dude. It sounded like a helicopter. It flew backwards. It took flight and came right back at him and started beating the fuck out of him. So he deployed to the army to be an explosives expert and fucking covered with stitches all over his face because the turkey kicked the shit out of him, dude. I said, I told you. I told my Marine Corps recruiter about it. He said, I don't see you with any scars on your face. I said, well, that's the difference between the Army and the Marines, I guess, then. And he said, yeah, I'm going to have to use that one. Yeah. We know who to fuck with and who not to fuck with. They love country boys, though, in the military. Because we're avid shooters. We shoot moving targets. You know, we're trying not to waste bullets. We're trying to be efficient at it because dinner's cheap. If you put 5 bullets in a a deer or something, you spent more than you should have on some meat. 1 bullet's all you need. 1 arrow. It's cleaner for both you and the animal. Plus, the meat's healthier, the food's healthier. We don't know. You're buying TV dinners. If you live off TV dinners from China, you don't know what the fuck you're eating. Don't come at me telling me you're healthy. I'm a farm boy, I'll laugh at you while I eat a burger with cucumbers on them. Half the garden. I put so much shit from the garden on the fucking... And we'll grill it all. We'll grill all of it. Just stack it up on a big piece of beef. Eat that bitch with a knife and a fork. It'll be so fucking big. And I ain't bullshitting. That's just so we can get enough energy at lunch to go back and work till sunset. City, man, shit. Farm life makes tough people. This is a guarantee. When you got to work for your food and your living, you got to help maintain the house you live in, then life has more value to it. This guy over here, he's helping you do all the work that it takes to maintain your life and your property, and you help him. You have a greater respect for those people. Those are your neighbors. Your neighbors should be extended part of your family. And that's how you build communities. And that's what's wrong with the world today. People don't do that anymore. They don't help their neighbors. Grew up in the country, man. If the neighbors were starving, we'd take them over a hot meal and a bunch of fucking groceries. Even if it put us back. Don't strive to be nice, man. Strive to be good men. Do what you must because it's right. Nice men let people get away with shit. Ain't no fucking nice guy. I'm just a good man. I do what's right. Most of the time. Not always. I'm not perfect. I can be wrong. Unlike a lot of people, I'm willing to admit when I am. But I think life would be better if families were bigger. They all lived on one big property and they just passed it down generation to generation and kept adding to it. Your kid gets old, you buy the initial land. Your son gets old enough, you buy more land and put his ass right next door to you on the deed. Do like the Amish, build him a house. I mean, these some bitches will get fucking 100 cousins, uncles, nieces, and they'll just pick a house up and move it. Here, we bought you a plot of land, Jacob. We're going to move this barn and this house down to that land. We're going to prop it up in the air and build you a foundation. You'll be good. you and Rebecca. And then you're there, you're farming. They come help you put your first crop in, build your farm, get your livestock. That's community. I am my brother's keeper. That's family. That's where
All right, I'll buy your book.
a community should be a family. You should know your neighbors. When I was a kid, I'd get caught at the lake by people who didn't even live near to me, but they knew who I was, and they'd be like, "Don't make me call your dad." If I was doing stupid shit.
Hey, Don, you got maybe some hot white.
Don.
Oh, okay.
Don's
you got some hot background.
What the hell is that? A Tesla coil, man?
You watching Tom and Jerry? What are you doing? Thomas.
We grow our own maters and our own smoke too. I'm smoking my weed right now. I grew this shit.
Oh my God, we're in drunken home.
Hey, Captain Background Noise, can you mute it?
My room stinks, Smurf. You'd love that shit. What else, Smurf?
And we're here to clean the house. Buenos dias. I am.
What about muting?
La toilet. No ass poo poo.
Yo, Don Nuts. What's up over here? What's up?
No ass poo poo. Dad better come home soon.
Is this a troll? This is a troll. Come on. What's up?
Did you bring me coffee?
Don.
Know what you're talking about? Be makeup and a boom rock. Hey, coffee maker is. We don't even pay attention. No,
Oh,
man.
man.
But we worked for 12
Is
hours.
it too early to start practicing Christmas carols?
Say that? Yeah, you do.
Hey, what's it? Mute Don, man. What's up?
Dan?
Man, they muted me on the politics server for saying crackers. So I went putting Mars, and I was like, cracker, 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 till they muted me.
Yeah, well, it's going to be the fall. You know what I mean? A lot of people having soup. Crackers are popular.
Yeah, what the hell? I can't say cracker.
Well, how many crackers are you having during the summertime? You know, really. Unless it.
I mean, I'm a white guy. Don't tell that cracker you can't call him. I identify as a cracker. That's my pronoun, motherfucker.
Oh,
what's up?
What are your adverbs?
Peckerwood and Whitey.
What are your prepositions?
Because Whitey be over in that Peckerwood hood making that cracker noise. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Gotcha.
Are you with
okay.
me though? Are you picking up what I'm
Right
putting
on.
down? You know that cracker shit. You know what that is? That single white male shit. You know what I'm saying?
You're a salty, white, starchy object with a
Yeah,
square.
I'm a salty old white boomer motherfucker, but really I'm a Gen X. Hey, you know, rookie. They said, "Don't say cracker again, Mike." AI did. AI overlord. I said, "Oh yeah, I'll be the flat Earth Puddin' Mars." He said, "Well, how's that?" Puddin' Mars used to get on our live stream and drop the N bomb.
You still talk to that piece of? Oh, excuse me. You still talk to that guy?
No, I don't. I was on the politics server.
Yeah, the drama got too thick for me, bro.
I was talking.
I don't hate the guy or nothing. I mean, I don't wish any ill will, but I'm saying I
was talking with Miggy and Quantum Eraser, and they got mad about
Miggy's
that.
cool.
So I just.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed. Yeah, you're not allowed to fraternize with the other guys.
I just said cracker till he muted me. Mute me, bitch.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed.
But I am cracker. I am the great cracker. I am.
I don't know. I don't know if that even. Well, I mean, you know, if you mean it as a racial identifier tag, I mean, you know,
I
guess
think
across
that'll
the
be
board,
my
like,
next troll.
I don't think it. I don't know, but like,
I am
What's
cracker.
racial about calling somebody by the color of their skin? Really, I mean, if I don't have a
I'm
problem with it, what difference does it
hey,
make? I mean,
I am cracker, therefore I am. Did I
I've
just
lived in
get
some
muted
bad
again?
neighborhoods, bro. I don't think so. I hear you.
No, I have too. That's where I usually heard the word cracker. What do these crackers want? You know what I always say? We're here to fix the asphalt. And then I put the ACP on my hip. You know what I mean? The Desert Eagle, because I got a
dude, I mean,
CCP.
was that
I mean,
Russian?
a CCP concealed carry permit. So like when I'm
That's
doing
not.
parking lots, when I'm seal coating and crack filling and shit, I open carry. They can't tell me I can't. It's my right. I'm in public. My work is in public, so therefore I can carry my firearm while I work in public. Lawfully. Legally.
Yeah,
I'm no
so
lawyer or
for
nothing, but believe it or not,
Listen,
there's no law that says you can't carry an
listen, let me put it
weapon
in
as long as you're not
perspective.
concealing it.
Let me put it in perspective what I do. So I go to a
let's do that.
Wendy's deep in the east side of Detroit, right? Fucked up neighborhood. Ambulances going in and out of this bitch every 20 minutes, 3 an hour. You know what I'm saying? And here I got to tape off a fucking parking lot, and I start doing it before it closes. So when it closes, I'm almost done because you only got so much time. They close down from 11, and then they open back up. So I got to crack fill it, clean it off, and then seal coat it in time for it to dry. The seal coat gets all over the asphalt. It's black. It's nasty. We'll tape it off. We put a barricade up where people can't walk through it. So young G's, mind you, and when I say G's, I mean real fucking gangsters, all of them strapping. They'll jump over the barricades, walk through the seal coat in their brand new fucking Nikes, right? And then bitch to me about $500 worth of Nikes after they fucked up my $8,000 job. You know what I'm saying? And because I don't want to just get shot in a parking lot in fucking Detroit, I just lean on the strap and get loud. I got a blowhorn. I'm like, hey, you're in a construction area. You broke a barricade. And you'll still have motherfuckers that see the weapon, see you working, you're spraying chemicals, and they still walk towards you. Like, I'm like, dude, you're going to get your outfit fucked up. We're still spraying the parking lot. I mean, you want to fuck up more of your shit, that's fine, but you'll just end up seal coated and dead. You keep stepping up on me, you know. But that's where I live, so that's how it is. I'm going to make that money. Don't get in my way while I'm doing it. Motherfucker in Detroit, though, will shoot you over a $200 pair of Nikes, dude. And he's the one that fucked them up, not you. You didn't tell him to walk through that shit. Like, you didn't see,
Yep,
you
and
don't,
you went right past all them signs that said black tar.
yeah. And I mean, like, my employees, they feel a lot safer when I'm strapped. They're like, yeah, can we strap? I'm like, you got open carry. We're in public. That's all I can tell you. If you got a legally registered weapon, don't get in the vehicle and move the vehicle in the parking lot with your weapon on your side, because that's illegal transportation of a firearm. You have to put it back in the storage unit and storage it while the weapon moves, or while the weapon's transported in the vehicle, it has to be stored. So you can't be driving a vehicle with a weapon on your side. If you have a CCP, then okay, yes, you can have it on your person at all times while you're driving or not. If you just got a registered weapon, then you have to put it in a lockbox every time you drive around because you don't have that
Or on the
carry.
gun rack on the back window.
Well, yeah. Not a pistol. There has to be 4 steps between you and the firearm at any given time, unless you have a federal permit or a CCP. Then it can be on your person at all times and ready to go, ready to rock and roll. That's why I encourage people, don't just register your firearm. If you got a concealed carry state, then get your concealed carry permit and just strap up. You don't have to tell people you are strapped up. If you want to, well, it's your registered weapon. You can flip it around and clip it on your belt anytime you want to in public. But when you get in the car, you just pull it off your waist and stuff in the back. You know? You should keep up with the laws, too, the gun laws in your state. Because
Yeah, I mean, I would say that would be the best thing.
whether you
But
should
like
know
when it
what...
comes to your property, it's completely different.
It depends. If you're in a stand my ground state, then sure. But if you're not in a state where they know damn well you got the right to stand my ground, then you might have to choose a course of retreat before you can use deadly force. Like, in other words, if somebody tried to come in on your property and harm you, and you could have ran away from that shit, but instead you stood there and shot him, in that state, you'll probably go to prison for involuntary manslaughter because you were supposed to flee before you fought. I'm in a stand my ground state, so I can just stand there and watch you run up and then pop one in the chest. If you got the capability of deadly force on you, you're acting in an erratic manner. Like deadly force, you come on my land with a knife.
Man, if you got a gun in your hand, like you're gonna use it on me, and then you come and running at me, I'm probably gonna shoot you. I don't give a shit whether it's against the law or not. I'm gonna put you down, bro. You know,
Right,
like that's just
but
nuts.
unlike the police, I won't shoot center of mass. I'm not trying to kill nobody, but none of your limbs are going to be riddled with bullets because I'm pretty proficient at shooting. I mean, I enjoy to shoot. I hunt. You know, probably going to shoot some fucking holes. Your arms and legs will be Swiss cheese, but better hope I don't hit no main arteries.
I'm worse. I have plenty of weapons that'll holding you and make you wish you didn't fuck with me. That's for sure.
Right.
I can take you down with a marble and a slingshot at 100 yards. Guarantee you ain't gonna get close enough to shoot.
I like wrist rockets too.
Oh man, trust me, I shot a toilet. You know how hard a toilet is, right? It's porcelain and it's cooked in a furnace. I hit
Yeah,
that
with the
sucker from
marble.
about 50 feet away, and it fucking went right through the side and came out the other side. I was like, "Holy crap, dude! I could
Yeah,
knock a hole in somebody's skull, bro."
Yeah, marble will penetrate ceramic. You can sharpen the shit out of
I
ceramic.
don't like metal. I prefer to use glass or some kind of ceramic. So that way,
We use ceramic for some of my machining. I got roughers. You know what a rougher is? For a lathe or a turning center, a rougher takes out a large amount of material, move a lot of metal. Those are ceramic.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Ceramic roughers, and they're better than carbide, but they're a little more expensive. It's just a big white ceramic square. Got 8 edges
I also
on
have a
it.
bunch of old microwaves in my garage that I have set up to barely gotten fixed. You could always plug them all in and face them towards the wall by the front door, and just wait for their shells to start going off on the porch.
We can make some shit out of some microwave, bro.
Oh yeah, you can kill somebody very quickly. Like, all you gotta do is put the leads on the fucking door and connect the damn the capacitor that's in there and charge it up, bro. And somebody touches that handle, and trust me, they're gonna go flying across the street, bro.
If we find a way to shoot and direct that, man, we could build some weaponry, some energy weapons.
You turn on 1,000 watt microwaves into a small area like your front porch, and I guarantee you, nobody's gonna want to come on.
Listen,
You know what I mean?
I wasn't gonna break it down, Rookie, that we could do that because then we get into federal law and shit.
I'm not saying I'd do it. I'm saying if the shit hit the fan and I thought the end of the world was coming and criminals were coming up on my door trying to steal my food, yeah, I think I would. I'd be plugging that into the wall and I'd be using it against you. I don't care whether you like it or not. It's just how it is.
Light the whole fucking porch up. You'd be like,
yep.
Oh,
when you see the light dimming, you better get off the porch, bro.
Back up. He's been cooking for 15 seconds. He's going to explode any minute now. Back up. Get away from the windows. Right? Be the old cat in the microwave hookup.
And another one is you can take pool chemicals and you can smash them and you can cover them with wax and you could shoot those in a slingshot. hit somebody in the face with one of those. Ooh, that. Ooh.
I would prefer to have an arsenal because it's just efficient and quick. But you can defend yourself any way you got to, yes.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't. I could own a weapon, like I don't have any record of it. Just that, you know, my wife doesn't really like them, and
Well,
I've
I
got lots
mean,
of BB guns. Trust me, I've got a BB gun that will shoot a hole in your face, bro. Trust me with that.
listen, we're
You know,
gonna
so I
like
don't.
it's like up at war. Somebody's got to clear the battlefield, right? You see some crazy shit, and close quarter combat can get real up close and personal, real ugly gashes. And now you're talking about frying, cooking a motherfucker till he explodes on the front porch, and somebody got to clean that shit up, dog. Or are you just gonna leave it there so the next guy's like, "Hey, why are all these blood and guts around here?"
That's how they keep teenagers out of the mines. They drop a dead cow in front of the damn mine, and nobody wants to go anywhere near it. It's efficient, right? I'll put a sign out in the front that says "Walk on the porch and get burned up." I mean, I'll warn them. I'll put warnings.
Hey, that's funny, rookie. They pass a sign that says "Enter at your own risk," and then it's all bloodstained. And
It says if your lunch starts getting warm, then you might want to get off the porch.
If it gets hot in here, it's time to go. You know, you'd feel that shit,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, they'd feel it. They would, but like I said, it would make them change their mind about come up on the porch, regardless of what kind of weapon they've got. They're going to be like, "You good? I'm staying right here. We'll wait till he comes out." That's what they'll be thinking.
It cooked the water in your ass first from the inside out.
The only problem is the government has way stronger microwaves that can basically focus into a small beam enough to vaporize your body in probably, I don't know, I can't prove that, but I would say they could probably vaporize you in about 3 seconds if they really wanted to. But I don't know. Would they use that on me? I don't know. I doubt highly that anything like that would be effective enough to actually
Why
use on
wouldn't
people.
they?
I don't
Answer
know.
that question. Why wouldn't they?
Because I think that if you and me, people like you and me, who do have access to weapons and people that do shoot other people that would be willing to, people like us see that, we're gonna start taking down the first sons of bitches, and we're gonna take their tanks and shit away, and we're gonna keep fighting until we take over the whole neighborhood. And that's just how it is, bro.
Rookie
You know
said
what I
they
mean?
gotta park their tanks. Listen, at night we'll be outside constructing our microwave weapon around their tank armada.
We'll just light their tent on fire and then steal the tank, man.
Motherfucker
What
be
are we gonna
like,
do?
"You got 2 hours of sunrise. Kick the juice on. Start the
Yep.
generator.
Drop your weapons and walk away before you get kicked.
We just fry
No, I'm
'em,
serious.
you know?
Wouldn't you do that? Like if you saw tanks and stuff coming into your neighborhood telling you you're going to do this and that or whatever, they're going to take over your stuff and make whatever. You're telling me you wouldn't pull the tank out from underneath the back of the house and you wouldn't drive it out there and say, I don't think so. I think I would. And if I ever got if I managed to take out a tank or get my hands on it, I'd take it over. I guarantee you. I wouldn't just leave it there.
I think first, if I seen tanks invading my town, I would do as much recon as I could without getting imprisoned.
Absolutely. I agree.
And I'd know my
But
enemy
yeah, if I came to the
before I attacked and their capabilities. So I don't want to walk into a death trap. We're talking about militant people.
heavily trained, probably.
Resistance in a lot of cases is futile. The best warrior has to lay in wait and plan, you know?
Yep.
And if you're overwhelmed, you're losing the war if you just give yourself up right away. If you're overwhelmed.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that there's all kinds of rules.
Man, I got a fucking
saying.
3 foot top bud out here, rookie. That's one of the
Right.
biggest fucking buds I ever got.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, that's
What's
some
up?
bitch. Chunky
Brother up.
too. Chunky, dude.
Sounds like it.
I've been growing. Yeah, I've been growing.
And dense too. You just got it perfect, huh?
Yeah, man, I think that fucker's a pound and a quarter by itself. Man.
Damn.
I ain't never. The damn plant was almost laying 90 degrees sideways when I went and took it down. I was
Really?
like, get the fuck out of here.
Really? Why?
Because it was
What?
so
Just the
top
season was
heavy.
later. Oh, okay. I see. What you mean.
It was so
This is
top
so
heavy.
big.
And no, yes, it's been a late season. We've had some warmer weeks. We still had warm days. I still got crops. I got weed in the field.
We haven't gotten any rain yet. Hardly at all. We get rain once at the beginning of the year.
I mean,
We
today it
haven't
was
rained hardly at all.
70 something. So, I'm still letting them grow.
Mhm.
Some of them,
Yeah, I don't blame them. As long as they don't get.
they'll be out by hunting season because there's all kinds of motherfuckers wandering around here in hunting season. I don't want to have to shoot no man just because I can't. Come around here stealing my marijuana, though, we'll have a fucking problem. That there was my plan. You fucked up, boy. Yeah, I mean. No, most of my neighbors are cool, man. The ones that
I like most of my neighbors too. I don't have too many problems with
the ones that I
kids in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that do know I grow, they actually come over and help harvest and help trim because I'm really picky about the trimming, and I give them weed for trimming anyway. I pay them with produce. They work for us, so this time of year we hire. Well, the same people work all year long, But this is a busy time of year for farm workers. But I mean, my nephews love to come out and help me. They love to. All of them. They all during the summer they'll come out with their clones and shit. I got 60 clones of this, Uncle. I'm like, yeah, put it over there. Get some fencing out the garage. Get the gator. just put a fence around it. I just make sure they got adequate room to grow. Kids will just put pot plants next to pot plants. You can't do that. They can't be 2 foot from each other. You got to give her room to grow. She's a needy bitch, and she's gonna want her own area, her own space. Well, the mother bitches will start crowding her.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want males. You know that. Yeah, hell yeah. I give my brother like bags of buds and fucking fudge and cookies for Christmas. I pay my sisters to make all that shit my grandma and them used to make just for me. But we make I pay for the family dinner on Christmas. We have it right here on the farm every year, the whole family. My grandfather, one of his bylaws is that, the CEO has to spend up to $300 on each member of the family every year at Christmas. So they have to get a Christmas present from my grandfather. And, because I was Grandpa's little butt kisser. My sisters and brothers actually like that. They're like, yeah, I like my brother getting, because Grandpa spoiled us, you know what I mean? So I'm like, whatever. So the limit's 300. You want something more, bro? Fuck it, we'll get it. You know what I mean? Because that's what my grandpa would have done.
Mm-hmm.
And then I make it happen. And when them fucking lawyers try to argue with me, I'm like, look, we're talking about a man that spoiled all of us, motherfucker. The grandkids get the set number, but the first original grandkids, we're not talking about great, 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 and great. My sisters and brothers and me, we all got spoiled by Grandpa bitch, and that's the way it is. I'm the boss. Write this shit out and I'll sign it. Get my brother's shit. It's that simple. What I say goes, but they can wrap me up in court because of bylaws. They can tell me they're not going to pay that. But usually they don't fuck with me. Not too much. But I don't go outside of my grandfather's bylaws either, except on that. And I know personally they got a letter that my grandfather wrote specifically about me and what I want to do. And he pretty much in the letter said, that boy is a mirror image of me, and I'm pretty much back anything he wants to fucking do. After him, the bylaws are solid. But my grandpa knows I got his heart, you know? I'll do for
Mm-hmm.
his kids what he wanted done for them. He loved them all. That's why we got the shit we got. Because Grandpa loved us. He loved our parents more than us, you know, but you know.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, well, you always got to have a place in your heart for you.
But I know my grandpa would be proud. When I tell him, you know, Grandpa would be proud of you, motherfucker, they take that to heart. Because if anybody would know, it'd be me. I walked that old man to death. I sat by his bed while he died. 3 days I didn't leave his fucking room. When he slept, I slept, you know. I was blessed in that. I had a family wherein Grandma and Grandpa Great were there. Grandma and Grandpa were there. Not a lot of people know their great-grandparents, you know, or even interacted with them. I grew up with them. On both sides. I knew my great-grandparents on my mom's side and then on my dad's too. What's so funny, Rookie? You smoking? This motherfucker.
No, I'm talking to somebody on the side, and we're talking about. I'm not going to mention what it is, but it's just I forgot that my mic was on, and I started laughing at something she just said to me. It's cracking me up. I'll tell you on the side. I don't think it's proper. Sorry about that.
I can imagine.
I'll tell you who I'm talking to.
Who? A girl. You said her.
Little witch. Little witch.
Oh, somebody mentioned her the other day.
She cracks me up, dude. She's so funny. She's got so much personality. She cracks me up.
Somebody was asking me, did I know her? And I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Little Witch isn't she a mod on Flat Earth Reality? FER?
I'm not sure where she goes, but yeah, she's a mod somewhere. I've seen her modding.
It's
I've seen
hard.
that she's in charge of some.
It's hard
She's
to
cool
tag
though. I
her
like.
name, but yeah, she was a mod in my server, senior mod. I'm pretty sure she is. Let me look. I don't think she left my server. She might have though.
She knows who you are.
Oh, I know who she is.
I seem to get along with the ladies around here. I get along with Truth Prevails. I get along with Paula even. I get along with all the ladies around here. They all seem like they're really nice and genuine. I like that. I can't say that for all the dudes that I talk to on here, but you know, like I think the ladies that we do have are pretty damn cool. If you ask me.
Yeah, I agree. Let me see, senior mods.
I mean, you know, you've got your Rachis and you got these other goofballs, but I don't really consider them the same as, you know what I mean? The people that I know and that I've had conversations with.
Oh, maybe she did leave the damn server. I don't see her in the mod members.
I don't know.
Eh. It's not a real active server. It's all good. I wonder if I'm still fucking muted. Probably AI. That motherfucker never liked me, but I just told him how it is. He uses big words to try and sound intelligent, but he's using those words on half-witted people, so they don't understand a fucking thing he's saying, and he always fires over the bow. He never there's no direct fire from that motherfucker because people can't understand what the fuck he's saying. Most of the time he uses, what good's a big word if you can't use it in proper context? You use it as an adjective, but then you got 3 other adjectives. Now you've done double and triple negatives, and we don't understand what level of whatever it is you're trying to describe that you are, because you use too many different adjectives to describe it. So what good's, just use plain proper English and fucking talk to people, you know. Don't try to take this grammatical fucking position of authority. Bitch, you can know more words than the next guy, but it ain't gonna put you at the top of the list, you know. That's some Malcolm X shit. So you read the dictionary, good for you. Can you actually use any of that in working principle? Or actually, I'd be happy if it just made a coherent sentence. Literally thinks he's ridiculing you, but it's like, dude, how many different ways? Like, you literally described how stupid I was 8 different ways. You use 8 different adjectives. And you think you built a proper sentence. That's the worst part about it. You're like, look at me. Aren't I smart? No, you're not, bitch. When you use a moderate form of something to describe it, and then you also describe it in an accelerated form, but then you describe it in a lesser form, all in the same description, which one do we say is the level of its intensity? Because now we have too many levels of intensity. So we don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. We're lost.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? That's a good one.
Yeah, I've asked him that. Can you break it down in simple words? Can you say that in a remedial manner? Can you make it to where any simple Joe can understand it? Because the truth is, you don't know how to use those words properly in a proper sentence. And you've already demonstrated that. That's why he doesn't like me, because I just broke it down on him once. You talk right past people and you think you won something. Because you think you sound smarter than them. But just, you can sound smarter, and that doesn't win an argument. Doesn't win a debate. If you don't understand what you're saying well enough that you can relay it to people in simple words, and I'd say you don't understand what you're talking about as well as you think you do. Or you'd be able to put it in simple terms. Break it down to a simple man's science, just so to speak, you know. Remedial is way better than higher echelon, because you're trying to talk to average, everyday guys, not people with hyper accelerated educations who think too much of themselves. Or maybe you do. Maybe you're trying to reach people who think too much of themselves. You know what I mean, though? Like, playing to your
I do.
audience. You don't play opera to a rock and roll audience, do you?
Not unless you want to get booed off the stage.
Right? Or are you gonna play a bunch of Deadhead, some old ass twangy country music? Have you ever heard a whippoorwill? Hank, I swear, I think old Hank sounds like a hound dog, a old bellering hound dog. He bellers like a dog with a rabbit on. You know what that is? You ever rabbit hunted with a dog?
I've coon hunted with a dog, but never rabbit. No, not rabbit.
You know
Coon
how
and
You know how they go out like a unit and they beller to each other.
Yes, I do understand how the process.
And they use that to corner them, and the whole time you're saying, "Skit that coon, boy! Skit him up! Skit that coon, boy!" And
They
then you'll
tree that
get a
sucker and shoot it. Yep.
yeah. Once they got him
That's
treed, then you get an alert
yep.
beller. Oh, he won't
Yep.
stop.
Bloodhounds
That's it.
generally.
Yeah, that's the alert beller. You know, that's I got him. I got him. He's here. Come on, come kill him. He's stuck.
They'll keep him in the tree if they can. Yep. And then you just go in there
Yeah.
and you just put one bullet right in and knock him out of the tree and go home and have yourself some dinner.
Yeah, Hank bellers like that.
They're decent. They're decent eating. Possum's even decent if you cook it right. But I mean,
Coon?
if I had to, I'd survive. Yeah, raccoon's not bad, and possum's not bad either if you cook it right. But it can be gamey depending on where you get it from.
Listen,
Porcupine's good, I've heard.
Porcupine can be eaten raw for a period of a
What?
couple months if you need to, and not give you
Really?
botulism. Yeah, it won't give you
But you got to
botulism.
get past the spines. I'd find a way to cook it.
Oh, you pluck all them spines out. The Native Americans use that shit for. We made all kinds of shit out of it. You can still get a porcupine quill fucking jewelry box. Just go to the reservation. They'll put that shit in stew, gumbo, or whatever. Yeah, but you can eat porcupine raw and it won't give you botulism. I mean, you shouldn't eat it if it's rotten, but you can eat it raw.
Well, I mean, I would salt it and probably try to cure it before I'd eat it. I don't know if I want to eat it raw unless I starve it to death. I try to cook it somehow.
Well, if you was
Focus
starving
lighter.
in the middle woods and you ain't seen salt for 99 days and you had this
Yeah,
dead
you got a good point, but I'm just saying I would go out of my way to try it some other way first.
you had this dead porcupine, you might try to rub
Bugs
a
are
couple
safe to
sticks
eat.
together.
You can
But
eat
I'm saying,
bugs.
to get you some energy to rub them sticks together and start you a fire, you could always eat a big chunk of it if you wanted to, and you wouldn't get botulism. You probably get the shits, the same as country people when they eat venison and they're not used to
You
it.
eat too much blood, it'll make you sick. Yeah.
I've done survival training, man. That's why you eat small amounts. You don't eat I'm not telling you to eat a large amount of porcupine raw, just a couple chunks to give you protein, because you don't want your stomach fucked up in a survival situation. That will prevent you from getting the fuck out of where you're at and back to society. You have to set up base camp. You get some stomach problems. That's why it's easier to just eat things that the human body, like a living, crawling spider that don't have rat on it, or a grub, caterpillars, grasshoppers, shit like that if you have to. Because it won't make you sick and you just keep on going. You can like roast grasshoppers. Like white people eat popcorn. Native Americans used to roast a bunch of locusts. Have roast fucking grasshoppers. Just like they do crayfish, You ever had crayfish?
Oh yeah, I can catch them right here in my town. There's a spillway from a small lake. We used to catch them when I was a kid, and I used to cook them and eat them. My grandma would be like, "You're gonna eat those?" I said, "You bet your ass I am." She goes, "I don't believe you," and I'd eat them. I'd pull the tails off and I'd cook them and I'd eat them. And she's
When I
like,
was a
"I'll be a
kid,
son of a bitch."
when
She
I
just
was a
looked at me
kid,
like, "I'll be a son of a bitch."
hey, you remember smelt? You know what smelt is? You ever been smelt
Yes,
dipping?
it's a fish. No, but I've never done it. But I've heard all about it. I've heard people talking about it.
And you just cut
It's
their
like
little
a
heads off and
long
their
fish.
tail.
Yeah, yeah,
Just eat
right.
them. Just boil them. Eat them all. The lakes used to be full of smelt here in Michigan, but it's starting to thin out.
Yeah, they travel in like big mats, right? Like you can catch them with nets and shit.
Yeah,
They're like
they're
anchovies. They all hang out together.
most of them are small too. Like a
Yeah, yeah,
smelt, 2 inches, 3 inches.
right.
That's a big smelt.
Right, yeah. And if you put them in a pot and cook them properly, you can just eat the whole thing. Yeah, you're right. Correct. I know what you're talking about. I
Yeah.
thought you meant like I don't know what I was thinking. Something else popped in there.
Perch. Could have been thinking about perch. Perch is good. They're long and
Mm.
skinny. Perch is good.
Yeah, but yeah, they're flat. They're more like a tilapia perches.
Yeah.
And then there's what do they call it? They got one here that's
I
called
like perch.
carp. They call it carp. It's like it's like a bass or like some kind of a freshwater bass, big, and they got like rainbow colored scales on them. They really do. They look like a rainbow fish. That's what I always call them. But they're called carp. They start out like really small and flat, but then when they get full size, they get long like a striped bass.
Is just a goldfish.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe that wasn't a carp. I don't know.
Our carp are orange and dirty gold.
They're like koi. Yeah, they're like koi. Yeah.
Bottom feeders.
Yeah, you're right.
You got to cut the mud vein
Mud
out
sucker.
of a carp.
We call those mud suckers.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a
because they eat dead
dogfish or a sucker fish. Yep. Yeah, man, I've been jarring weed for about 3 weeks now, though, man.
Ever eaten a long neck clam, or fish farm?
No.
That's a lot of fun, bro. It was a lot of fun. When I was I think I was 16, 17, some friends of mine took me. They said they were going to go crab fishing and long neck clamming is what they told me. And of course, they were making jokes about it, so I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. And then they were making jokes, and they were showing me these pictures of these big clams with these huge looking things on them, and I'm laughing, and I'm like, yeah, right. I just thought it was a joke or something. And then we get there, and then that's really what we were doing. You just basically taking a bucket with the bottom cut out of it. You stuff it down. You find water squirting up out of the top on the surface when the tide goes out. You walk out there on the beach and you look for a little water squirting up, and then you put your plastic bucket over it, and you scoop it down, and you dig all the sand out of it, and then you keep going down until you hit it, and then you pull a sucker over. And their necks are like, some of them are 30 feet long, dude. It's insane. And I remember the first one I pulled out, I was like, holy crap, this thing was like 15, 16 feet long, bro. And it was like as big around as my arm. I was like, holy crap. It was insane, bro. It was squirting water and flopping around. It was crazy, bro. It was cool. I thought this is crazy. And I got a picture of me in my photo book.
Like jackknives, gilduck, geeduck.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever you call them. Yeah,
I know what you're
long
talking
neck clams. What we call them.
Yep.
They're fucking huge. They're like it's like a big old oyster, but with a huge foot on it. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, we call it.
It kind of reminds you of a clitoris, I guess you could say, because it hangs out where you are. But
Yeah, geeduck. It looks like a big ass penis coming out of a clam.
Yeah, or
I should have guessed that's what you were talking about, but I think they all are long neck clams. I just never heard it called long neck clams.
Yeah, that's what they told me. Well, I think there was another. And then we went and we caught some Dungeness crab. That was pretty cool. Catching a crab like right out of the ocean. That was pretty neat. I enjoyed that, watching everybody fish off this little tiny little bridge that's going over this one little spot, and like all these people are standing on the bridge with a rope in their hand. Like, what are you people doing here? And they're like, they start pulling up their baskets. I was like, oh, I get it. And I caught a crab. We caught a couple of Dungeness, and I remember having for dinner that night. We had both. I thought it was kind of neat.
Yeah, I stayed in Florida for a while, so
I guess they have long neck clams all over. But yeah, California, right here in Monterey. Not Monterey Bay, but it was Dillon's Beach is where we went, right in California. It's not too far from here. 40 miles.
East Coast lobster, baby. I like that king crab and lobster and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I don't know why I like it all. I guess when I was a kid, my mom was into eating that kind of stuff, and my grandma and everybody. So I grew up liking it.
Shrimp, crab, and lobster. Some salmon, tilapia, whitefish. Yeah.
Catfish. Oh, I love that. I caught a big one too. I got a picture of a fat boilhead one. Couldn't believe it.
Used to like to go to Maine. Go to Maine.
I'd love to go ocean fishing. I've never done that yet. I fished in the bay, but I've never fished.
Yeah, we go to New York and the East Coast, Maine. other places.
I got to see whales up close. That was really cool. I went on a whale watching boat thing to
My dad
Fort
was a real
Bragg.
outdoorsman.
That was awesome.
He knew a lot
My
about
dad is, but he's a
the
farmer, but he's
food.
not really outdoors. he wouldn't survive very long.
Yeah. Well, my
Me, on the other hand,
dad and his dad were Native Americans, so they knew a lot about
yeah, yeah, of course.
the food sources that are here on this side of the nation, the northern and east coast food supplies. Like originally, their people wandered all through here and migrated depending on what time of year it was. Like Canadian Indians would come down to Michigan, the lower ends of it, to get a less harsh winter. Or some people would just say fuck it and start heading out earlier and go even further south so they didn't have to fucking deal with snow. But I like snow. I wouldn't like living without
I'm the
snow.
shit. Less. I wish it'd snow here. I hate California for that. I have to go to Reno once or twice a year to get to see the snow and play. But at least I can go. I mean, it could be worse.
I'm biased though, man. I got my first kiss from a girl I went ice skating with, I'm saying.
Of course.
Hot cocoa, ice skates, and kisses. I was hooked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you got a reason to stay cuddly.
Shit, I like this winter shit. She said, warm my lips up. I'll never forgot it. I'm still friends with that girl too. It wasn't my ex-wife, but that's a girl I've known since like third grade. Me and my ex-wife, we were in kindergarten together. We went to school together our entire lives, and then got married. So
That's awesome. I was in love with. I had a crush on a girl in grade school, but we never did hook up. And now we always talk about like we should have, like we just did. A couple of girls that I knew should have married too. So one of them was a really nice looking girl. Turned out real successful and everything.
I dated
And
Ted
she still
Nugent's
tells me, "Hey,
daughter.
whatever happened to you, Ryan?" I'm like, "Where'd you go, bro? Like you just disappeared." I'm like, "I don't know. What do you mean?"
You hear me?
You gotta know you were chasing me, bro.
I dated Sasha Nugent, Ted Nugent's daughter.
Really? Wow, that's crazy.
Concord Middle School, baby. What's up? Yeah, Ted lived right down.
Wow,
Ted
that's
lived
crazy.
right down the road from me, and
That's pretty cool, dude.
he owned an exotic zoo. Yeah, before they went to Florida, he had a bow shooting place in town. It was funny because we used to drive all the way from Pulaski to Jackson County to shoot bow and arrows with our neighbor who lives right the next lot over, 300 acres, and then bam, there he is, We go in town to shoot with him. Like I took a girl there one time, a titty dancer, had her topless shooting a bow, and he split her arrow. So I split his arrow. And then my brother went up there. Look, her arrow was almost in the center, dude, and he put a arrow right in her arrow. So I put an arrow in his arrow, and my brother got up and put an arrow in my arrow, and they were all sticking in the motherfucking thing. And I said, "Look at that!" And he kicked us out. He's like, "You guys just fucked me out of $120 because of his arrow and shit." He got all mad.
You bums! How dare you, man? How dare you fuck over that guy, man? He's cool.
He said he's a dick. He said, "I like him though. Most
I
of
was
it
just gonna say.
from my era."
I'm sure if he was your age and all that, yeah, you'd probably get along with him. But yeah, he can be a dick.
No,
Everybody can be.
he's a little older than me, man. But yeah, he's just like a normal Michigan guy to me. But yeah, he's a dick. He said, "I'm gonna tell your dad." I said, "Yeah, I'll tell my dad I split your arrow as soon as I get home. You think I ain't gonna brag about that?"
I was gonna say, I'd be bragging too.
He said, "Your dad will make you buy my arrow." I said, "You're crazy. You split my girlfriend's arrow and you didn't give two shits about how much it cost."
I was just gonna say.
My
Let me
daddy,
guess.
My daddy said, don't be making deals with the devil and you'll be all right. You made a deal with the devil when you split that arrow because love's a motherfucker. I was like, sure, you're right, Dad. I was splitting his arrow. I couldn't believe my brother put an arrow in my arrow, though. I was like, that's fucking skill. There's 4 arrows stacked up there. And my brother's the baddest motherfucker in the bow. And that's what he didn't like. We went into Ted's bow shooting range and we outshot Ted. That's all there is to it. We outshot that motherfucker. And he got mad. But
Oh,
my
you
daddy
gave him
knew.
his first case of butthurt.
Yeah, you know what I told him? My daddy knew Fred Bear too, baby. We know the bear. Fuck you. He's a bear. Okay, Ted, you're a white guy. Okay, my family name is White Eye. White Eye. White Eye family. The Ojibwe White Eye family. Fred Bear is an Ojibwe, Native American. You think the Bear family don't know the White Eye family? Yeah, they do. And, I mean, I'm not saying they
One of
weren't
my
friends.
best friends' name is
They were
Blanket.
good friends.
That's his
I'm
name.
just saying. Fred had a lot of good
You
friends.
hear me?
Hmm?
One of my best friends that's an Indian guy, his name is Blanket. Love that name. I said, that's a fucking cool name, dude. He goes, I hate it. I go, why? It's fucking cool, bro. Like,
It's
you need
what?
blankets
Say
to keep you warm. Blanket.
what?
His name is Blanket. That's what his mom and dad named him. Blanket. That's his name. And I said, and he goes, I hate it. I go, why do you hate it? I go, everybody needs a blanket, bro. Like, and he
Hey.
goes, yeah, but it's like, and I go, no, that's not a bad thing, bro. Obviously, your dad and your mom saw something in you, and they named you that for that reason. What's the big deal?
My cousin
I
is
got a last name is Sargent. His name stinks. Everybody thinks it's
my cousin is
could be worse.
Winter. Listen, my cousin is Winter Forest White Eye. His sister is Spring Dove White Eye.
I know a girl named Summer Flower. That was a real name. She was hot too. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
that's a good combination for a Native American summer flower. Or
She wasn't Native American, but she was purdy. She was purdy.
Really?
Her parents were hippies, I guess, and they named her Summer
Oh.
Flowers. I guess their last name was already Flowers, but they named her
Well,
Summer.
I
And
guess
I mean, I guess people could name their daughter Summer. I guess
I guess it's better than Earthchild.
it's also
I
better
like
than Two Dogs. You know what? Two Dogs Fucking.
Yeah.
Remember that joke?
Why do you ask?
Why do you ask Two Dogs Fucking?
Why do you ask?
I think my dad's the one that told me, or somebody told me that joke. My dad was there. I laughed so hard, dude. I about fell out of my chair. I think I was 16 or 17. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to remember that joke forever. My mom's told me some of the best jokes I know. And she don't remember them anymore. She can't tell them anymore. She used to tell me all these really horrible, nasty, dirty jokes when I was a teenager. It's just always been a thing. She wasn't always the greatest mom in the world. She was always there for me. Dad, on the other hand, was very strict. Made me go to church, made me get a job, made me work. So basically, when I got up in the morning, I'd go on the paper route, then I'd go to school, then I'd come home from school, do my homework, then go back on the paper route, then I'd come home after the paper route. And if my schoolwork wasn't done, I still had to do that, and then get back up again at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning and start back on the paper route again. So my dad taught me to work my ass off. And it was good. I'm glad he did that. I was a lazy ass little shit when I finally went and lived with him.
Well, that's how you have stuff.
Yeah, he gave me the ability to do something for myself. Yeah.
You don't
My stepmom taught me how to do my own laundry and all that. Yeah, there you go. He told me to save my money and spend only what I have. Spend more than what you have, you're just wasting your time. He was right.
When you save, you buy what you need and you have what you want.
That's right. You really want something bad enough, then you can afford it. You can save money. He's right.
My grandpa used to always say this: nobody ever got rich spending money unless they had 10 million. And listen,
yeah.
Unless they had 10 million to spend already and they were just going to make money off having money. So the whole point is Save till you make your first mill. Then spend so you can make money off your mill. It's a business analogy.
Yep. First, you must say.
You know? After that first mill, you should be making money off your money. And if you're not, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Just like if you're fighting another man and you're not touching his chin. Well,
Yeah. You're not punching him in the face. Yeah.
9 out of 10 dudes got a glass jaw.
Yeah.
So the first thing you should do is test his chin. When that don't work, then you got to break out the skill. But that'll only be 1 out of 10 motherfuckers. And I'm pretty sure my dad's right about that. I had a pretty good career at boxing in the Corps. I was a Corps champ for a minute. I can box. I got some skills. So man will still go with these 2 hands. Maybe even hard enough to rule this land. You want to get me? You think you can? You better bring a clan. Take a whole bloodline to best me. You laid to rest trying to test me. Oh, that's called walking in faith. You know what I'm saying? People say, what, you think you can whoop my ass? Bro, I don't go into a fight thinking about, can I whoop his ass or is he going to kick mine? You know what I think before a fight? Man, I really want to hurt this guy. And I leave it at that. To contemplate defeat is to be defeated already. Man is so energetic when moved on faith and emotion that he need nothing else. Yeah, these big ass buds, bro. I had to buy some bigger totes, man, so I could cure them. I mean, I got them on a dryer right now, but I actually had to build another framework for it to set because the first one wasn't wide enough. The racks would have been sitting on top of the buds. You know, I need 3 racks. I had to build 3 racks. I pretty much built a whole new dryer for it. But just a little section in a bigger dryer. Humidity is key with curing, you know. Look at this dude, Star and Moon Trail photo I took last night. That's a time lapse photo. You took that? Because, you know, he didn't take that photo. He had to run it through an application to make the time lapse image. So to say that he made that photo is to say I just took a snap and I got star trails, but that wouldn't happen because those trails are over a period of time. Yeah, just had to correct this guy. He said, "Check out the photo I took." No, you don't. You don't take a Star Trails photo. You create one. You didn't take that photo. You created that image in a computer or through an application on your phone after taking, say, at least 60 minutes of exposure. Because, at least an hour to show any fucking movement, right? They'll all change 15 degrees over an hour, right? And then you're going to make that into one bright line. And that's just showing the path of the star over a period of time. But it's funny that the stars circle above your head like that over time lapse on any position. The same.
We're talking about the bed.
That cabin sticker.
Oh, I love it in my head at the same time. Even that drink the poison from the same.
Cookie, did you talk?
Do I talk or did I?
We was texting, remember? I only asked you if it was new because your account said new, but I didn't know
Oh,
who your other
I was
account was.
messing with you. I was just messing with you, man. I'm just goofing around, bro. It's all good. No worries.
Yeah, well, it's like my screen name is like newer this year, but like people know me by different screen names, so I thought maybe that was the case with you too.
That's the reason why I was asking. I was like, "Who are you?" Because you sounded familiar to me, and I was like, I think I know this dude." And I'm like, but I couldn't place who you were. And then when you told me who you said you were, I was like, I don't recognize that name. But maybe I just don't remember the name because I didn't really get your name. I don't know.
I ain't nobody, man. I ain't nobody. They just call me
Oh,
Don.
I'm not saying you was or wasn't. It's just the way you talked. You kind of talked with a lot of boldness. So I thought maybe you'd been around, and I just maybe didn't meet you yet or something. That's kind of
Oh
what it
yeah.
was.
Yeah. Sometimes I cut in, like, it's like urgent, like people having a main conversation and, you just try to throw it in there real quick. Like, I don't know, man. I ain't got no Discord etiquette, man. But I got to get better at it. But it's fun when it's like, there's like, like I don't have to worry about being rude to anybody now because there's like, everybody's asleep. It's like, just say hi to you.
Yeah, and like nobody's been talking hardly at all for the last. I don't know. I had forgotten that I was even still in here. To be honest with you, I heard somebody going mouthing off. I was like, "What?" I thought I shut that off a long time ago. I was just having a long conversation with somebody else in a side chat, and kind of forgot that it was even on.
Were you in here when they were doing this number thing? What is all these number pattern with these toroids or whatever this is?
It had something to do with some kind of a machine that generated electricity or something. I think that's what it was.
Oh, okay.
I believe it was Sacks to the Future or somebody like that was talking about it. You could ask him exactly what but it was something to do with magnets and some kind of a rotating deal that, some kind of electricity thing or something, some kind of a deal like that. I only caught the end of it. The convo. And I don't really know much about that necessarily. I mean, I know about that kind of science, but I don't really know. I'm not an expert or I didn't take a class or anything. So it's like, I admit that I don't really know much about it. But I am curious. I mean, if somebody's got stuff and they want to show it, I'm always down. But there's only a few things that I won't research. And that's more than likely, if you give me a video that says the aliens exist and that they're going to come and take over the world, then I'm probably not going to watch it. Or if it's a Bigfoot or one of those kind of thing videos, it's like, not that I don't believe that it's possible, I'm just not wasting no more time on stuff that really isn't going to help me. And, you know, I don't know that knowing Bigfoot exists or not is going to help me. Not that really knowing the Earth's flat or not is going to help me either, but I mean, it's led me to understand a lot of things. I mean, I've learned probably more about science and nature and biology in the last 5 years than I have in my entire life, or nor did I even care to learn it until now. So this has really like refueled my desire to educate myself and to understand how these things work. You know what I mean? To me, it's kind of a challenge. It's kind of fun. You know, it's something to do, something to kill time with. You know. But the trouble is the more I research, the more I realize that I really don't know what's going on around me. I have no clue. The more I learn, the more I realize it. And most of the people that I know don't even know it. They don't know anything. They have no clue what's going on. And I figure this out, and you know, I figure it out, and I try to tell people, and they're like, "You're crazy." I'm like, "I know, it sounds crazy, right?" But then they're like, "No, you really are crazy because we don't believe that." I'm like, "Well, check this out and check this out." They're like, "Nah, we're good. We don't." It's like, well, you don't even want to like romance the idea. Is that really what this is about? It's like, why is it? Because I told you, or what is the deal here? Like, you know what I mean? It's like it's crazy. I
Yeah, I
can't say
mean,
enough
and
about how nutty it is, right?
it's not that I think people like have obvious.
Obvious what? You're breaking up a little bit.
The shoulders of giants, you know?
Yeah.
You know how everyone's like, oh, but the shoulders of giants. And it's like, yo, we know that that's out there. You know what I mean? But when you start to see people expose like their confidence versus their actual knowledge, it happens so easy. Like people won't look at it. Or there's people who
Yeah,
have plenty good, strong evidence of what is the globe, but it's
yeah, they
like
don't want you to
they
prove
got
it
to
to them.
keep their mind open. You know, they got to be like, they don't respect of like, oh, they don't even think it's possible, or you know what I mean? Like they just misplace sometimes how big the giant shoulders are, or whatever. You know what I mean? They like, there's no reason to be all in on trusting that guaranteed everything has been shared with us. That just doesn't seem a healthy position. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah, I agree.
That's just a simple bit of it. Like there's no reason to be totally all in. You should be understand that the shoulders are the possibilities that they are. You know what I mean? Like not that they're guaranteed one thing that you believe. You know what I'm saying? Like it's there's you know, you gotta have real data is real data. And when you start getting into this map stuff, dude, you can see people you can see them start being like, oh yeah, well it's most of the stuff and we're guessing because of all the other and we can't fit it the other way, but they don't sit there and falsify every inch of that globe. You know what I mean? They're just not going, look at this piece, that look at this, there's all that ocean down there that people are arguing about. You know, it just is. You know, and I mean, I'm with you though. The message of like doing more research, being involved in it, wanting to learn more, like I could see it as like, yo, it's some like seedling it could have been propaganda just to get people interested in this shit again. You know what I mean? But who knows? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All I know, yeah, like it's there's serious people wanting science to be real. There should never be a bad message that you want science to be more validated. It just doesn't make sense to push against that. But what do you mentioned real quick like about aliens and Bigfoot? But recently, I've been like waiting for Mexico to like share the alien. That didn't look. Have they shared those? I'm serious too. Like I think it's funny as hell. This is another example of look, shoulders of giants. We all science community always they don't always fucking communicate. Mexico hiding the shit out of them aliens.
Yeah.
Or they what?
Exactly.
Or statues or whatever they are. You know what I'm saying? At least they're not telling us they're going to take over, right? They're just statues, just little babies. I just like the example of science.
You ever have a conversation with somebody and all of a sudden you realize that it's almost like you fucking already know each other and it's like they say something and you're like, how did you know that? And then you say something, they're like, well, how did you know that? And you're just like, it's like you're having a conversation with somebody you've known for 100 years and you're like, what the fuck is going on here? Has that ever happened to you?
Yeah, man, that's sweet, buddy. That's sweet.
It's trippy though, right? It's like I'm having a conversation with someone I've never, I mean, I've known the person for a while online, but really never spent a lot of time with talking to him. But it's like all of a sudden we're having a conversation. It's like we know each other or something. It's weird. It's just creepy. It's like, how do you know? And it's like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like I'll be thinking something, but I won't write it yet, and the person will they'll just say what I need. It's so creepy. It's like what is
Frequency, I
going
guess.
on?
Like
Dude,
frequency. This is a niche type of community, so it could see where, like it'll overlap types. Maybe, like we're like
I think what it
searching
is,
or whatever.
I think we are all attracted here for the same reason. It's because we're all looking for the same answers. We just all don't know what we're looking for. Some people are looking for something, but they don't realize it. I know why I'm here. I'm here to try to figure out where the fuck I am and how to get the fuck out of here. I could care less whether I'm right about it or not. I just want to get out. I want to know, how do you get out of this place? You gotta be an escape route, right? Come on. I don't want to be here. I really don't. I mean, I love God. I love people. But I just don't like what's going on. I can't stand it. It's driving me nuts. I can't stand watching people suffer, and for their own, and because they're doing it to themselves. It's horrible watching that people do that. I don't know that I want to be around for that. It's terrifying. Tell me you don't feel the same way a
Scary
little bit.
world, man.
It is,
Coming in
bro.
here,
It's
at least
terrifying.
you can talk with other people that have like-minded thinking, and you know that you're not the only crazy one, right?
Right, but sometimes I wonder though. It's like I'll have a conversation, and then a couple days later, that same person would be telling me some crazy nutty shit, and it's like, wait a minute, well, hold on, I thought we went over this the other day. Like, don't tell me that, man. It hurts it blows me away sometimes. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe it's just me. I'm just a little weird, but
Transcend it,
that's
like have a little faith, more faith in the end product, and do your best to make it as beautiful as you can.
yeah.
Also.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I like the way you said that too. That was a good way of putting it. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, like whatever, like love is like, I think we could still have a greater love, even though we know that there's like a little bit of suffering. Like if you're forging something, or whatever you're making, you have scraps that fall off, and it all doesn't make it into the final piece, but they were part of it from the beginning. You wouldn't have it without that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I feel what you're saying, man. Like it'd be great if people could all just be like, wait a minute, there's this possibility of more niceness and cooperation and calling out corruption, and you know what I mean? Let's do more together. Yeah, we gotta just do our best, man. Real people, yo, real people.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if they are real though.
Well, you seem real.
Either they're not real or I'm not real. One of the two, right? It's like it couldn't be possible that someone that just was having a conversation with me 3 days ago about the shape of, my backyard fence or something, and they were telling me, yeah, of course you have to make the fence 90 degrees from the you know what I mean? It's like, and then this week the dude's arguing with me the same argument, but he's telling me that no, there's no 90 degree, there's no bottom line at the bottom of that triangle. It's just it's like, dude, what is going on? I thought the Globers would get better and we'd have to get smarter, but they get dumber, and all we have to do is just defend what we already fucking said. It's like they don't get any better at fucking debating us. They just keep rambling on about the same dumb stuff that doesn't prove anything, but because everyone in the room goes, oh, they think that they're winning an argument or something. It doesn't make sense to me. And they follow me around everywhere even. And it's like, why won't you leave me alone? I just want you to go away. I just don't want to talk to you anymore. You obviously aren't listening to me, and I'm not going to listen to you because you're full of shit. So just go away, But they just keep coming in every day and just, how you doing, buddy?
They
Like, do you fucking
want
never
to test
sleep?
your belief, huh?
It's like, dude, like, wow. So, like I said, sometimes I wonder if maybe I'm the only one left in the world that actually thinks like I do. You know, like maybe I'm just the last one left. But I don't want to think that way because it's like kind of a defeating thing. But, and I don't want to sound egotistical, but dude, sometimes I wonder. I'll be in a room with people and they'll be talking about some dumb thing, and I'll be like, "What are you talking about? Why are you even what?" Like, just I'm trying to remember some examples of it, but they're just so retarded that it's hard to even explain what they were talking about because I don't know. Like, trying to think, I was at Walmart the other day and I overheard a conversation in the aisle next to me. And I literally thought it was a bunch of grown men, but it was a bunch of teenage kids that work there. And they were having this conversation. And I was blown away by the fact that they were just talking about it outright. And it was disgusting. It really was. It was like they were talking about some girl that they were, it was just disgusting. It was like, dude, like, why would you have that conversation at work, bro? Like, especially when you're out, around the customers where they could hear you saying it. It's like, of course, I didn't tell on them because they're kids, but it's like, dude, like, what is wrong with people? Like, and like people now they just jump at a reason to like hate somebody. Like if you say, "Oh, do you know so and so? He's an asshole," and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know him. He's a fucking dick." It's like, what? It's like bandwagoning and all this crazy stuff that I never seen normal people do before. And everybody's doing it like as if it's a fad or something. Or like everybody else, it's just fucking weird.
Have situations recently that can relate a little bit where it's just that where it should be cooperation. There's a team of people, they should really be cooperating. But everyone's always crying about some little fucking drama thing or like crossing a line and going against their team, and then there's people
And
with
they're
their nose
wondering
up
why
in the
we
air,
are giving them shit. Yeah, I know.
and it's like this there's a I see some people will not like everyone doesn't have to like everyone, sure, but you could like you could either be a person that just says fuck it, fuck people, I don't like them or this, that, whatever, or you could be like, hey, like, can we make things better in this way? So let's make it better or fuck it. You know what I mean? And it's really, I see these
I
people
try to
that say
challenge
fuck it.
myself. I do.
Yeah,
I try to
like
make
they
friends
want
with people that don't like me, but it doesn't always work. But sometimes I manage it. Sometimes I'll manage to make them laugh, and they'll be like, you're not such a bad guy after all. Maybe I don't dislike you, but it's not very often because most of the time I'm calling them a liar, and that's usually serious words to a man, especially. Nobody likes to be called a liar. You know what I mean? And that's really what I have to do in order to get their attention. I mean, how are you going to get their attention if you don't say, hey, you're full of shit, like, and challenge their intelligence. And then maybe they'll go and they'll try to prove you wrong. But most of the time they'll just tell you, oh, no, you're wrong because so-and-so told me so. Okay, that's great. I'm glad you
Yeah,
think
I
that.
can respect it. I can respect like the honesty. At least you're sharing your feelings honestly. You're working towards a resolution. You know what I mean? Like that honesty and open dialogue is important. And I see a double standard a lot where people who are there's people full of themselves and think
Yeah.
that they can get in a position of they don't like the other person, but they're not ever trying to work and make it better. They
Right.
won't
Yeah, they're
just,
not trying to like teach them or show them the way, right? They're
Right.
instead of that, they're just like, oh well, fuck him, and I'm like, yeah, it's like, whoa. There's only a few
Yeah.
people that I don't like. Now, I mean, out of the whole entire world, I can only think of a few people that I don't like, that I just don't want to spend any time around. And most of those people were people who hurt me or abused me as a kid or whatever. But there are a couple people online that I just stay away from. And it's not because they're necessarily horrible people, it's because what they did to me upset me, and I don't forgive people for certain things. And when somebody takes advantage of my how nice I am and my empathy towards them, and then they twist it around and they use it against me, that's the thing that always pisses me off, and I don't forgive that kind of crap. You
Well,
know
I
what I
don't
mean?
think
Like
you should have to forgive it. I don't think you should have to forgive things like on your own. But I think if people attempt to reconcile and make it better, that kind of maybe can balance it, and then you don't have to forgive them anymore because they made it up to you, maybe, or you know what I mean, or showed you understanding, or changed, or something.
I'm a firm believer in confronting someone directly. If I hear if someone comes to me and says, "Hey, bro, check it out, Cookie Monster, so and so's saying all this shit about you," I'm going to go to that person. I'm going to say, "Okay, well, I asked a whole bunch of people, and they all told me that you're telling somebody this, this, and that. Now, what did you say, and what did you mean? And let's get it all ironed out, and then make sure you go and tell them what the fuck you said, and clarify it to them, so they're not going around telling a fucking lie on you because they misunderstood because you were pissed off at me or whatever." I get mad all the time
Right.
and I say bad things, but I usually tell people, hey, you know what? Don't take that as don't be that person's friend, because I'm just mad at them and I'll probably get over it at some point, and then you're gonna feel real dumb hating on that person, and then later on I become their best friend again, and then you're gonna be like, well, what the fuck, man? Well, don't let me do that to you. Like, you use your own good judgment. Don't believe me. Just because I had a bad experience doesn't mean that person's a bad person. Just means that I had a bad experience and I don't want nothing to do with them. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean that they're not like worthy of love or of people's friendship. I mean, shit. But like I said, there's very few people that I really don't like, and I try to go back and make friends with the people. Even I've left Discord twice for 6 months at a time because the people were mean to me, and I've come to the realization that I really like the people that I do like here, and those 3 or 4 people that I don't like, I really don't want to let them ruin something that I enjoy doing, which is coming in here and talking to smart people. Even if all I do is argue with you, learning something. I learn something new every day. It might be,
Feels good.
the same old lesson, but but I'm learning more and more every day that, like, when I first came in and got involved with flat earth and pushing it, and talking about it online or whatever, I thought that, like, things were going to get better and better, and things were going to get better, but they're not. Instead of people like learning and people starting to get what we're saying, they're just finding even dumber ways to argue with us. And it's like, I didn't expect that. I expected this to be an actual intellectual conversation and an intellectual movement. I didn't expect it to be one side saying whatever that they heard and then saying that we're just all dumb and trying to make us look bad by picking out something we said or whatever. They do it all different ways. But like, I just
Yeah.
I don't understand why they want to get,
Right.
why, I mean,
We're
if you
not
make me
doing it
mad,
for flat earthers. We're not going to put a camera on the rocket for you. You know what I mean? But it's
that's
like, dude,
right.
there's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
rehashing. There's nothing wrong with rehashing science. And if there's big groups of people that can be satisfied by science, I'm with you, man. I expected there to be a lot more progress, a lot less rhetoric. When things
Oh
like
yeah.
one more orbit and shit like this came up, I thought it would be like awesome progress for both sides. And no, it just keeps being
I thought I'd be
suspicious and
working on the
suspicious
fucking
and
moon,
suspicious.
or world somewhere by now. I thought we'd be working off planet by now. But
Oh, for
obviously
sure,
I'm
like decades ago.
But I did. I tried to believe in the fucking in the space thing. I did. I tried. I tried really hard from a real young age. I knew that the Earth was flat. It was told to me, and I believed it. But of course, everybody kept telling me no, it's not true, and I started believing it after a while. I just stopped arguing with people and telling them that I think it's flat. But what does anybody care about what a kid thinks, right? So I just fucking kept my mouth shut. And then as I got older and I started, and I got more grown up and, I passed 18, then people would listen to what I had to say, even when I talk crazy. So I told crazy stories and I talked about flat earth. But of course, everybody always says I was just stupid and didn't know what I was talking about. But you know what? Then when I found out you guys were around, I was like, holy crap, you guys, what? There's evidence? Like, I didn't know all that. I never even considered that I could be smart enough to actually find evidence to prove that I was right. Never expected that. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I was brainwashed by school. I don't know. All I know is that it just never occurred to me that I was smart enough to actually find evidence to prove what I believed in. You know what I'm saying? And so
I feel
I
you.
was really kind of blown away. And then when I came in and I realized that half the people in here, I mean on both sides of it, are just full of shit. And then some of them are even just fake. I was really upset about that. I was like, dude, this sucks. Like I was all excited. I thought it was all these people were going to pull me under their wing. They were going to teach me all this stuff, and I was just going to move. I was going to advance into this fucking, up into this level of fucking understanding of the world, right? But it's not. That's not anything like what happened. Instead, now I'm depressed. I'm frustrated. I cry all the time. I have fucking panic attacks. I'm losing my fucking mind over all this shit, and I'm trying to figure out how does that work? Why am I going crazy when all I'm doing is trying to find out the truth about something? And I can't seem to find the evidence for it either way. And when I do find evidence, it's like, well, wait a minute, that doesn't really prove anything. Yes, it tells you that you don't live on a ball, but what besides that, what does it tell you? You know what I mean? Like, and I'm so frustrated by that. That's all we've got in some arguments. It's ridiculous. But then when I see that we're finally getting to the point where some of the friends that I was talking to over those 2 times I left are actually doing what I thought they were, what I expected them to do, which was actually write it out and have a video ready for every time someone argues with you about it. That's what I would have done. That's what I had planned on doing. But like I said, things got weird and icky, and I ended up friendships got screwed up, and then I ended up leaving Discord just because I didn't want the drama anymore. I wanted to be free of it, and I was stressed out at home. I was fighting with my wife and my kid about dumb stuff, all because I was angry at you guys. You know, it was like, I gotta let this go, bro. So, and when I came back this time, I told myself, because somebody talked me into coming back, and I was like, you know what? I don't really want to go back because I just have this bad feeling that I'm going to open myself up again and try to be good and try to share, try to do the right thing, and then people are going to hate me for it, and that's going to bother me. And I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for that. But the person told me, she says, you know, it's not really about you, Ryan. You know, and I went, you know what? You're fucking right. You know, I know it sounds cheesy, but she's right about that. She's absolutely fucking right. It's not about me. And if the truth is if I really believe in my God, and I really believe in the things that I say, and I really believe in the evidence I've seen with my eyes, then I should be telling the world about it. Because if it's true, then the world deserves to hear it. And even if they're fighting me on it, and you know, I have to drag them kicking and screaming, maybe, you know, some people do deserve it, you know, but there are people out there that there's no way. I've tried to reach them. I've showed them stuff that, like, I showed them a black card and a white card, and they sat there and told me they didn't understand what the question was. This is the kind of people I have had to deal with. I just don't deal with them anymore. I'll still be their friend and I'll still have a conversation with them, but when it comes to like having a debate or an argument or them trading their argument against mine, I don't even take it into consideration because they're idiots. They're mentally ill. They're not here to find the answers. They're not here because they know the truth. They're here because they believe something, and that's all they've got. And they don't care whether you prove them wrong or make them look bad or even show them to be a complete moron. They're just going to stick to their guns, and they're just going to keep saying the dumb line that they always say. Well, I just believe it's a ball. I just believe it's a ball. I just believe it's a ball. I don't believe you. I think you're lying, or I don't see it that way, or I see a curve when they don't see a curve. I don't get that. If you had actual evidence that I couldn't prove wrong or that made sense to me, I would at least say, you know what? I don't blame you for believing what you believe. But I can't even find a thread, fucking logical argument. None. And that pisses me off. Because what? Why wouldn't you have a whole book full of stuff to argue with me about that you know is true and that I can't deny because you don't have any evidence? You're lying. And that's the most outrageous thing in the world. Why would anybody spend all day long in a chat room? And trust me, it's a waste of your time. Because I sit here all the time for 4 hours straight, just texting some troll. And I think to myself, why the fuck am I doing this? Why in the fuck am I sitting here having this argument with this idiot who is never going to listen to what I say? I'm not going to ever get anywhere. He just wants to piss me off and make me look stupid so he can say, look, he's a dumb flat earther. That's all he's here for. Now, I don't understand that, why he would spend day after day after day after day over and all day long just pounding me with fucking messages and making comments about this and that and things that we've talked about and telling my other people in the same, you know, room and stuff, just telling us how dumb we are but he never has any argument. It's always some stupid thing like a piece of paper with an N in the middle and 4 S's, and it tells me, and then there's some joke next to it that says 4 flat earthers were, and it's always some dumb stupid thing like that. It's like, dude, do you realize how ignorant you look and sound? You sound like a freaking 2-year-old arguing with his little sister about who's going to get the next bite of cake. It's freaking stupid. But you come in here with this attitude like as if I'm mad at you because you disagree with me. No, you don't disagree with me. You're a fucking liar. You're full of shit. And the only reason why you're here is to irritate me. So forgive me if I get irritated with you when that's what you're here to do. But you know what? Whatever, dude. Like, sit in here and talk all day. I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to fucking talk all day. Waste all your time. But you're not going to convince me of nothing, bro. And you're not convincing anybody else in the room with me. Because they're all thinking the same way I am. They're thinking, you know what? I might believe this Glober guy, but he just sounds like a fucking idiot. He's not said any logical thing since he came in the room. All he's done is insult the people on the show or whatever you are, or on the chat, and tell them they're dumb and tell them that their evidence is all there. But then when you ask them for it, they give you a sheet of paper with a bunch of numbers on it. It's like, dude, what the hell is wrong with you? And I have a guy that's literally, I can show you the chats, bro. There's a guy in this room over here, and he's been telling me for the last 3 or 4 days straight, he just won't shut up about it. He's telling me that my evidence, which my evidence is I went down to the ocean and I seen it was flat. And I reasoned in my mind and I thought to myself, if the ocean is literally 60% of the face of the earth and the ocean is flat, then motherfucker, I guess the fucking earth must be a plane. You know what I'm saying? And then he tells me, oh, no, you didn't say, and he tries to tell me what I said. It's like, huh? How do you win an argument when you don't have an argument? All you do is just say that I'm wrong and then I'm full of shit, but you never show me wrong. You never prove me wrong. You just keep saying it over and over, like as if saying it 5 more times is going to make everyone in the room just go, oh yeah, you're wrong. It doesn't work like that. And if it does, you're the only ones falling for it. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. But I just get fucking it's just so dumb. It's like, I don't even get mad. I don't even know how to feel. How do you feel when somebody's being a complete idiot? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how to react to that. Except to just go, huh? Like, and yeah, I guess I raised my voice. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But I don't know if it's anger. It's more like
I hear you.
disappointment. It's disappointment. It's like, how could you be that ignorant that you're going to come in here and argue with me about something that even if you were completely, absolutely right and you proved me to be wrong about it, it still doesn't prove the shape of the fucking thing you're standing on. It never will, and it never will. You know what I mean? But they just like, oh, no, this is evidence. I'm like, and what I told you when I went down to the ocean and looked there and I put a measuring thing up to it and I measured it. It's fucking flat, dude. But you're telling me that I'm an idiot because I believe that's my evidence. But you're telling me your evidence, you don't even have that kind of evidence. All you've got is some fucking dumbass scientist who claims that he saw or he measured the fucking line, the distance on a shadow or some dumb shit. But that's convinced you. But you're telling me I'm dumb for believing what I saw? What the fuck is wrong with this world? Everybody's lost their fucking minds. Either that or maybe they really are putting fucking drugs in the fucking water supply, bro. I don't know. I'm starting to fucking wonder. And then when I find myself accidentally saying shit that I know isn't true, I do it all the time. I'll be like, and somebody will say something about this or that on TV, and I'll start rambling on like I know, and I'll be like, wait a minute, hold on. What am I doing? I don't know any of that's true. I have no clue. For all I know, it's all fake. And I did a little bit of research on that, by the way, so bear with me. All I did was I just took and slowed down the news. I took it frame by frame. And you know what I found out? Not one video on the news is actually real. It's all CGI and it's all actors faking it, every bit of it. And I can prove it to you, but I can't prove it to you on this channel or any other channel here because
Okay, wait. What do you I want to understand what you're saying there. If you're telling something profound, I want to make sure I'm hearing it proper. What do you mean I get that the news people could be actors, but
okay,
what do you mean it's all CGI? What do you mean there?
Okay, you know this place that's over there by Russia or wherever it is, you know, the place that we don't even know where it is. I don't even know where the place is. But they claim that there was a war going on. Okay.
Yeah.
When that first all started, okay, I took and videotaped a whole bunch of this footage that they were showing. Okay. And me and my buddy, we sat down and we went through it. Frame by frame, not necessarily frame by frame, but we went through it and watched it in slow motion, and we would look for anything that doesn't look right, and we found shit that you wouldn't fucking believe in those videos. And I've come to this realization that either they're never sending anyone over there to get actual footage, so they're just faking it, or there is no footage and they're just lying about it. It's one or the other, because what they're showing us is just fake. It's actors. It's people that are supposedly ambulance drivers, but they don't have any real uniform on. It's supposed people who are injured, but they're still wearing rubber boots over their wounds, which are wrapped in a towel that's got blood on it, which doesn't make any sense, right? How do you bleed through a rubber boot? And why would you wrap the bandage around a rubber boot? You take the boot off, hello? But this wasn't done. And I'm looking at all these videos. And I'm talking weeks, bro. Weeks I went through these videos. And I could not find one thing that didn't have anomalous shit all through it. Or some kind of fucking shit
This
that
is
you could tell was
interesting.
blended in. I'm telling you,
You should
bro.
share some of this stuff. People love dissecting the possible
People gonna
hoax
share it.
videos.
Well,
But
you know
when
what?
you say
I tried to
all of
tell
it,
my
you mean a lot of the top type of story stuff. I mean, not every single thing.
I haven't
Like your
tested
local
everything,
news.
no.
Like, come on,
But I'm
there's
telling
some
you.
organic footage happening some places.
Maybe.
Oh, you mean like maybe they'll add in shit or put like weird? There's
No, I mean they
like
lie
it's
about
all
everything.
staged or scripted stuff type thing.
Yes. Do you really think presidents exist? Do you really think that when you vote for a president that you're actually voting for somebody?
No,
No.
no.
Now, why wouldn't you believe in that? That's what they've been telling you since you were born, right?
I mean,
So you're an
it's just
American. You have a right to vote, and your vote counts. Well, no, it doesn't, because you're not voting for a president. You're voting for an electoral, and that electoral might change his fucking mind because somebody pays him more, and might just flip his flop. And then what are you going to do? You're going to be stuck with some asshole that just lied and said that all your votes don't matter, and he's just going to make his own decision. And you're okay with that? Not me. I stopped voting. I did. I stopped. After Trump, I stopped because I realized after I voted for Trump that I was being duped because it didn't matter who I voted for every year. I got fucked. And I was like, you know what? I'm done with this shit. And my wife's like, I can't believe you would just stop voting. I said, if it's a sham, it's a sham, honey. She's like, well, you're just angry because your guy didn't win. I said, what are you talking about? Trump won. But did I rub it in your face? Did I make a big deal out of it? No. But as soon as they were trying to like say he was a bad guy and all this, you start throwing that in my face. That proves to me that you just believe the shit and you believe it over your
right.
own husband. I've known you for
Trump
20
was
something
just the
years.
funner guy. Trump's the guy that's
And you
gonna
just
do
turned
funner
on me like
stuff
that. I
or
said, that
crazier
tells me the
stuff.
TV is fucking evil and I don't believe in it. Fuck that shit. I don't watch it. I don't need to because if I don't know about this dumb shit, it doesn't affect me. I don't get upset. I don't worry about it. It has no effect on me. But as soon as I start hearing people talking about it, I try to ignore it. But when they ask me, what do you think? I always tell them, I think it's bullshit. They'll be like, no, I mean, what do you really think? I mean, and I'll tell them straight up. Show me some proof that any of that fucking happened, just like you said it did. Guarantee you'll never
Can I ask
find
you a
evidence.
question? Have you ever
What?
watched Franchot Pearson's channel?
Who?
Franchot
Friendship?
Pearson.
I don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, so he analyzes the news and
Oh, I see.
all of the articles that are sort of like at the top of the mainstream. So everything that comes out of the TV, basically all the news, and he can
Well, you
see
know, this most
anomalies.
recent thing, right? It starts with a V.
It's kind of
Well, anyway, so I did a little investigating on that, and I found, yeah, too much. Found out way more than I should
what?
have known.
Hey,
I said I researched the the V word, and I learned way too much about that. Now I wouldn't call myself an expert, but no one's going to convince me of anything now. I know exactly what it is and what it's all about, and I'm pretty much stumped on it. I mean, I could probably take it to court with the evidence I have, but I don't really care what other people think. If people want to believe in that, then let them. But I don't trust anybody or anything. I trust one thing, actually. I trust God and I trust what's in the Bible. That's all I've got left. You know what I mean? Everything else has failed me. My friends, my family, my family's disowned me because I believe the earth's flat. That's how dumb it is. But it's not because I did anything wrong or went over there and beat on their door and shoved a Bible in their face. They just got mad because I kept sending them videos to try to get them to look at the fucking evidence that I had. And they didn't want to look at the evidence, and they didn't want to hear about that I believe the earth was flat because it was obviously just too fucking ridiculous and retarded for them. So they just decided to just disown me as a family member and cut me up and delete my Facebook name or whatever, unfriend me. I'm like, well, fuck you. It's like, dude, I get notifications all day long from hundreds of different people that I barely know. And I've never once called any of them up or sent them a message that said, stop sending me this stupid shit. I don't care about flat earth. Not once. I just ignore it, bro. I don't know why the fuck everybody's tripping. But I guess my family thought I was so pushy that I sent them a video once a week that, goddamn, Ryan's going to drive us insane. We got to put a stop to it. We got to unfriend our own fucking family. I don't get that. But you know what's funny, though, is that not one of them, not one person that's been critical of me has ever brought any evidence against what I told them. Not one. And even my own wife won't argue with me. And I think I know why. I think it's because she doesn't want to know.
They think they don't have to. They think all they got to do is go shoulders of giants, nanny, nanny, poo, poo. Everybody else knows already.
Well, we all have to do that. That's what God gave us the Bible. That's us. God gave us a guidebook. All we got to do is just believe what it says and follow it. Have you ever read anything in the Bible that would have led you astray? Oh, damn cats.
A little bit.
Maybe because you misunderstood it, but I mean, have you ever done some precept in the Bible and it actually almost got you killed because you were you know what I mean? Like, no. If you follow the precepts in the Bible, especially Proverbs, you're going to fucking stay out of trouble. Trust me. If I would have listened to some of that shit, If I would have just known it was written to me, I might have actually done differently.
I don't know, man. Be honest,
You know what I
like,
mean? Like,
you know,
but
I
I
guess
didn't take
like
it
you can't
seriously when
say
I was younger.
directly,
Maybe.
but still, like, I don't know, man. You know, like
That misunderstanding
maybe
gets
not
me in trouble
killed,
all the
but what
time.
about oppressed? What about like, you know, what about like I don't know, man. I don't know. What about
Maybe
being
you just don't
cucked? You
understand
know
the
what I'm saying?
differences.
Are you ever worried about that it's a cuck mechanism?
Wait, what?
Do you ever worry about that? I don't mean
Coping one?
sexually, like just what do you call it?
Coping.
What a subordinate? What's the word I'm looking for here? It's like, you know what I'm saying? It could be a tool that some corrupt people are using. I agree with what you're saying. The
Yeah.
positive messages
Yeah.
in the Bible are just purely breeding cooperation and stuff like that, and you know,
No. You know what?
humbleness and
I've seen some magical shit happen right in front of me. And I mean recently. And I'm telling you, God exists, brother. He does. He
I know
exists.
this, dude. I see it all the
And
time,
I
man. I
know
see it
God,
all the time.
and you know what? If God can make me by just speaking the words, I'm not going to doubt that he can keep the Bible straight. I'm
But I
just going to
search my
go with
heart,
it.
man. I search my
Well,
heart,
of
and
course.
sometimes
Of
it
course.
questions the
That's why he
Bible. I'd be
gave
like,
me,
what if there
that's
was
why
a
he gave
book
you a
that
mind,
said,
you know?
let's take the opposite of it, right? Like, what if there was a book that said, like, be the best killer you can be? Make sure you can become a Mandalorian so that nobody can touch you ever. You know what I mean? Or like, you know, like what would that be bad? What if people end up being, you know what I mean? Like you'd be like, wow, look, man, look at these superheroes that
Anything
were
in the
bred
world
because they
can
want
be
to kill
put forth
everybody.
as
Like,
bad. Somebody could mistake anything. But that's why everybody has a free will to fucking make their own choices. And if you're too stubborn to make the right choice, and you know you're wrong, or you know that you're doing something wrong, or you know you're hurting other people, but you think that it's okay, you deserve what you get. That's the way I look at it. You do. You deserve it. You may not get
Can I ask
payback
a
right now, but
question?
God gets it. Yeah, sure.
Because I agree with you on that. And I went through, listen, I go back and forth. I went to church 3 days a week growing up. And I know
Right. Yeah.
there's a higher power, there's a creator. I know that. That creator has shown me. But I don't
But does
necessarily
any
have to
man
follow
know
from
him?
me a book, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I feel you. I feel you're because I've doubted it too. There
Yeah.
even recently. There's been some times where but you know what? Every time that I go and I just dig into it and read it and go over those verses that people are talking about, I see a completely different thing in there, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I usually just can't understand what they're seeing in it. But then I think to myself, am I blinded by my own bias? Am I actually brainwashed too? Are we all just doing this? Are we all hallucinating our own fucking version of it? I
Right.
wondered about that, but then you know what? It kind of came to me one day. I was thinking about it. I was like, you know what? I think what it is if you really look at the Bible as a whole, if you just take all the stories and you put them all in your mind, and you just think about what they really are trying to tell you. Really, all the Bible's trying to tell you is that God exists, He created you, and He wants a relationship with you. That's what I'm getting
Right.
from it. Yes, there's a lot
Yeah.
of rules and regulations, but it's really all about you surviving this version of where you're at, and you're here to learn about good and evil. So when you're done learning about that, then you'll move on and you'll get to go back and you get to discuss it. And that's what judgment is. It's you explaining why you did what you did and what your reasons were. I don't think it's about being punished for it. It's about having to actually talk about it and discuss it with the people you did it to. Like, can you imagine having to confront every person you ever talk shitty to? Wouldn't you change your attitude if you knew that was really true? I think I would. That's why I've been trying to try to change who I am, trying to become a better person. Even
Last
though I'm
5
still
years, I've
selfish,
been
I'm
nothing
still,
but focused on that. I think that's what this does to you too when you come to truth in general to this degree, especially flat Earth. It kind of makes you go within. Whether you want to go to a book or not, you
yes.
start questioning the things that you're doing every day, right? When you look
Well,
in the
because
mirror,
you had to have
you
been led
in
here,
that
right?
version.
We all got
Yeah.
led here somehow. That's the way I feel.
Yep.
I feel like I was directly led by some with a fucking carrot. You know what I'm saying? Like literally. And it keeps happening. Like I try to stay away, but I keep getting drawn. And I know there's parts of what this movement is all about that's bad for me because I'm an easy person to get power struggle. I have to struggle with that because I was abused and shit. I have troubles. I got emotional problems. But that doesn't mean that I can't still be part of the movement and still share the truth and learn it. And that's what makes me angry is that there's so many people in here that are so selfish with it. They don't want to
Yeah.
share it really. They want to hold on to every little detail and they don't want to show the world the truth. They just want to keep saying that they know it and they can point it out, but they don't want to, it's just dumb stuff like that. It's like grow up people, Don't do to them
Live
what they're
it,
doing
breathe
to
it.
you. Show them by
Yeah.
showing how the right way to fucking go after it. Like, you want to show a flat earth video? Show a flat earth video where you just show evidence. You don't talk about whether you believe it's this way or that way. You just show, okay, well, let's test what we see. Let's go look at the ocean. Let's test it. Let's measure it. Let's look at it from all the different angles. Let's do it on different days. Let's do it with different, let's add moisture to the air. Let's do it in a warehouse where let's do all this. We could sit here and do this all day, and we could learn things that no one else has ever learned because we actually care about finding the truth of it. But when we go at it with this attitude that we already know, but we're just going to confirm what we already think is true, that's really a stupid way to fucking go about science, because you're never going to find the answers right. You're going to be constantly lying to yourself because your bias is going to keep coming out, and you're going to keep tripping on it like it's too long a hair or something, you know? Think about it.
Oh, absolutely, and I agree on
every
the whole
logical
package.
minded
People got to
person
be
knows I'm
careful when they go around
yeah.
saying what they think's happening. Well, I care
Right.
what you think's happening, but I'm not going to go down that path of just because you think that's the alternative and there can't be really anything else, and that's what it's leading
Right.
towards. Is that's the answer, because that's the same nonsense that they've been doing to us for how long. So
And
yeah,
that's
I
what
don't,
we do because
you
we're
know,
human, we're
yeah,
men, you know. Like, I mean, I know you're a woman, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying straight,
you're
but I'm
good.
saying when it says men in the Bible, I think it means all of us. It doesn't just mean man, it means man
Yeah.
as in us, all of us, men and women. So, and I think that the rules are the same for women as they are with men. And we're supposed to like take our role or whatever that role is in our gender, whatever you want to call it, and we're supposed to do it. We're not supposed to follow along with it, not keep making excuses why the other person isn't doing it right. None of it. This is just childish stuff. Only children do that. Make excuses. Well, it's not fair. He did it. You know, like everybody knows that. But the point is, you got in trouble for you got caught doing it. He didn't. So maybe you should learn from him and figure out how he's getting away with it and not getting caught. Either that or stop doing it if you're not good. You know, it's like if you're a criminal and you're shitty at it, stop doing it. You won't go to prison. You will actually survive it. But if you're stubborn and you're just too lazy to go and get a job and try it the other way, but then but you're constantly in jail and you know what I mean? Like, who do you have to blame? You? Like, who am I? How is it my fault? And why should I feel sorry for you? Even treat you special because you got yourself into a predicament that you knew better into getting into. You knew that going hanging out with those kids in your neighborhood that were stealing shit from the store and trying to shoot each other on the weekends wasn't going to get you anywhere. You knew that. You're not stupid. Everybody knows better than that. They knew the first time one of them kids beat them up or tried to shoot them. You figure it out. These people don't like me. They're just using me because I'm doing what they say they want me to do. And that's the way the government is too. As long as you're doing what you're told and you're following along, they don't bother you. But as soon as you start screaming about the truth and start talking and saying that people shouldn't do this and they should do that, then they start throwing lawsuits at you because they're trying to protect their money. They're protecting their best interest, which is the money and the power they have over everybody. And they do have power over us. It's not a joke, and it's not a fucking conspiracy theory. Dude, you
A lot
realize
of
how
people,
many
especially in our own
thousands of fucking
community,
cases
they want people to have accountability. They want the government to have accountability, all
I
this shit, but in
agree.
reality, they don't even have accountability for themselves in life.
Yes. But they won't go out and fucking do the right thing. They'll go out there and steal shit out of their neighbor's yard or steal their neighbor's kid's bike because they don't want to fucking buy one for their own kid and then wait a week or two and then try to claim it. You know, dude, it's so dumb.
It
Like, if I
is.
find a bicycle that's laying in the street, I might put it in my yard, but the first time somebody comes up there and says, hey, that's my bike, I'm going to say I was just holding on to it to figure out where it came from so no one would take off and you wouldn't find it. You know, like, well, but I'm not going to fucking put it in the house or like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to. I have bicycles. I have toys. I'm a grown man. I have everything I could possibly need. I really don't need anything except maybe, you know, better sex. But other than that, I really don't have a complaint in the world. I got food on the table. I have a warm place to sleep. I have a backyard to talk shit in. I have internet. I have everything I could possibly want, really.
Yeah, but
You
even
know,
if you
like,
didn't have a bicycle, I can tell whether you're talking, I think. This is just from, hearing you, that even if you didn't have a bicycle, you'd be like, but that ain't mine. And you would still give it back to the person because you have that, over your head that that you have
I do make
consequences
mistakes.
for the things
Sometimes
that you
people
do.
give me stuff, and I don't realize those people aren't honest people. And
Yeah.
I have been given a couple of stolen items, but those items I end up giving away. I've given away 2 or 3 bicycles because my neighbor down the street, I guess recently his kids all grew up and moved out because he put all this electric scooters and all this other stuff, and it was all broken, but it was stuff I fixed, right? I've got 2 scooters in my house. I've got 4 or 5 bicycles. I've given a bunch of them away now. I've got go-karts. I've got all kinds of stuff in my yard that I never paid nothing for. All I did was fix it up, and it was the neighbors. They put it out there and put free on it. So, I mean, I'm all for somebody's putting something out there, but every time somebody just comes up and goes, "Hey, Ryan, I found this bike," I'm not necessarily going to take it because I know it's more than likely they stole it or they just borrowed it and was riding it, and now they're just wanting to dump it off on me so they don't have to figure out where to take it back or what. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't trust people like that. And like my buddy comes over one day and he's got this big, huge bag full of tokens for the car wash. And he goes, "Here, I brought these for you." And it's a big, huge bag. It's probably like probably $30, $40, maybe $100 nowadays, but there was a lot of coins in there. I was like, "Where did you get these?" I started questioning him. And I didn't really think about it. I just said, put them over there. And then I started thinking about it afterwards. I was like, I called him up and I go, "Hey, I want you to come back and take these coins." And he goes, "What do you mean? I gave them to you." I go, "You know what? I'm not trying to be an asshole." I go, I don't feel right about it. I said, from what the story you told me about, the owner, hired this guy, and this guy, you're best friends with this guy that runs the car wash, and the owner is his friend, and they're buddies, and they look out for each other, And I said, sounds to me like from what you're telling me, you guys are taking advantage of this owner, and you're just doing it and you're not doing it because you're trying to make money. You're just kind of doing it just so you can look cool and to give people free fucking car wash tokens. I said, but think about this. I said, the truth is, the guy who owns the place probably didn't notice at the time when those coins weren't coming back into his little bin and he wasn't counting them, but he was still making that money because it still went into the machine, right? So he was just thinking he lost these tokens, right? But he didn't realize, you know what I'm saying? So he's under the impression that he's made more money than he has, right? But that he's losing all these tokens. And instead of him being able to go and find out that the tokens are falling into the slot in the machine, and that's why he's losing them and has to keep buying more, which costs him money too, and time and energy, right? Especially when the machines run out of coins and you can't accept money when you can't give it coins. So, I mean, all this stuff happens. I started thinking about it, and I thought to myself, you know what? This could cause all kinds of trouble for somebody that innocently was just trying to run a business, and some dumbass comes along and gets involved with the guy who he hired to run the place, and these two take advantage. And even though it's a small amount, I said, but I'm sure they found a lot more than the tokens he brought me, and he gave me like a whole sandwich baggie full of them, like at least $50 or $60 worth.